Hello everyone, welcome to this Azure Administration Certification course by Intellipaat. This complete course is designed to help you guys achieve Microsoft AZ-104 certification. The way we are going to do this is by covering every concept that you need to know before you appear for AZ-104 certification exam. This extensive Azure Administrator tutorial is designed by our experts working in top companies like Microsoft, LinkedIn and Airbnb. Also, while designing this free program, we have made sure that we cover all the important concepts that are targeted during the exam. And I'm highly confident that if you stick around with us till the end of this course, you'll not face any difficulty while clearing the AZ-104 certification exam. Here are the concepts that we are going to cover in this course. So first of all, we'll get ourselves introduced to Azure as a cloud service provider. You'll understand why Azure is all set to beat AWS in the cloud game and why learning Azure could prove beneficial. Then, we'll take you guys through the process of creating an Azure account. After that, we will discuss the Azure Certification Path, the notion of cloud computing and different types of cloud computing models. Next, we'll look into Azure Resources and Subscription, Identity and Access Management in Azure, Azure Cloud Shells, ARM templates, as well as Azure Virtual Machine and its types. Further, we'll cover Azure Storage and its types, Azure Data Migration, Azure App Services, Azure Kubernetes Services, and Azure Networking. Once we cover all these important services, we'll look into few more important Azure concepts for AZ-104 certification exams such as load balancers, Azure Active Directory, Azure Monitoring and Backup, etc. That's not all. We'll also help you guys with the list of Azure Administrator interview questions that are most commonly asked in interview setups by top MNCs and startups. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. I know the contents that we have here are very extensive, but let me tell you that we have added a better explanation alongside hands-on demonstration throughout this session. So stay tuned till the end of this video and subscribe to the Intellipaat YouTube channel as well. That being said, let's dive right into the session.
Anyways, AZ-104 we have known as Azure Administrator. Before doing AZ-104, some of you might have done AZ-900, which is Azure Fundamentals. And then you have another course called as AZ-204. This is Azure Developer Program. And then there is AZ-400, which is Azure DevOps. And then there is AZ-305, which is Azure Solution Architect. These are all related papers. That is why I'm explaining you all this. Solution Architect. Okay. So we have AZ-900 Azure Fundamentals, AZ-104 Azure Administrator, AZ-204 Azure Developer, AZ-400 Azure DevOps, AZ-305 Azure Solution Architect. So in this one, we are focusing on AZ-104, Azure Administrator. So what exactly Azure Administrator is all about? How you can administer an Azure platform from an infrastructure perspective. That is what you will learn in AZ-104 course. So AZ-104 course, once you do it, you will have a clarity to work with Azure platform, Azure portal, Azure PowerShell, Azure CLI, all these things, how you can use, how you can do some deployments in Azure, existing deployments, how you will be able to manage them, right? And mostly focused on services like Azure Compute, Azure Virtual Machine, Azure Compute or Azure Virtual Machine, Azure Storage, Networking, Identity, App Service kind of areas. These are the areas that we will be focusing on for this particular course over here within AZ-104. You can check the official curriculum. It's available online. If you just search for AZ-104 in Google, you will be able to get the official curriculum from Microsoft. And there will be a course curriculum shared by Intellipaat also for you. You can validate whatever may be, whether that one or the one which is available on official Microsoft documentation. In any case, once you learn Azure Administrator, you will be getting placement, or the people will be getting placement as someone who is managing Azure platform, right? Not a solution architect, not someone who's creating a solution within Azure, but rather someone who is managing an existing environment and then doing some small deployment activities as well. So this is what basically Azure Administrator profile will be looking like. It can be falling into various jobs and all that. We don't have to worry about that right now. As we go forward, later on, we will understand those aspects. Maybe at the end of the class or so, I'll be giving you more guides as to how to prepare for interviews and all that. I'll be giving you some suggestions and all that from that regard. Okay, so that we can focus later on. Now, coming on to this AZ-900. What is AZ-900? It's Azure fundamentals, basically. Fundamentals means for people who are getting to know about Azure for the first time. For them, we have AZ-900, right? Azure fundamentals. So now Azure fundamentals will guide you through the various principles and services within Azure, the cloud computing basic principles of cloud computing, and what is service model, deployment model, all these things you will cover in AZ-900. It's basically an introduction to cloud computing as well as Azure platform. You will get an intro of many of the services of Azure within AZ-900. Now, if you have not done AZ-900, there is nothing to worry about, because all the contents of AZ-900 will be repeated in AZ-104, and you will discuss even more than that of AZ-900 within AZ-104. So you don't have to worry if you have not done AZ-900. But again, once after you complete the AZ-104, it will be equal to you having completed AZ-900 as well. If you do some additional reading, you will be able to easily clear the certification as well for AZ-900. So that is not something which you have to worry about for now. AZ-204 Azure Developer Program. AZ-204 Developer Program is for developers. Developers in the sense people who are working as programmers or developers. Remember, IT industry can be classified into 3 different areas. One is developer, one is infrastructure engineer, and another one is DevOps engineer. This DevOps came up recently. Earlier, we had the developers and the infrastructure engineers only, right? So AZ-204 is a course aiming developer people, the people who are into the development side of things. Whereas Azure fundamentals can be done by a developer, as well as a infrastructure guy, as well as a DevOps guy. Azure admin can be done by all 3, but mostly for DevOps and infrastructure guys, that is where Azure administrator is coming up. If you are purely focused on the development side of things only, then you might not need to do AZ-104, but again, it's a call that you can take whether I have to do it or not. If you want to do, you can do it, not a problem. You will get to know many things from the infrastructure perspective. And of course, that will help you from the programming side as well. What is DevOps? DevOps means developer operations. Developer operations is nothing but someone who is a bridge, or a DevOps engineer is a bridge between a developer guy and an infrastructure engineer, right? So you will have to have a basic understanding of development aspects, plus you need to have some understanding of administration aspect as well, or the infrastructure side of things as well. If you have a clarity on either side, then of course you can move on to the DevOps platform. DevOps is basically a set of tools and principles with respect to software development lifecycle. When we develop a software, there are many life cycle involved on it. So to completely automate that process and take you through a proper life cycle way of developing application, that is what basically the DevOps is all about. So in Azure, there is a DevOps platform itself. There are tools available for you from Azure with which you will be able to implement a complete DevOps platform for your company. So those things you will learn in AZ-400 Azure DevOps. Solution architect is someone who will be designing solutions. So that is for more experienced people. Once after in your career, probably you started working in Azure, maybe 1 year, 2 year, you have worked in Azure, you have gained some experience, and you also have prior experience onto Windows side of things, Linux side of things, networking, all these aspects. Then gradually you can think of moving on to solution architect role. Solution architect is someone who is creating solution for Azure customers. Okay, so from a solution architect perspective, how to go with the things, that is what you will learn within AZ-305. So this will give you a clarity about the courses, some related course as well. Now within this, as I told you, we are purely focusing on Azure Administrator or AZ-104. Duration of our course will be 40 hours. 40 hours will be the duration. It can be plus or minus as well, plus or minus 2-3 hours. That is possible depending upon how long we spend the time on specific topics, on questions and answers, how much time we spend. Depending upon that, it can increase or it can decrease as well, but actual duration typically will be 40 hours. You can calculate 40 divided by 3, how many classes you will be having a clarity, approximately how many weeks of classes you would need. Okay, so that's what it is. So I hope you have a clarity now as to what we are going to discuss over here and the course outline as well. Once after you complete this course, now there will be a certificate provided by Intellipaat for you post completion of assignment, activity, and everything. Also, you can do a global certification examination, which is given by Microsoft. Some of you might have joined here with the aim of clearing the certification as well, right? So for AZ-104, as well as for any other paper code which I mentioned over here, you have a global certification examination as well available. You have to pay for it extra. AZ-104 will cost you 5,600 INR, that is 4,800 plus tax, 4,800 plus tax in India. In United States, I think it is $150 or so. That is what the cost with respect to writing the examination. So you can pay that amount and then write the exam from the comfort of your home, or you can go to
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary benefit of using Azure Account? Your options are A, access to Microsoft Office suite. Option B, cloud storage for personal photos. Option C, hosting website and applications. And lastly, option D, streaming videos and games. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
Testing center and all that. How to prepare for the exam, how you can clear the exam easily. Those things we will see as we go forward later on. We will do that at the end of our class. I'll give you the guidelines, how you should prepare for the examination. Okay, that's it. So that's some introductory details about all this. And we will be going ahead from here now. Now, let me just answer some of the questions which came up over here in the Q&A quickly. I don't want to waste a lot of time. And if your question has been already answered, then probably you can mark that question. You can remove that question. That is possible from your side. Maybe while I was explaining all this, some of your questions might be already answered. So in which case you can have it cleared, okay, from the Q&A. One question, please let us know what concepts we can learn with respect to networking, which would help us further. First of all, Azure Administrator is not purely into networking, but we will have an introductory module onto networking. I'll give you overview of IP addressing, and also from Azure perspective, how the networking works, what is the VNet concept, etc. We will be discussing over here. Anyways, before I address other questions, let me also tell you this. Questions beyond the topic of discussion will not be entertained. Please remember that. If question is not relevant to the topic of discussion, I will have them skipped. Please take a note of that. I'll read it for you, but I'll tell you why it is not relevant, and then we will move on. We don't want to spend our time on unnecessary thing. And also make sure when you ask questions relevant to the topic of discussion. For example, today, if you're discussing Azure VM, ask questions from Azure virtual machine itself. Okay. And other topics anyway, we'll be discussing later on, like storage account or any other things we'll be discussing as we go forward. So those questions will be answered on their relevant topics when the relevant topics comes up. And can Java developer do AZ-104? What prerequisite knowledge one should have? Whether you are a Java developer or whatever developer, not a problem. You can do AZ-104, not a problem. Prerequisite wise, it would be better if you have an understanding of networking, server administration, let it be Linux or Windows, operating system basics. If these areas and the basics about computers, their hardware and all that, if you have this basic idea, well and good, you can do it. Now, even if you don't have it, you will be able to make it up. You can watch 1 or 2 classes and then you will be able to assess yourself whether this is your cup of cake or not. But mostly I believe you will be able to do that if you have the enthusiasm to learn this new technology. That's it. So that's not a problem at all. Probably you have a clarity on all those aspects now. And let's get started with AZ-104 Azure Administrator Training Program. Okay, so now here, first of all, before even going on to a cloud computing environment, we have to talk about something called as on-premises environment. On-prem environment. What is on-premises? See, remember, every company or most of the IT companies will have something called as IT infrastructure. IT infrastructure. What is an infrastructure? Infrastructure basically consists of your laptops. In your company, of course, there will be laptops. Some companies will be having desktops. And there are servers. Many of the companies will have servers with them, S-E-R-V-E-R-S, servers you will be having, right, for hosting your applications and so on and so forth. Now, all these things are part of your IT infrastructure. Along with it, you will have various networking devices, like for example, your switches, routers, firewalls, and so on. Everything put together is what you call as your IT infrastructure now. Now, in this IT infrastructure, let's say you are having a company called as Fabricom. You're having a company called as Fabricom, for example. So this company, Fabricom, they are into website development and deployment. So meaning there are programmers who are developing the application, and there are people on the infrastructure side who will help us to set up the websites on something called as server computer. So here you have to get a clarity on what is a server first of all. Remember, you have personal computer, which is your desktop or laptop. Then there is another category of computers which is called as servers. Desktops or laptops are for personal use cases mostly. Okay, personal use cases. You will have a operating system called as client operating system on them. What are the examples of client operating system, guys? What are the client operating system? Some of the client operating system. Give me examples. Drop in the chat the name. Windows 10, right? Windows 10 is a client operating system. Windows 11, right? In Linux, you have, for example, Ubuntu, CentOS kind of client operating system as well. Whereas on the other side of things, you have server computers now. Server computers are used for specific purposes, like for example, deploying your applications. We don't use servers for our personal use cases. Does any of you carry around a server with you for doing your personal tasks? Like for example, attending the meeting and doing all this. Do we carry around a server? No. Servers are big, bulky devices which will keep in a specific environment, right? You can classify the servers into three. You may call it as a tower server, and then you may call it as a rack server, and then there is blade servers, right? Remember, guys, also there are some research that you have to do from your side. I'll give you many topics. As I told you, we have to be specific to our course discussion itself. But along with that, there will be sides wherein some other things which I might mention. Of course, I'll tell you when I mention like that, and I'll tell you to do some research about those things. So you will have to do some reading from your side. Just jot down that point in your notepad and then say, okay, do research. Mention that so that later on, once the class is over, you will be able to go through and read about it. This will give you a great understanding once you complete the course, especially for those people who are not from an infrastructure perspective. Okay, if you're a developer also and you're here to learn Azure, then in that case, this is much recommended. Anyway, so similarly, you can read more about this. What is tower server, what is rack server, and what is a blade server? Okay, these are three different categories of servers, by the way. You could be using any of them in your company. Now, second thing is that you will have a operating system on server. We call them as server operating system. We don't use your Windows 10, Windows 11 on servers, but rather there are dedicated server operating systems which is specifically created for servers. Give me some examples for server operating systems, guys. Examples for server operating system. Windows Server, starting from 2003, you have 2008, 2012, you have 2016, 2019, 2022, latest one. There is no 2021. Someone is mentioning 2021, 22, 23, 24, whatever, right? It's not there. It's only 2022 after 2019. Done. Now, there are other Linux operating systems as well. Like, for example, you have RHEL, R-H-E-L, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and there might be CentOS server editions and so on, various flavors. A lot of different flavors are available from Linux more than Windows. Okay, that's it. So you know about server operating system and client operating system difference right now. Moving on. So now in this company, I told you about this company called as Fabricam. So within this company, for deploying their applications, you would be using something called as servers, physical servers, right? Physical server means actual, like when I say physical laptop, the laptop that you have right now within your hand. That is what I'm saying by saying physical laptop. Similarly, a physical server would be deployed onto your company's premises. Where you will deploy the laptop? To deploy the laptop in your company, you will use something called as a data center. You will use a data center. Some of you might have heard about data center. I'm pretty sure about that, right? Data center. What is a data center? Data center is a specific room or a specific building wherein you will keep all your servers and other networking equipments. When you walk through in your company, in your office, somewhere you would have seen something written on a specific area, like for example, a server room, or maybe a hub room, or maybe a switch room, something they would have mentioned. The door will be always locked. And if you were to peep inside, you will be able to see there are many hardware devices kept over there with so many lights and all that. And if you ever got a chance to go inside one, you will also notice it's very noisy as well as it is very cold. Have anyone been into a data center here? And have you noticed it, the cold inside it, and then all those things? Of course, yes, you have noticed it. Okay, that's it. Now, even if you haven't gone to a data center, nothing to worry about it. There is nothing much to see. There are a lot of servers, and you can easily see that within YouTube or anywhere if at all you want to. That's it. Moving on. So we have a specific environment called as data center for Fabricam, and that is where all these servers and other equipments are kept. The servers will be mounted onto something called as a rack, right? The servers will be mounted onto something called as a rack. Let me show you this data center inside. If you go to images, you can see all those things. Okay, so these are various data centers that you're seeing over here. For instance, if I am to expand on any one of them, here we go. So on the right hand side, you can see this is one of the data center, Facebook data center, they say, right? So you can see all these black boxes that you see, these are all various racks. If I go to another one, you can see this is again another data center with a lot of servers on them. All these devices that you see within the racks, that's nothing but your servers. And with respect to your rack server versus blade server versus tower server, this is what it is, right? This is what a rack server, tower server, and blade server is all about. You can see this guy pulling out a blade from a rack that you have. You can see on the rack, there are 3 rack servers. Then there is an entire blade chassis. Within that, he is pulling out one specific blade from the entire blade chassis. Okay, that's it. Anyways, so that's what we have with respect to data center. Now, for your company Fabricam to set up this data center, what are the things that you need? You need a lot of things. You need to set up, first of all, cooling facility. Why cooling facility is needed in data center, guys? Can anyone give me the answer for that? Why cooling facility is needed within a data center? You know the reason, right? When you are actually keeping servers in data centers, multiple servers in data centers, and run them for a lot of time. We know if you use your mobile phone for 2-3 hours straight, that produces a lot of heat. If that is the case, all these powerful servers, they will produce tremendous amount of heat, right? So now, to accommodate or to make sure this heat is not resulting in destroying the servers or maybe catching a fire or etc., that is where we have to make sure the data center is always on an optimum temperature. We have to cool it down. So you need to have cooling facility, right? You need to have cooling facility on the data center. That is the first thing. Now also, you need to have electricity, you need to have cooling, you need to have electricity, that too with backup. When I say with backup, you would need generators or you would need inverter facility with battery and all that. Battery backup, etc., has to be there to give you the extra capacity, right, for electricity in case if the primary line goes down. You need network connectivity, that can be internet as well. That too, multiple internet connectivity is recommended in a data center. If at all one internet connectivity goes down, you have another one to take up. Okay, so in this way, those things are needed. You have to buy all the required hardware. You need to buy the hardware and so on, right? All the server hardware, all these things you have to buy. So now everything put together, now you can see there is a huge implication of cost. There is a cost implication, a large cost implication is there with respect to setting up an infrastructure. So for this company, Fabricam, to set up the infrastructure initially, they have to spend a lot of money. Okay, so one of the first challenge that we have with on-premises environment, you have to spend a lot of money with respect to setting up your infrastructure. To set up your IT infrastructure, you need a large amount of money. This cost can be classified into two. We would call it as CapEx and OpEx. CapEx and then OpEx. Capital expenditure and operational expenditure. Capital expenditure means the initial investment, the initial large amount to set up all these things. That is what we call as capital expenditure. Operational expenditure is nothing but as you go forward, you are going with the operations. I mean, you are continuing with your business. Monthly, you will have to pay electricity bills, internet bills, salaries to the employees, and any other additional operating cost. So all this comes under operational expenditure, correct? Recurring expenses, we call it as. The expenses which is repeating over a period of time is what we call as operational expenditure. So on a traditional on-premises environment, you have both. You have capital expenditure as well as you have operational expenditure. So the first challenge we understood, that is cost. Second challenge that we have with respect to on-prem infrastructure is maintenance. Maintenance. If you are keeping this environment within your company itself, right? You have not given it as any third-party contract or anything, you have kept it in your environment itself, then the complete maintenance comes on to you. The maintenance can be hardware maintenance or it can be software level maintenance. Okay, software level, periodic updates, patches, etc. Hardware level, any problems with the hardware, etc., that needs to be fixed. That comes under hardware maintenance. Third challenge that we have is scalability. Scalability. Okay, what is scalability? Scalability means your ability to scale. For example, this company Fabricam, they created an application and this application is currently running, right? So now over a period of time, there are more and more users coming into your application. And when they start using your applications, now what happens? The requirement increases. The amount of hardware that you were having initially might not suffice to support new upcoming requests now, right? It might not surface. So you would need higher capacity. Or if you think of any e-commerce website, there might be sudden spikes in utilization as well. Think of Myntra giving end of recent sale. So when they give end of recent sale or end of season sale, whatever you want to call it, now at that point in time, as usual, whatever the traffic it is there, compared to that, you will have large amount of traffic coming in now. more and more people will come in now, which means there is a sudden spike in utilization, right? And that too, that spike will be there only for maybe 1 or 2, 3 days when you are giving the offer only for that particular period. Thereafter, it might not be there, correct? So what happens in that case is, now the problem is you cannot buy a lot of powerful servers only for 2, 3 days, right? Buying them only for 2, 3 days is not feasible. So you will have a difficult time maintaining or managing this ability or managing this requirement of additional compute and additional server capacity requirement. It will be very difficult to manage on a on-premises environment, meaning our ability to scale the resources is limited on a on-premises environment. So these are some of the challenges that we face on traditional on-premises IT infrastructure. To address all these problems, now industry moved on to a new technology, a new concept, and that is what we have something called as, tell me, what is a new technology which came in to address these challenges? Anyone? Cloud computing. But cloud computing is not the answer. Okay. Before cloud computing, there is another concept which came in. Yes, some of you have got it now. Virtualization. A concept called as virtualization came in, right? So VMware was the company who introduced it. With the help of virtualization, now what you would do, you will be able to virtualize your physical hardware and create something called as VMs now. So these VMs will make sure effective utilization of your hardware and also will give you more flexibility with respect to doing your deployments now. So now a company, for example, Fabricom, what they will do, initially they will buy a couple of powerful physical servers. Instead of buying separate servers for each and every requirement, they will buy a couple of physical servers which are very powerful enough. Then you will virtualize it. To virtualize, they will use something called as a hypervisor software. You have to read more about virtualization, by the way, right? You will use a hypervisor software. I'm pretty sure you know the examples of hypervisor software and all. There are many examples for hypervisor software. One of them being your Hyper-V, and then there is VMware ESXi, VMware Workstation, Oracle VirtualBox, Citrix Zen Server, Linux KVM, and so many examples you can find for hypervisors. I don't have to explain you that. Okay, so you will set up a hypervisor on top of a physical hardware, and thus you will be enabling virtualization, and thereafter you will be able to create VMs on top of them. Okay, so these VMs will make sure the effective utilization of underlying hardware. For instance, on the hardware, if you have, let's say, for example, 64 GB RAM capacity or 128 GB RAM capacity, you can divide that RAM capacity and whatever CPU capacity that you would be having, and you can give it on to each and every VMs that you have. So you can define, for example, for this VM, how much capacity I need. So for example, I say on this VM, initially I needed only 32 GB RAM capacity, right? And then some 4-core CPU. And then in addition to that, maybe some 200 GB of storage, etc. So this you will be giving onto one VM, which has a scope of increasing later on. If you want to, you can increase that later on, provided you have capacity available on the underlying hardware, right? So in this way, whenever there is a higher requirement, you will be able to increase the capacity. Okay. And now your deployments, your application deployments, whatever you have to deploy, will go on to these virtual machines that you have. Okay. Instead of doing directly on the physical hardware. So this is the change which happened with virtualization technology. Now, this virtualization technology itself evolved further into something called as a highly virtualized environment, or also known as a clustered environment. Highly virtualized environment or a clustered environment. Right now, what I have shown you is something called as standalone virtualization. There is a problem with standalone virtualization. What is the problem? For example, you created 2 VMs over here on the first physical server. You created 2 VMs, 2 virtual machines. Now, these virtual machines that you have, for example, will go down if at all there is a failure on the underlying hardware. Yes or no? If the underlying hardware goes down, all the VMs that is running on that will be also going down. Yes or no? In a standalone virtualization? Of course, yes, right? If anything happens on the underlying hardware, the physical server goes down, all the VMs running on it will also go down. So to prevent all this, to provide you with high availability, that is where we are moving on to a highly virtualized environment. When you move on to a highly virtualized environment, things will change slightly, right? The infrastructure will change slightly. Now they will introduce one additional device called as a sandbox, right? Which is a storage device. A sandbox will be introduced, and you will have a cluster created out of this setup. Okay, you will have a cluster created out of.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is Azure Resource Group used for? Your options are A, managing virtual machines, B, sorting data in database, option C, organizing and managing related Azure resources, and option D, running containerized application. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
To create a cluster and to manage them effectively, there are multiple softwares available. For example, there is something called as System Center. Let me mention all that over here. System Center. System Center you will be having, or you will be having what we call as OpenStack, or you will have VMware vSphere suite, the complete VMware vSphere suite, or you would be having Azure Stack, for example. These all are examples of your highly virtualized clustered environment, right? You will deploy these softwares and then you will be able to create a highly virtualized clustered environment. When you deploy a highly virtualized clustered environment, what happens now? We don't have to, just a quick point, guys. We don't have to get into this highly virtualized clustered environment, what it is, how it is set up and all that. This is only for your understanding purpose, how we evolved onto something called as cloud computing. That is what I'm trying to explain to you over here right now. Okay. So from that perspective, you will be able to understand the things. I know, of course, you might have questions. Okay, what is the system center? How it is set up? How does it work? We don't have to worry about all that. You can do additional reading on any of that if you want to. You're free to do so. You can note down the points and read on it later on as per your requirement. For us, we just need to have a high level overview from a layman terms. That's all what we need. Done. So now you will have a highly virtualized environment now. There will be a storage introduced when you highly virtualize them, and you will have specific softwares to set up this highly virtualized environment and to manage them. They can be System Center software, OpenStack software suite, vSphere suite, or Azure Stack suite of softwares. Okay, so it can be any of this. So using this, you will be able to create a clustered environment, clustered highly virtualized environment, which will make your management of this infrastructure easy, management of VMs easy, deployment of VMs easy, and it will also make this infrastructure greatly flexible now. You will have the highest possible flexibility now. When I say flexibility, for example, once after you create it as a clustered environment, if you would wish to, you can move this VMs from here to another hardware. For what reason? Let's say there is some updates that you have to do. This underlying server that I have here, this physical hardware that I have here, this guy requires some updates now, some platform update he requires now. So these platform provided updates that he has to do now, when we apply the updates, we have to reboot the computers. Yes or no? Do you have to reboot the server once after you apply the update? Of course, yes, you have to, right? When you update and do restart, will that VMs go down in normal case? Will those two VMs go down in normal case when you do a restart on the base machine, on the host machine? Of course, yes, the servers will get affected, right? So now, in the case of a highly virtualized environment, as I told you, you will have the ability to move this VMs prior to an update. You will have the ability to move this VMs onto another physical hardware, that too without affecting the VM. Live migration you will be able to do. Once you do that, your VMs will get moved onto different hardware. You can do the restart whatever you want on that physical hardware wherein initially you had the VM. Okay, so that will help us a lot with respect to reducing our overall downtime. Second thing is that when you need, for example, a application running on this VM, he need higher resources. He need more RAM capacity, more CPU. No problem. That VM specifically you can move on to another hardware wherein you have enough capacity available. So all this kind of flexibility you will get when you go with a highly virtualized environment. Okay, that's the benefit of this, a highly virtualized clustered setup. When we deploy this highly virtualized clustered setup, remember, you will also have a portal or a client software you will get, through which you will be able to manage all these things. That portal will be accessible on your web browser. So within your corporate environment, you will have a URL to access this portal. So that private portal you will be able to access over here, and you will be able to manage all the physical servers, storage, networking, all these aspects through that portal. So it will make your management also easy now. Let me show you one or two diagrams over here. For example, if I go here, System Center, VMM portal, if I go to images, and you're able to see, you can see overview, HV cluster. On this cluster, there are 2 physical servers, 2 Hyper-V servers, and there are 1 virtual machine currently running right now. Okay, and you can see storage, one option is available, networks, one option is available, and create virtual machine, create VM network, all these options also you are able to see. Similarly, you have VMware vSphere portal also, VMware vSphere console. If you go there, you can see the same thing over there as well, pretty much the same thing. Here, if I go, for example, you can see VMware vCenter management. So there is your setup, and you can see there is PrimeP cluster. Within that cluster, there is one Himalaya.primep-industries, whatever. That is one physical hardware, one physical server. On that, there are 49 virtual machines currently. Okay, so in this way, you will be able to manage them through these portals now. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to on-premises highly virtualized clustered environment. This is exactly what we call as private cloud. Okay, private cloud. Do we have a clarity now what is a private cloud? Why we call it as a private cloud? Because it was created for the company called as Fabricam itself. It was created for which company? Fabricam itself, dedicated for them, for their use cases only. And because of that, we call it as private. A highly virtualized environment is what basically cloud is all about. Okay, so cloud means a highly virtualized environment, and the base of cloud computing is basically the technology called as virtualization. If virtualization was not there, cloud computing would not have been there. Okay, that's it. And also it is hosted on your premises. So we call it as on-premises environment, which is highly virtualized, and thus we call it as private cloud. I'm enhancing the other person question, but whatever. So I'm not sure about HVE, whatever you meant by that. Highly virtualized environment. Okay, the Azure software which manages the highly virtualized environment. Okay, so in Azure, what happens, I'll tell you. I'm not sure if you're asking about Azure Stack. Azure Stack is something which you can deploy on your on-premises environment. and create an environment similar to Azure for your on-premises hardware. A highly virtualized environment, you can set it up by using your Azure stack. Okay, so that's what it is basically. Now, what happens on Azure perspective that we will discuss as we go forward. What is Sandbox? Sandbox is a practice environment which will be created by either Microsoft or any other company, wherein you will be able to do your Azure practices. That is what we call a sandbox. So now I just told you about the private cloud setup that we had, right? So the private cloud, that's basically a company setting up their own infrastructure with highly virtualized environment. You will have some system center software or OpenStack or Azure Stack or vSphere Suite kind of softwares you will have set up. And you will have an environment created for your company wherein you will deploy all the VMs. And within that VMs, you will deploy your workload, whatever, whatever the application websites that you want to deploy, you will deploy them, correct? Now, when we come on to public cloud, a public cloud computing environment, what happens there is that in a public cloud computing environment, the things now, or what happened here is that how we ended up with a concept called as public cloud. That is because there are multinational companies across the world. 3 key players in them. The first one being Amazon, second one Azure, and third one Google or Azure or Microsoft. So what these people did is that they understood the potential of this virtualization technology. And they said, anyway, we are already having presence across the world. We are having data centers across the world for the most part. What we will do, we will just create high capacity data centers. Whatever existing capacity data centers that we have, we will upgrade them. We will make them high capacity data centers, which can support large number of workloads now. Such and such large capacity data centers we will deploy. And instead of keeping it private, we will create it as public, meaning that private portal, which earlier used to give you access to your private cloud environment, will make it as public. So anyone who is signing up for our public cloud environment, they will be able to access our servers or these MNCs servers by using a portal, for example, Azure portal or AWS portal or this kind of any kind of portal or GCP portal. Through that portal, you will be able to create the resources that you want now. So meaning you and me as a customer, we don't have to create virtual machines or we don't have to set up virtual machines by ourselves on our environment. That's no longer needed. We don't have to set up a data center by ourselves to create a VM. If my requirement was to just create a VM, maybe 1 or 2 VMs I need to deploy my application, no problem. I can just go to any public cloud service provider and create VMs on top of their infrastructure now. So in the backend, with these public cloud service providers, they do have large capacity data centers across the world. And that data centers you can access via these public portals. And through that public portal, you will be able to create and deploy resources on top of them. So this is what basically public cloud means. A publicly available cloud environment. That is what we call as public cloud. There are 3 key examples. One is Azure, one is GCP, and another one is your AWS, right? I told you highest share for AWS, then right behind Azure, then a little bit behind you have GCP, and there are other cloud computing providers as well, like for example, your Oracle Cloud, IBM Cloud, and so on. Okay, so that's what we have with respect to a public cloud computing environment now. Okay, so companies like Microsoft, Amazon, or Google is making their infrastructure available for you, on which you will deploy your resources. You will pay for the utilization and continue as such. You pay for what you use. Do you have any capital expenditure when you move on to a cloud computing environment? The CapEx, which we discussed earlier, do we have it in a cloud computing environment? Yes or no? Capital expenditure. CapEx is not there when you go with a highly virtualized cloud, when you go with a public cloud environment. Okay, there is no capital expenditure. You don't have to invest in hardware by yourself, because now you are renting hardware, or you are basically utilizing the hardware which is given from a public cloud service provider, that is either Google or Azure, Microsoft, or maybe AWS. That's it. There is only operational cost that you have, OPEX, as you utilize a public cloud environment over a period of time. Every month you will have to pay for whatever utilization that you have. Okay, and that is what we call as a pay as you go, a pay as you go environment. You will end up paying the bill. That's it. You don't have to pay capital, initial capital. You don't have to pay, or you don't have to worry at all. Okay, that's it. So I hope we have a clarity now. How did we evolve onto something called as a public cloud computing environment? And also we have addressed private cloud, public cloud. Now there is another concept called as hybrid cloud. Okay, what would be hybrid cloud? Can anyone give me the answer? Okay, so hybrid cloud basically means a combination of public and private. Okay, if you are combining both, I mean, for example, you already have resources. Your company was already having an on-premises environment. On-premises environment in the sense there are resources running already in your company's premises. You have bought a couple of servers. You have highly virtualized them. There is a private cloud environment on your on-prem. And then along with it, you also decided to use, or for example, for any upcoming requirements or so, you decided, okay, these new deployments I'm not doing on my on-prem environment anymore. I'm doing it on to, let's say, for example, in Azure, correct? So in which case you are using some deployment you're having already on on-prem, and some deployments are going on to Azure cloud. So you are using a combination of public cloud and private cloud, in which case you would call it as hybrid cloud. Okay, so that is, it's more or less an approach, by the way. When you make use of best of both worlds, that approach is what we call as hybrid cloud approach. Okay, so we'll talk more about hybrid, like hybrid networking, hybrid identity, etc. Those things will be discussed as we go forward later on. That's it. So that's the introduction to cloud computing now. All those things, that is what exactly we have seen right now. Before cloud computing, the maintenance aspect, the cost problem, server maintenance, scalability problem, all that. Slow data recovery is not a valid point over here, right? You can forget about this fourth point, but others are correct. Okay, that's it. So now, after cloud computing, anyway, that's okay. We have completed all that. What is cloud computing? A definition for cloud computing would be given over here. You can see cloud computing is basically the delivery of computing services over internet. That is what the definition for cloud computing. I mean, if you think about it, you can see that already in a cloud computing setup, we are using servers of the third party. I mean, the service provider via internet. Okay, via internet, we are making use of it. So that's exactly what it is. So that's why we call it as cloud computing is the delivery of computing services. It can be servers, it can be storage, it can be database, networking, software, analytics, intelligence, many more things. So all these things you are making it available through internet, and hence we call it as a delivery of computing services over internet. That's the definition for cloud computing. Anyway, that's it. So that being said, now we move on to types of cloud models. Therein we already covered something called as deployment models, a cloud computing environment, how it is deployed. There are three different models. One is called as public cloud, another one is called as private cloud, and then another one is called as hybrid cloud. We have discussed all three of them. And now let's focus on service models. What exactly service models is all about. Okay. What is this multiple groups? Already somebody had created a group earlier and a link was shared. Now again, another 2 groups have been created. Anyways, I'm creating at least 2-3 groups now, just for your awareness. Anyways, so let's move on now. Service models. What exactly service models is? Service models is nothing but how a cloud computing service provider or a CSP will make their services available to you. That is what we call a service model. See, when they provide these things to you, it's basically a service now, right? It's basically a service now. Service now means, like, for example, a virtual machine, it's given to you as a service. Storage is given to you as a service, and many other things is given to you as a service now. So that is what we call as service models, correct? So service models can be classified into three. We call it as infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. Okay, three different service model: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. Have you understood these concepts? Probably have heard about these three. What is infrastructure as a service, PaaS and SaaS? Clear? I'm pretty sure, because you have been planning to learn cloud. You have heard about this, but have you understood clearly what does it mean? IaaS, PaaS and SaaS, what exactly do they mean? Are we clear about it? On-prem means, on premises. And then we have infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. Three of them. Okay. So what exactly are they? What is the difference between them? We'll have it discussed. Listen carefully. On an on-premises environment, you will have all the physical devices. All the physical devices will be bought by you. When I say physical devices, let's take some examples over here. No need of example. The servers and storage devices, these are your physical devices now. So all the physical devices will be bought and managed by you only. Physical devices. Networking, the initial physical networking you will do. Servers you will have to buy, all the required servers. Virtualization you have to set up. Once after virtualization is done, you will deploy VMs. On top of the VM, you will have operating system. Okay, operating system will be there. Then on top of that, you will have something called as middleware. Okay, operating system middleware. And then there is your application. And on top of that, you might have your data as well. Okay, so these are the things that you will have in a typical environment, right? These are the things that you will be having in a typical environment. Now, you can see here, what is this physical devices? As I told you, the servers and all that you buy, that is called as your physical devices, or the physical servers, you can call it as your storage devices. All physical things are coming under physical devices. Networking, the initial networking that you do. Servers, physical servers that you buy. Of course, that is coming under physical devices as well. You will virtualize them with a technology called as virtualization. Then there will be VMs that you're creating. On top of the VMs, you will be having operating system. You will have the operating system installed. And then you will have middleware. What is a middleware? Middleware is a component which allows you to host your application, for example. Example of a middleware can be Internet Information Services, IIS, or it can be Nginx, another example, or it can be any other Apache kind of web servers. These are all examples of middleware softwares. Middleware is what allows you to host an application on your server. Or for example, in your server, you decided to have SQL installed. So the SQL installation or the SQL that you installed also can be understood as a middleware, by the way, can be taken as an example of a middleware, which allows you to create a database. That's not something for hosting your application, but rather for creating your database. So anyway, middleware you have, and then you have the applications on top of them. So on this middleware, you will have your application deployed, maybe .NET based, or maybe Java based, PHP based, Python based. So any of these programs or websites that you have configured, you will deploy on top of the middleware now. That is what we refer to by saying application. Then along with this application, you might have some of your data, maybe some data that you wanted to be there, part of the website, part of the application. So that is what we call as data. So all these things will be completely, including physical hardware, will be completely managed by you. The case of on-premises environment, 100% responsibility falls on you, including buying and setting up all that. You have the CapEx, OpEx, everything. Now let's move on to cloud computing environment. In a cloud computing environment, the service provider, the CSP, will set up the infrastructure for you. Okay, let me mention that over here now. So the cloud service provider will set up the physical devices, right? Means the data center setup will be done by them. Networking, initial networking will be done by them. And then servers will be bought and configured by them. Do you go and buy servers for Microsoft? For setting up Azure platform, do you have to buy servers? Or will it be taken care by Azure? That will be taken care by Microsoft itself or Azure itself. You don't have to buy, right? So they will take care of it. Then virtualization, again, virtualization also they will only do, you don't have to do anything for that. They will virtualize their environment. And now you will be given the possibility or the option to create VM now. So from this point, now you can start. Virtual machine, you have the option to create. Operating system, on that VM mode operating system you want, you can deploy it. Middleware, whatever according to your requirement, you can deploy it. Application, you will deploy it. And then data, you will have your data as per your requirement. So starting from virtual machine, or Azure is giving you an infrastructure on which you are allowed or you can create VM. That is what we call as infrastructure as a service. Meaning a company, a cloud service provider is providing you an infrastructure as a service on top of which you would be able to deploy your VMs or whatever the configuration that you want to. Okay, so this is what we call as infrastructure as a service. What is the example for infrastructure as a service? Virtual machine itself. In Azure, the example is called as virtual machine itself. In AWS, you would call it as EC2. Anybody heard about EC2? Amazon EC2? Yes or no? Yes, those of you who have learned AWS, they would have heard about it, right? So in Amazon, it is called as the example of infrastructure as a service is Amazon EC2. What is the example in Google then? Google Compute Engine. It's called as Compute Engine. In the case of GCP, it is known as Compute Engine. Okay, that's it. So the example for infrastructure as a service is virtual machine in Azure, EC2 in AWS, and Compute Engine within Google. Okay. Now on top of this VM, you have the flexibility. So starting from VM, it's your responsibility. You have the flexibility of installing the required operating system, setting up the middleware, setting up the application and data. All those things you will do in the case of infrastructure as a service. What happens in the case of platform as a service? In the case of platform as a service now, you can see your physical devices. I'm representing by saying PD, networking, servers, virtualization, VMs also, including operating system and middleware, will be taken care by CSP. You as a customer have to focus on application and data only. Okay. So in the case of platform as a service now, more responsibility is assumed by the cloud service provider. The cloud service provider will take care of more and more things. You and me as a customer, we can focus on our application development and deployment only. You don't have to worry about infrastructure now. Okay, because infrastructure is also getting maintained by the service provider or the CSP now. Okay, so more lesser overhead. When you look from on-prem to infrastructure as a services to PaaS, you can see the management overhead, is it reducing or is it increasing? Starting from on-prem to infrastructure as a service to PaaS, when we go, our management overhead, is it reducing, is it decreasing, or is it increasing? It is basically reducing or decreasing. Okay, the management overhead is decreasing. You don't have to worry about many things. They will take care of many things for you. So this is what happens in the case of platform as a service. What is the example for platform as a service? Platform as a service examples are, in Azure, you have something called as app services. App services. Okay. In Azure, you have app services, or you have SQL database. SQL database. Both are example of PaaS services within Azure. Either app services or SQL database or Azure Container Instances, ACI. That is another example of platform as a service. Now, similarly in AWS as well as in GCP, you can find the example. Can somebody help me with the example from AWS? It's called as Elastic Beanstalk. Okay, Elastic Beanstalk is the equivalent of app services within Azure. So Elastic Beanstalk is an example of a PaaS service. And then you have Lambda functions. That is also Lambda, which is equal to functions in Azure. So that is also another examples of PaaS services. Okay, that's it. Okay, one example, can you guide for middleware again? What is middleware? We will see middleware in action later on. Okay, don't worry. So once after we get started with virtual machine module, therein we will see the middleware in action. We will set up some IIS, so that will give you the clarity. Okay, middleware basically allows you to deploy your application. Without a middleware, you wouldn't be able to deploy your application. It's not just IIS, that's more than that, but for the sake of understanding, you can take it as Internet Information Services, or what we call as Apache or Nginx, which will help you to go and deploy your application on top of them, on top of the VM. Okay, that's it. Repeat infrastructure as a service. Okay, is it so difficult to understand? Look at infrastructure as a service. In the case of infrastructure as a service, now you are not setting up the data center. Okay, you are not setting up the data center. Data center is set up by who? By who? It is set up by the CSP, cloud service provider. And then within that data center, servers are bought, servers are configured, virtualization is configured, all is done by cloud service provider. So they will create a highly virtualized environment. Then they will give you access. With that access, you will be able to go and deploy virtual machines on top of them. So that is what we call as infrastructure as a service. They gave you an infrastructure on which you can directly deploy VM. So wherever you can deploy the VM, that can be identified as infrastructure as a service, basically. Okay, so that is what we call as IaaS, infrastructure as a service. Coming on to PaaS, as I told you, now more and more things will be taken care by the service provider. Okay, example of infrastructure as a service, VM. That is what I just explained to you. Amazon EC2, Google Compute Engine, VM, etc. All are examples of infrastructure as a service. Platform as a service example, app services, SQL database, Azure Container Instance, Azure Functions, Azure Logic App. All are examples of platform as a service. Okay, that's it. One question here, can we get the right examples in Google? See, our discussion is not focused on Google. I'm not a Google expert as well. So if there is anybody who is expert in Google Cloud Platform, you can drop a message in the chat as to what is the example of PaaS in platform as a service for Google. Okay, that's it. Okay, one question here. So in PaaS, database will be managed by cloud provider or by client. See, database will be managed by the client. For example, if I am setting up a database, I will manage the database, correct? Whereas to set up that database, you require some basic things. Can you set up a database directly on scratch? Not possible, correct? You have to have a environment, a computer or a server on which you will set up a operating system, and within that operating system you will have something called as a database application software or database software. For example, SQL setup you will have to install, and then on top of that SQL setup, that is where you will be having not SQL Management Studio, SQL you will install, SQL engine you have to install, and then on top of that SQL engine you will be able to create the SQL database. That is how it goes. Then to manage all that you will use SQL Management Studio. So that is how it works. So now the thing is that there now you can see when you go with it, you can see the service provider, cloud service provider CSP will take care of your setting up of SQL engine. They will set up the SQL engine. You and me will take care of the database. We will be able to access the database directly and use it. That's all. Okay, so that's how it works. So we don't manage the SQL completely. The SQL database we will manage, but rather setting up the environment and everything for that will be taken care by the CSP. I hope that gives you clarity now regarding your question. Azure client can choose an in-between IaaS pass according to its requirement. Yes, can. You have purchased a service, so only vendor will manage the DB. Again, that is already answered. Database maintenance taken by provider but managed by client. That's correct answer. By the way, you're all posting these comments onto Q&A. Please post comments onto chat and questions onto Q&A. Okay, so SQL Server will be managed by cloud and database, and SQL Server will be created by us. That is true. Correct understanding. In DB storage and computing storage different. We'll come to that later. Okay. Compute storage, DB storage, everything in the backend actually goes to something called as a storage cluster. It's all same thing, by the way, a storage cluster itself. That is where the storage is happening in Azure. Thus, customer specific data engine would be provided accordingly if needed, or they have standard set. Customer specific configurations can be created. Always they will have up-to-date version of SQL, and within that the configurations can be specified, like how much RAM, CPU, etc. is needed. That can be specified. Apart from that, for example, you cannot say I want SQL Server 2012. That is not possible. If that is your requirement, you want older version of SQL, no problem. You set up a virtual machine, and within that virtual machine, you install whichever version of SQL you want. So in which case things are fine. That way you can do it. That's it. Okay, so that's it pretty much. So let's continue. So with respect to software as a service, now what happens over here in the case of SaaS? Okay, so in the case of software as a service, now you can see the physical devices, networking, servers, virtualization, VMs, operating system, middleware, application. All this will be taken care by CSP. You only worry about the data, if at all you have. Okay, that's it. So this is what happens in the case of software as a service. Or more precisely, what happens with software as a service is a cloud service provider will give you a software according to certain business requirement, right? So you can go and use it if it is matching with your requirement. If not, you don't necessarily have to use it. So it's your choice whether you want to use the software as a service or not. Nobody is forcing you. There are many examples that you can find for SaaS. One example I'll tell you. Earlier days, if you wanted to set up a mailing solution for your company on-premises service, we used to set up something. What is that application name? Anybody remembers? To set up complete mailing setup. I'm not asking about the mail client, like don't say Outlook and Thunderbird and all that. No, that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about to set up a mailing server solution, what you would deploy on on-premises servers earlier. At least some of you might have worked on it as well, right? Exchange server. If it is from Microsoft, then Exchange server. So this Exchange server will help you to set up a complete mailing solution for your company now, right? Now, do we have to worry nowadays to set up a Exchange server? Do we have to worry about the Exchange server? Do we have to deploy Exchange server ourselves? We don't have to. We get this as a service. What is that service called? Either Office 365 or Gmail Suite. Both are examples for your software as a service. So you are getting this as a service available to you. You are only creating the mailboxes there and then start using it. That's all. So that's what happens with respect to your software as a service. There are many other examples that you can find. For example, any PowerPoint online, SharePoint online, your Word online, Excel online. These are all examples of SaaS, software as a service. Your OneDrive, Google Drive, Salesforce CRM, and Microsoft Dynamics CRM. These are all examples of software as a service. Okay, so you can go and use it if it is matching with your requirement. If not, you don't have. They are giving you a pre-created software based on some scenario, cloud-based softwares. Every setup and maintenance will be done by them. You don't have to worry about any of those things. Okay, that's it. What data will maintain SaaS? With respect to data, what I meant by saying data maintained by you is that when you set up a mailbox in SaaS, for example, in Office 365, which is an example of SaaS, when you set up your mailboxes, you will have your data in them. What data? That mails are your data, correct? That's what I'm saying by referring to data maintained by you. That's all. And again, that maintenance in the sense you don't have to necessarily work with that data. You will only define, okay, how much capacity for each mailbox. And maybe if required, you will clean them, you will back it up, etc. All those things you will do. That's what I meant by saying data will be managed by you. That's all. Rest everything will be taken care by the CSP. I'm just curious on how SQL Server will fall under platform as a service rather than software as a service, because SQL is classified under platform as a service because in SQL, it's still you are creating the database, right? Whereas in software as a service, it's not you who is creating the application. Application is already created. You are merely using it. Whereas in database, you will create the database. You will define the capacity, how much you want. You will get started with the database. You will create the database, and then you will start populating the database one by one. And also you will have complete control over various aspects of that database. Various database related properties and all you will be able to define, which is not the case with software as a service. In software as a service, they have already created commonly for every customer. You go and sign up for that particular service, you start using it, and that's it. Okay, so that is what happens in the case of software as a service. I hope you got the difference between SaaS and IAM also passed. IAM is basically identity and access management. We don't classify identity and access management as PaaS or SaaS or whatever. Okay, identity and access management, what exactly it is, what is the purpose of it, all these things will be discussed as we go forward. Now, final call, guys, just to give you an idea about all of these things, I'll give you one simple comparison for this now. Okay, on-prem infrastructure as a service, PaaS and SaaS. Don't give this example to anybody, just take it for your understanding only. Example is nothing but on an on-premises environment, it is comparable to your home. It is comparable to your home that you own. So within your home, let's say, for example, you wanted to cook and have something. You will do the cooking by yourself. You will have all the facilities created by you yourself. And then there are, for example, any utensils that is required, the gas that is required. So whatever you need for cooking, everything is set up by you. You will cook whatever you want, you will have it. This is called as on-premises environment. When you move on to infrastructure as a service, one company is telling you, okay, we have the facilities over here. For example, we have function halls, right? So this function hall is saying, okay, we have the basic facilities over here, but the thing is that you have to carry with you the utensils and all that. We don't have utensils over here. We have a facility like a kitchen. An open area is available wherein you can do the cooking and all if you want to, but you have to carry utensils, all the raw items, and all those things that you want. You have to carry whatever veggie, sabzi, whatever you want, all that you have to carry. You have to cook it yourself and have it. But a basic structure is available for you that can be called as infrastructure as a service. Whereas when you move on to platform as a service, the same hall is offering you more features. Okay, we'll give you the cooking facilities, utensils are there, the gas is there, or maybe any other things for cooking that you want. All that is there. You have to carry just the raw items. Maybe if you wanted to cook some rice, you have to carry the rice or meat or whatever, the veggies or whatever you want. Those things you have to carry, but rest everything is available over here. Okay, that is what we call as platform as a service. And finally, software as a service, you can compare it like you're going into a restaurant and therein you're ordering something on the menu, pre-cooked item that is there, you're ordering it and they're delivering to you. If it is matching your taste, you can have it. If not, you will simply discard it or you will not order it. That's all. So that is what we call as software as a service. Okay. So with that example, I hope this particular area now would be clear. On-prem, IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Please confirm. Are we clear on this topic? Okay, done. So this part is clear. So let's continue on to other things now. So now they have given you some comparison between public, private, hybrid, cloud, and all that. And they are saying cloud is like, for example, renting. Okay, renting a car, right? So you can think of it like, for example, you're on a trip to, let's say, some location. So either you can go with your own car or specific to that requirement, you can rent from any of the options that's available for you. So a cloud computing environment is more or less comparable to a renting service, right? You can choose what you want. You can choose the timing, how long you want it. You can discard them at any time, right? All these flexibilities that is available on a rental facility, the same is applicable on cloud computing as well. So those comparisons and all you can go through as per your requirement later on. So now let's move on to what is Microsoft Azure and some basic details about Azure. We know Azure is coming from Microsoft. I don't have to tell you that. It's a cloud provider owned by Microsoft, which is providing you various cloud computing services falling into compute, storage, networking, and so on. It is established in February 1st, 2010. That is when they started. One of the widely recognized cloud computing platform. Cost effective, especially if you are using Windows-based resources, very cost effective. Multiple languages are supported on the platform. Almost all the important languages are supported. There are approximately 62 plus regions or 60 plus regions across the world with availability zone. What is a region? What is availability zone? Both of them we will discuss as we go forward. So you don't have to worry about that right now. As we go forward, you will be able to see them. Okay. So now let me show you a region map. So here is the one you can see now, right? So this is Microsoft Azure region map. So now when I talk about region, probably you would need to keep this thing also in mind. Which thing? I'll tell you. The hierarchy of Azure. Okay. So hierarchy of Azure in the sense, now you can see here, you have something called as, first of all, a geo. Geo means a geography, a larger area. That is what we call as a larger geographical unit, a geo. Then within that you have something called as region. In a region, you will have availability zones. Availability zones or data centers you will be having. Availability zones or data centers. Then within this data centers, you will have racks. Okay, racks. Within the racks, you will be having servers and then other various networking and other equipments and so on and so forth. Okay, so geography means a larger geographical area. For example, India is considered to be one larger geographical region or geographical area. And then Southeast Asia part is considered to be another geographical area. Europe is another geographical area. North America, South America, two different geographical area. Africa, one geographical area, Middle East, one geographical area, Australia, another geographical area. So each of them are considered to be separate, larger geographical areas now, larger geos now. Within these geos, you have regions. That is what you can see on this diagram. In each of these larger geographical units, you have regions. Regions are nothing but a place from where Azure operates from. So in a region, for example, here you can see in India, there are 3 different regions that you can see now: West India, Central India, and South India. Those are the names Azure will give to them. Okay, South India, Central India, and West India. So there are 3 regions in India. So in India, from 3 different locations, Azure is operating. That is the meaning of a region. A region is nothing but a place from where Azure is operating. These places are nothing but, for South India, it's actually Chennai. Central India is Pune, and West India is basically Mumbai. These are the 3 different locations that is available for you. So that being said, you have now within a region, you can have one data center, minimum one data center, and more than one data center. It is possible. In some cases, you will be having more than one data centers. If you have 3 data centers or more, minimum 3 data centers or more, then in that case, if Azure wants to, or if Microsoft wants to, they will enable something called as availability zone. They will enable availability zone feature. So if they enable availability zone, there will be 3 different zones or 3 different data centers now. You may call it as D1, data center 1, data center 2, and data center 3, which also can be referred to as AV zone 1, zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. What are these zone 1, zone 2, zone 3? The simple meaning of zone 1, zone 2, zone 3 is nothing but 3 different buildings. Building 1, building 2, building 3. So in Central India, in India location, in Central India, this availability zone feature is available. So therein, the point is minimum 3 different buildings will be available for you with 3 different data centers. Okay, zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. For what purpose it is, that we will discuss as we go forward later on. Done. So that we will discuss as we go forward. So now within this geo region availability zones or data centers, then inside these data centers, you will have the server racks, which I have shown you the picture earlier. Within each of these racks, you will be having multiple servers. So this is the hierarchy of Azure cloud computing environment, or in fact, pretty much all cloud service providers. The hierarchy would be same. The terms might be different. That's all. So let's move on over here. Let's come back over here. And what I wanted to show you here was that now I had to explain you about Microsoft Azure services, various Azure services or various services supported by Azure. So you can see here, the services can be primarily classified into compute related services, networking related services, storage related services, and database related services. Many categories you can have. Now, in each of them, you can have multiple further classifications as well. For example, under Azure services for compute, you have virtual machine service, function app, Azure app service, Kubernetes service. All this are coming under compute services. And if you go on to, let's say, networking service, you can see there are virtual networks, application gateway, DNS, CDN profile, and many more. Only some examples are given over here. Under storage, now you can see there are your storage account or blob, file, table, queue, data lake storage, data box services, and so on. Okay. And under database, you can see you have SQL database, Cosmos DB data factory, data lake analytics, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the classifications of the services provided by Azure. Not limited to these only. There are many other services also beyond these. Okay. So whatever some examples that they have given to you, and within these example, whatever relevant to our topic of discussion, we will learn them separately in our upcoming modules. Okay. So that's it. So that's pretty much it. And now we move on to Microsoft account, creating a Microsoft account. Many of you have gone through this already. Now, if at all you have not, you can go to azure.com. Just type azure.com. And when you type in azure.com, you can see here, there is one option called as try Azure for free. So click on try Azure for free. And then there are two options, pay as you go and start free. So click on the start free option. It will ask you to log in with your Microsoft account. So do that. Do log in with your Microsoft account. And once you log in, it will validate whether you are eligible for a free trial account or not. So if you are eligible for a free trial account, you can proceed with the creation. They will ask you a couple of details like your name, your company name, your address, your PAN card details, your credit or debit card details. You will have to pass on your credit or debit card details. And they will also deduct either 2 rupees or $2 from your credit or debit card, depending upon the region. And now make sure international transaction is enabled on your credit or debit card. Only then this would work. If not, it will not. Okay. Second thing is that you have to use a supported Visa or MasterCard. Only then it would work. If you have a RuPay card and all, then that's not supported for Azure free account. That's it. So you have to do that. And once it is done, you will have your account created, and whatever amount they debited, they will give it to you back in next 3 days or so. Plus finally, you will be getting $200 worth of credit on your free account. $200 worth of credit also you will be getting for 1 month period. Okay, that's it. So that is how you can make use of this Azure account. If there are any students over here with a college email ID, please let me know. Then I'll give you another option, which will give you $100 account for a year's time. If you have a valid university ID, then probably you can set up a Azure for Students account that will give you $100 for a year's time. This is valid only for 30 days. So you will have higher validity if you go with Azure for Students. But the amount that you get might be slightly lesser, but that is okay. Still, if you are able to manage it, you can think of it. So if there are any students with a proper student email, university provided mail address, just reach out to me separately. I will tell you how you can create a student account. Moving on.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is one potential benefit of cloud computing apart from its primary function? Here are your options. A. Reduce hardware maintenance cost. B. Faster internet browsing speed. C. Improved indoor air quality. And option C. Enhance physical fitness levels. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move on to our session.
So that's how setting up the account, you can do that. And if you have any doubts, you can come back to us regarding any doubt that you might be having with respect to setting up your account. Look at your company. If your company is mostly running on Windows environment, then 100% the best choice is to go with Azure itself, because you will have the highest cost saving with respect to Windows environment created in Azure platform. But that would not be the case with GCP or AWS. Second thing, whether you have Linux workload, not a problem. Look at what is your requirement. Okay. And your requirement, for example, is to deploy some website. Look at what are the features that you need. So compare the services, what type of service you will be able to use from GCP as well as from AWS as well as from Azure, which are the services offered for you for achieving your specific task. You have to analyze. Once you analyze it, you have to come to a conclusion which gives you the best value for money and the features that you are looking up. So once you have found out something matching with your requirement, you will go with that specific cloud computing environment. Don't ever think like every company has to stick with only one cloud service provider. That's not the case. Companies are going with multi-cloud setup now. I mean, setting up more than one cloud computing environment. So that is the way. So whatever you find more feasible to run on GCP, you will run it on GCP. Whatever you would find more feasible to run on Azure, you will run it on Azure. And the similar way for AWS as well. Okay, so that's it. So you could be using a combination of three, or specifically looking at your type of service that you have to deploy. You will decide whether to go with GCP or AWS or Azure. That's how you have to take a call. Okay, there is no predefined way of. Let's move on to different ways of accessing Microsoft Azure. Okay, so this is the next thing that we have to see. So once you are into a Azure cloud computing platform, so now we gradually moved on from our on-premises environment onto a cloud computing environment. And within this cloud computing environment, we set up a Azure account. And now this Azure account, how you will use them, how you can interact with Azure account. There are multiple ways. The three prominent ways with which you will interact with Azure platform is by using Azure portal. Azure portal being the most common option, because that is a graphical user interface, the most easiest option for anybody who wants to work with Azure platform. You will have a proper graphical user interface. So if you know how to move on the portal, then that would be more than enough. Now, apart from that, there are two command line options as well, not just one. There are two command line options. One is called as Azure PowerShell and another one is called as CLI, or sometimes we also call it as CLI bash, or you may call it as just bash as well. Okay, so you have PowerShell and then CLI bash or just bash or just CLI, all of them referring to the same thing, which we call as CLI, for example. Okay, so these are the ways with which you will be able to access or work with Azure account. So now you will see how you can access on each of these cases, how you can interact with Azure platform in each of these three cases now. First of all, let's do a walkthrough of Azure portal. So how do you go to Azure portal? The address for the Azure portal is nothing but portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com, that is the address to which you have to go with respect to Azure portal now. Now, once you are inside the Azure portal, like for example, when you type portal.azure.com, as I told you, you will be able to log in. You will have to provide your username and password with which you tried to log in earlier or tried to set up your Azure account. So using that, you will have to log into Azure portal. Once after you log into Azure portal, this is the home page that you will be getting, right? So this is the home page that you will be having with respect to Azure portal now. Within the Azure portal, first of all, when you click on this Microsoft Azure, that takes you to home. This itself is the home, so it won't go anywhere else. On the left-hand side, there is a small hamburger menu, right? So when you click on that hamburger menu, some of the quick access option will pop up, where you can go back home, you can go to the dashboard, the all services available through Azure, you can list them. Any a specific resource group, if you want to go, you can go to resource group. All resources will list out all the resources that you have, and so on and so forth. Various options are available from the hamburger menu. You can just go ahead and use it as a quick start or something like that. Then next thing that you would notice is that on top you have a search bar, right? On top you have a search bar. So on the search bar, now you can search for anything in Azure. When I say searching for anything in Azure, for example, any created resources, you might have created a VM, you might have created a storage account, app service. You can search for them. Or if you wanted to go to a specific service, even that also can be searched over here. For instance, if you wanted to go to storage account, you can just type storage accounts and then you will be able to see the storage account popping up. You click on it, it will take you to the storage account. So in this way, the search functionality will allow you to search for anything within Azure, and then you will be able to go to that particular service. Next to search button, now you have another option called as Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell. We'll come to this Cloud Shell later. Not right now. Let's not focus on this as of now. We'll come back to that in a short while. Then there is Directory plus Subscription, another button available. Directories plus Subscription. So what exactly directory plus subscription might not make sense right now. Again, let's keep it for later. And here next we have something called as a notification bar. So notification bar allows you to see the notifications that you have been receiving. For example, when you try to set up something, when you try to do a deployment, when you try to delete anything, in all these cases, these notifications will be popping up. So these notifications, to keep a track of them, to look at them, whether the activity has been completed, all that notifications will help you for that. Then there is your settings. Under settings, you have the various options are available. Like for example, you can change the appearance, right? How exactly Azure portal looks like. What is the color theme that you want, whether you want high contrast or not. Those things and all can be seen from here. Language, region related details. All this also can be configured from the settings page now. Next to settings page, there is a support plus troubleshooting. If you wanted to create a ticket with Microsoft, sometimes you might be facing some problem with your Azure platform and you wanted to, let's say, create a ticket with Microsoft, then in that case, you can click on this option, support plus troubleshooting, and then you can click on help and support if you need help from Microsoft. So help and support you click, and then thereafter it will ask you to create a new support request. So you can fill in all the details and submit the support request, in which case, according to the support agreement that you have, they'll be responding to you. Okay, so that is what we have with respect to help plus support. Now, apart from that, at the last, there is a feedback option. If you wanted to share some feedback with Microsoft, you could make use of this form. They will take it seriously. So whatever the feedback that you have about the Azure portal, you can just specify that over here and click on OK, submit feedback. That's it. Then finally, you have your account details over here. Whatever account that you logged in, you will be able to see from the top right-hand side, top corner, you will be able to see that. So these are the basic things that we have with respect to Azure portal now. And we have to now go ahead and see what is CLI PowerShell options also. Okay, so that's Azure portal. You log into portal.azure.com, and thereafter the initial things that you see that I have already explained to you now. Okay, so just give me a quick minute. Hold on. In between, if I go on mute for a quick minute or a quick second or so, you don't have to worry about it. That's possibly because I have got some cold today, and maybe I'm repeatedly sneezing and all that. So that could be one reason. So you don't have to panic. I'll be back again in another 1 minute or so maximum. Okay, that's it. So let's continue. So we have seen Azure portal now. So now what else we have is with respect to interacting with Azure portal is anyway easy. As I told you, there are 1 or 2 options which I have skipped over here. There is something called as Cloud Shell, and also there is something called as directories plus subscriptions, which I have skipped for now. I'll tell you both of them, what exactly it is now. Okay, but before that, remember just a couple of terminology I just want you to be introduced on to before we continue on to rest of the things. So for that, I'm just taking you on to whiteboard. I will explain you the things over there quickly and then come back to Azure portal and continue with the practicals. Remember, you have created an account, right? So for the first thing, when you are planning to start using Azure, whether you as an individual or you as a company, if you are planning to use Azure platform, then the first thing that you need is an account, right? I told you yesterday that you have to create the account. So you have to have an account created. That is the very first steps that you have to do in order to start using Azure. So you need an account. So having an account, is it enough for start using Azure? Not at all. Having an account is not enough. Along with the account, you need something called as a subscription. Remember, you need something called as a subscription. So now obvious question comes, okay, what is subscription? Subscription means what? Subscription means it's a billing agreement between you and Microsoft, right? So Microsoft is a cloud service provider over here. So of course you have to pay to Microsoft when you use Azure platform, correct? So now you are planning to use Azure platform. You will make use of their services, whatever the service that they provide to you. So when you do that, of course, you will have to pay for it. So you have to create an agreement between you and Microsoft, and that agreement is what we refer to as the subscription, right? The subscription that we have. It's the payment terms or payment agreement that you have between Microsoft and you. There are different types of subscription. For example, we have already created, we have already created a type of subscription called as free trial. Free trial is one type of subscription. There is another one called as pay as you go. Pay as you go. That's another type of subscription. Then you have, like for example, Visual Studio subscription one is available for the people who are developers who are having a Visual Studio license. They will get some Visual Studio sponsorship subscription. They will get with some limited amount of credit every month, so that they can use for their development practices and all that. So that we have. Then we have something called as what is that? Azure Student Subscription. Azure Student Subscription. Then we have something called as Pro Direct. Sorry, Pro Direct is, by the way, support. You have Enterprise Agreement, EA. Oops. You have EA subscription, Enterprise Agreement. EA means Enterprise Agreement. Okay, there is one more, that is CSP. CSP means Cloud Solution Partner. Okay, Cloud Solution Partner. Okay, so various type of subscriptions include free trial, pay as you go, Visual Studio sponsorship subscription, Azure for student subscription, EA Enterprise Agreement, CSP Cloud Solution Partner subscription. So CSP subscriptions are for people who are reselling Azure services. For example, you have a company who is a reseller of Microsoft products. So you are reselling the cloud computing services also to some third party. The companies who are doing this, the most prominent company who is doing this is Reddington, by the way. Probably you might have heard about, or some of you might be working in Reddington also, right? So Reddington is one company who are doing kind of resale. So they will have partner cloud solution partner subscription with them, CSP subscription with them, and they will resell it for their end clients. That's it. So billing and all will happen through Reddington in this case now. That's it. And of course, they will have a commission on that. And that is how that business model works. Now, enterprise agreements are direct Microsoft partners. I mean, for example, if my company is a direct partner to Microsoft, I can create an enterprise agreement with Microsoft. I will have my commitments and all that. Okay, I'll be using this many resources in Azure and all that. And with that, I will go with a enterprise agreement subscription. I'll get a better discount compared to your CSP subscriptions type. Okay, so in that way, with a better cost saving, with better discounts, you will be having enterprise agreement subscription for Microsoft direct partners. Then student is for the people who are learning. If you're a college student, if you have a valid college ID, we can get it activated. You just need to have the college email ID. That's all. So if you have it, you can activate the free account for students, which will give you $100 worth of credit, but for 365 days. That is for 1 year. Whereas your free trial account will give it for you just for how many days? For 1 month, 30 days only you will get, but $200 worth of credit you will be getting with respect to free trial. Pay as you go is normal pricing, generic pricing for all. You and me as an individual, or even small companies and all, they will be able to make use of pay as you go subscriptions as well. So these are the different types of subscription that is available for you. Anyways, so you need to have an account. You need to have a subscription or a billing agreement between Azure and EU, between Microsoft and EU. That is what we refer to as subscription. One question here, within one account, can we have more than one subscription? Yes or no? Can we have more than one subscription in one account? For example, you and me, we have an Azure account. So can we have more than one subscription within that? Of course, you can. So you are not limited to just one subscription. According to your requirement, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever the number of subscription that you want, you will be able to create it. That's not a problem. Okay, that's it. Maybe as someone was saying over here, based on the department wise or based on the business logic, based on the project, in all this scenario, you can create multiple subscriptions and you will be able to use them. Okay, that's it. Wherever you want to segregate the billing, you can create a separate subscription for that. That's all. Now, one question here, why someone goes to CSP rather than direct? Any advantages in CSP or shortcomings in direct? See, you and me directly will not get enterprise agreement. Okay, directly, most of the companies wouldn't be able to get a enterprise agreement subscription. If that was the case, easily every company would have gone for enterprise agreement itself instead of going for CSP or pay as you go and all that, right? So you have to have certain business commitments with Microsoft, and you have to be someone who is having a partnership with Microsoft in terms of purchasing their license, in terms of consuming Microsoft Azure services. They will look at what is the business volume that you're bringing for the company, how many people are there in your company, what is the strength of the company. All these aspects will be considered, and only then they will suggest you or they will give you a enterprise agreement subscription. So for you to qualify to become EA, there is certain amount of business that you have to do with Microsoft. So if that's not there, they're not going to give you EA. Then what is the option for you? That is CSP itself, right? Cloud Solution Partner. And any other subscription type like pay as you go and all will cost you more than CSP. Okay, so that's it. So now this CSP subscription, when we go through Cloud Solution Partner, will they also provide support and troubleshooting assistance? Of course, yes. I told you about Redington. So if you are going through Redington, for instance, your company is taking a CSP subscription through Redington or any other similar company, of course, the support people from this company will be there to help you. And if they are not able to sort it out, they may take from Microsoft support team later on. Okay, so both of them can happen. So both of them will be there to support you in such cases. That's all. So you understood now, having an account is not enough to use Azure. You have to have a subscription, various type of subscription we have seen. So anyway, let's say you logged into your account. Let's come back to Azure account. So here in this account, now you can type on top of the search bar, you can type subscriptions, and you will be able to see whatever the subscriptions currently that you have. Most of you, in your case, you will be having a free trial account called as Azure Account 1 or maybe free trial. The name can be either Azure Account 1 or it could be free trial. So such and such, you will be having an account already available for you if you have created the free trial. Or if you have created a pay as you go, of course, you will have a pay as you go subscription, which you can rename according to your requirement if you want to. For example, you can see I have multiple subscription and I have the option to rename them. Like I select any one of them and you will be able to rename them. Right? You can see I'm selecting this one and here is the rename one, the rename. Anyway, what if I wanted to add one extra subscription? Then in that case, I can click on add over here. They will ask you to, or they will check your offer eligibility. What are your eligibility? Which subscription you can go with? So that they will look it up and they will give you the option. So you can see you can go with free trial. A pay as you go can be created. If you want to, you can activate Azure for students. All this you will be able to see. Then apart from that, there is some Azure Pass option also, like sponsorship. I think this they have somewhat discontinued. They're not issuing any new passes. Like for example, earlier for our practice and all, we could use this Azure Pass. So if you are able to purchase a pass, using that pass, you could activate an Azure subscription and then use it till that amount within the pass gets over. Okay, so that was one possibility, but they are not issuing the passes anymore. Visual Studio Enterprise and so on, various support Azure for Student Starter, Azure in Open, Microsoft Partner Network, MPN, and so on and so forth. Various options are available for you. Okay, that's it. So you could go ahead and buy any type of subscription which matches with you. But mostly from us individuals, you will be going with either a free trial or a pay as you go. If you are a student, then you can create Azure for students. If any of you have a college provided mail ID, your university mail ID, and you are a student, then in that case, reach out to me separately. I'll guide you how you can create a Azure for Students account. So that can be utilized for, practices for up to 1 year with $100 worth of credit. So if at all there are any students with access to college mail ID, you can let me know. I'll tell you how you can activate it. That's it. So we understood the subscription part. So we have an account, shadilnk7@hotmail account. That's a Microsoft account with which I have signed up for Azure. Within that, I have multiple subscriptions. Now, under a subscription now, before you get started with creating resources, or if you wanted to create anything in Azure platform, so I told you need an account, you need a subscription. Now therein, you have to have, after subscription, you have to have something called as a resource group. You have to create a resource group or RG, or in short, I will just write it as RG. Okay, so you have to have a resource group. Within each of this resource group, you will be having multiple resources. Multiple resources. What is a resource? For example, when you create a virtual machine in Azure, that is a resource. When you create a storage account in Azure, that is a resource. When you create an app service in Azure, that is a resource. When you create a Kubernetes platform in Azure, that is a resource. And whatever you're creating in Azure can be considered as a resources. So these resources, for example, multiple VMs, multiple storage accounts, etc. When you create them, you have to logically group them into something what we refer to as a resource group. You have to group them into something called as a resource group now. Okay, so this resource group is a logical grouping of your resources. What is the use of this? For what purpose we need a resource group? A resource group is, as I told you, a logical grouping of your resources. Mostly project-wise grouping and all you can do at the resource group level. For instance, there is one company called as Fabricam. That's your company. Let's take it as. So this Fabricam company that you have, they are setting up something called as, maybe for multiple clients, they are setting up environment in Azure. For maybe more than one client, 2 client, 3 client, whatever it may be. So for them, these Fabricam company is setting up infrastructure within Azure now. So each of them, they would require some VMs. Each of these projects would require some VMs and storage accounts and various other resources, right? So what you can do is you can create 2 groups. One, you can call it as project 1 resource group. Another one, you can call it as project 2 resource group. And whatever resources coming under project 1, you place all of them onto the first resource group. And whatever resources coming under the second project, you place it onto the second resource group. So in this way, logically, you can group them so that it will be easy for you to identify, okay, what belongs to project 1 and what belongs to project 2. So that logical grouping or that organization, we do it at the resource group level. So once again, you have to have an account. You need a subscription. Within a subscription, you have to create a resource group. Within a resource group, that is where your resources will be placed. Okay. So once you create a resource group within Azure, you cannot change the name of it. Once it is created, it is created. That's it. So you can see here in Azure portal, now I have an option to go to resource groups. So I click on a resource group option. I can create a new logical grouping called as a resource group. So you will have to specify this resource group goes on to which subscription. So I'm saying this resource group will be part of a subscription called as Shadil's training, for instance. So then you have to give a name for the resource group. I'm just calling it as demo RG. Here we are showing some demos and all that. So I'm just calling it as demo RG. You could make it as project 1 RG, project 2 RG, or whatever the name that makes sense to you. Accordingly, you can give it for the resource group. Then you have to choose a location for the resource group, even though it's not something relevant. The location doesn't have any significance over here, but still you need to choose a location for the resource group. I'm looking for Central India. Central. Here is Central India. So I'll select Central India. Then I'll say next and say just review plus create. As I told, it's only a logical thing. There is nothing physical about resource groups. If you have just created an empty resource group that don't cost you anything. For example, I created a resource group right now. Do we have anything within this demo RG resource group? Nothing is there. It is just empty. Do I have to pay for it? you don't have to. It's a resource group which doesn't have anything. We pay only for the resources. We don't pay for the resource group. A resource group is something illogical grouping. There is nothing physical to represent it. Okay, that's it. And as I told you, you cannot change the name of a resource group once it is created. If it's created, it's created. If you want to change it, you will have to delete it and recreate it. Now, let's say if you have some 2 VMs within this resource group now, and you delete the resource group, then what happens? Everything within the resource group, including the resource group object itself, will be completely deleted. So that is the thing that we have with respect to the various properties of resource group. And also, a resource that you have within a resource group can be moved onto another resource group. So for example, you have 2 resource group. One is demo RG, another one is demo 2 RG. So the resources that you have in one resource group, that can be moved on to another resource group if you want to. That is a supported scenario. Okay, that's it. So those are the things that we have with respect to resource group. And also you can give permissions at the resource group level. I told you about project 1 and project 2 earlier, correct? So if you're working on project 1 and project 2, now let's say, for example, in your company, they are working on 2 projects as we discussed, and one project is handled by a group of people. Project 2 is handled by another group of people, correct? So now what you can do, you can give permission for the respective groups of people on respective resource group. That is also a possible scenario with respect to resource group. Now, you don't have to individually go to all the storage account, all the VMs, and so on and so forth. No, you can directly do it at the resource group level. So whoever is working on project 1, you give them access on project 1 resource group level, so that they will automatically get access to all the resources within project 1 RG. Okay, so these are some of the features that we have with respect to resource group, just to be aware of. That's all. So now you can create a resource group from the resource group section, and within resource group, now you can start deploying your resources. So once again, going back to the hierarchy, you have an account, Azure account. You will have a subscription, various type of subscription. Within a subscription, you will have a resource group. Within the resource group, you will be having the resources created. We haven't created any resources yet. We will do that as we go forward. Okay, that's it. There is some question about management group. Management group, we will have it discussed later on. I'll tell you what is management group later on. So let's go to cost analysis. Okay, so I think they are giving you the option to view based on resource groups. Yes, it is there. Okay, so you can see based on, for example, demo RG. Typically, I use a resource group called as demo RG only. So for that demo RG, how much is the cost? Approximately that has been accumulated. So at the resource group level, how much it has costed? Yes, there is a way you can see that by going on to cost management. Okay, so that is possible. Moving on. And if we move RG resource group to a different subscription, any downtime for resources will be there? No, there will not be any downtime. But again, any move activity and all which you are doing, it's always recommended to do during a maintenance window. Maintenance window in the sense, you notify your customers about this activity that you're planning to do, and make sure least utilization. Most of the people are not using it. You have to make sure that, okay, most of the people are not using the environment, and then do this kind of activity. That is what the recommended approach. Resource group and host pool, is that same? No, they are not same. Why it is showing some cost for demo RG? Because I have been conducting classes already this month, previous month, etc. I have been conducting classes. So in all those scenarios, I was using same resource group name, demo RG itself. Okay, and that is why you're already seeing some pricing for demo RG over there. That's it. So I hope the questions with respect to your resource group would have been cleared now. And let's move on to the other topics now. Okay, so Azure portal walkthrough we have done. We have discussed on subscriptions. We have discussed on resource groups, resources, etc. I'll just tell you about management groups as well. And then we can move on to explain you what is PowerShell and CLI. So let me take you on to a whiteboard to explain what is a management group. Okay, so management group. So here in this diagram, I specified account and then subscription directly. But from account, before going on to subscription, you can have one example called as, or you can have another grouping called as your management group. Okay, so management group is nothing but grouping of multiple subscriptions. Let me show you one diagram over here. So if I take you back onto Intellipaat folder, just a second. So let's say your company has multiple branch offices now. Okay, it's a company who has who is operating from different locations. So you have some different branch offices. So in each of these branch offices, you will be using multiple subscriptions, right? For Azure, for creating resource and so on and so forth. So now what you will do, you will need to organize all these subscriptions effectively and apply sometimes organization-wide policy. When I say policy, remember in Azure, there is a separate concept called as policy itself, which we will discuss later on. Not right now, we'll talk about something called as a policy in Azure. Okay, so these policies will help you to have some controls in place for your Azure platform. So you can apply these policies at the organizational level so that everybody, the entire different branches, for all of them, these policies can get affected. And also you can define permissions at the at the top level, at the organizational level. You can define the permissions, or maybe at lower layer also you can define the permissions now. So to do all this effectively, especially when you have multiple subscriptions, you use a concept called as management group. So what happens when you onboard management group is that you will create a root management group first of all. And within that management group, now you can create groups like another child management groups, like maybe Canada office, and then maybe India office, Australia office, and so on. And then in each of this office, you can have their respective subscription. Or there itself, if you want to classify that, okay, HR department. And for HR department, there are 2 subscriptions. So in this way and all, you can logically group them. So you can create a root management group. Within root, you can have child management group. Under child, you can have again another child management group, or you can have subscriptions directly. Okay, including root also directly you can have subscription. So what is the use of this? Let's say, let me ask you one question now. As I told you, if you apply a organization-wide policy at the root management group, will it be applicable for your entire company? Yes or no? Will it be applicable for your all offices, all subscriptions that you have within all these offices? Will it be applicable for all of them if you apply a policy at the root management group level? For example, you created a policy saying, okay, nobody should be creating storage account, right? You're creating a policy saying no one should be able to create storage account. And this policy you applied at the root management group level. Then it will be applied to each and every subscription that you have across all different child management groups and all that. Okay, so that is the thing that we'll be having. Now, specifically, you can apply policies at individual child management groups or directly at subscription level and all. You can just apply policies. So management group is a concept which will help you to logically group your subscriptions and effectively apply organization-wide policy. If you go back to Azure portal, here is the management group option. Let me take you to management group. Right? Here is the management group option. So you need to onboard the management group level. First of all, when you get started, you will have an option to onboard. Right now I have done onboarding already. And when you onboard, a tenant root group will be created for you. And whatever subscriptions currently that you have, everything will come under the tenant root group. So if I have 5 subscriptions, all 5 of them will come under the tenant root group. Then under tenant root group, I'll be able to create multiple child group now. Okay, for example, I can specify a management group ID over here and a management group display name I'll specify. I'll click on submit. I will have a management group created, something like this. Then I can expand the management group. Within the management group, I'll be able to specify, okay, whether I want to create a subscription or whether I want to add a subscription, etc. All that I'll be able to do. You can see I've already classified some of the subscriptions onto this development management group. If you want to, you can click on more subscription, or if you want to create a child management group, you can click on create. Okay, so either of that you can do it. That's it. So let's quickly come back to management groups once again. And maybe if I want to move these 3 subscriptions which are part of tenant root now, let's say for example, I want to move this MS Brains subscription onto IT management group. How do I do that? You can click on the 3 dots, click on move, and specify to which management group you want to send it. So IT management group, and click on save. That's it. So in this way, I can move the management group's membership for my subscriptions as per my requirement. Okay, that's it. So that should give you a clarity as to what is management groups and so on, especially used for applying organization-wide policies and permissions. That is what we have with respect to management group. One question, management group, is it chargeable if I create? No, there is no separate charge for management group. Now, can you rename the child management group? Once it is created, no, you cannot. Can I have multiple tenant root group under one management group? See, under management group, you can have only one tenant root. That's all. You cannot have more than one tenant root. That's not possible. Only one tenant root management group under one account. That's all, not more than one. And ALS single account can have single management group. What is this ALS single account? Bharat, please let me know that. What is ALS single account can have single management group? I'm not clear. Okay. Also single account can have single management group. Yes, possible. And even it's not necessary that you have to onboard management group itself, right? If you're just leaving it, no problem. If you're onboarding it, you will have a root management group and leave it as it is. Not a problem. Either way, you can do it. Can a subscription be part of 2 management group? Not possible. Okay. One subscription will be part of one management group only at a time. What are the access on management group? That we will discuss when we move on to Azure Active Directory. Not right now. Is a tree view available for management group? That is exactly what you're seeing from management group itself. Only this view is available. There are no other separate views that has been given to you. This view will be available. That's all. But from that itself, you will be able to make out which belongs to where easily. Can we use same subscription for different management group? It's the same question getting repeated. Answer is no. Is this like IAM groups in AWS? No, IAM groups are Azure Active Directory groups or Microsoft Entra ID groups. So that we will see later on separately. I don't know what is the equivalent of management group within AWS. I'm not even sure whether they have one or not. Okay. Anyways, moving on. So there is no cost for creating RMG and child management group. It costs only according to subscriptions. What is RMG, Maunika? So there is no cost for creating RMG. Are you saying resource group and child management group? If yes, for empty resource group, there is no charge. For management group or child management group, there is no charge. For root management group, there is no charge. It's all just management, logical concepts. There is nothing physical for that. That's it. One question, if we have many management groups and multiple subscriptions, can we restrict the users to have access and visibility? What is that? If we have many management groups and multiple subscriptions, okay. So you have, let's say, for example, 10 management groups. In each of management group, let's say you have five subscriptions. Done. Can we restrict the users to have access and visibility? See, you are confusing things. Having restrictions for users to see the resources or to work with the resources, all those things you will do with Active Directory. This has got nothing to do with your access to individual resources. That's not what it is. It is only for applying policies at the subscription level. Okay, policies and certain permissions, which as I told you later, we will as I told you earlier, we will see that later on, how you can assign some permissions at the management group level. So this has nothing got to do with, the resources that you have or giving access for individual users and all that. Those things we will use Azure Active Directory. Through that, you will use something called as RBAC, role-based access control, and that is how you will give the permission. That we will see as we go forward. Okay, so Anusha, you will get some clarity on this as we move forward. Okay, nothing to worry for now. And is there any limitation for creating management group? Of course, there will be some limitations for management group. What exactly are the limits? For example, how many management groups you can have per account? Those details I'll share you later on. I'll have it recorded in the reference document. Okay, that's it. Just a quick second, guys. See, when we look at the people who are working in IT industry, there are people who is coming from Windows platform background, and there are people who is coming from a Linux background. So when both of these people meet in Azure platform, now for the Windows people, it would be easy to use PowerShell because they have already worked with PowerShell with their Windows operating system. So they will be able to easily use PowerShell and execute various things on Azure. On the other hand, the people who are coming from a Linux background, they wouldn't have much of a clue about PowerShell commands, but rather they will have exposure onto the Linux terminal, which is similar to Bash, right? So now for them, something similar looking commands, something looking similar to Linux command, that is what you will be having with CLI Bash command. So both of them are available for you from Azure. According to your requirement, you could be using either of them. Both of them would be able to the same thing. Even for that matter, your Azure portal also will be able to do the same thing. That's all. Let's go ahead and see how you will use these command line options, which is CLI and PowerShell. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to enable that. So let's say, for instance, we go on to Cloud Shell. So you click on the Cloud Shell button. The moment you click on the Cloud Shell button, a new pop-up window will come down. So that will allow you to create this CLI or PowerShell option for you. So what it basically does, or what Azure has done, is nothing but they are giving you an interactive shell through which you will be able to execute either PowerShell commands or CLI commands. But there is a requirement for this. The requirement is nothing but you have to provide a storage account. It needs to have a storage account. A storage account is nothing but in Azure, a place to store data. In Azure, a place to store data, that is what we call as a storage account. So you have to create a storage account for your CLI bash command to work. A mount point has to be created. So that is what it is saying. No storage mounted, and we are not able to start. So the moment you specify a storage account, or when you click on create storage button, it will go and create a storage account in your selected subscription. You can also see there is a subscription getting highlighted, right? So you can select your appropriate subscription and then say create storage. Then within that subscription, they will go and create a storage for you. And after that, the CLI bash or the Cloud Shell will get enabled. So let's go ahead and select the subscription. Let's say, for instance, I'm just changing it to my relevant subscription and then click on create storage. So you can see it is creating a storage now. Once it is created, it will automatically take you on to the Cloud Shell interactive window. So therein you will be able to choose between CLI bash or PowerShell options and then run the respective commands. Let's wait for that. So you can see now our Cloud Shell got started, and it is currently on the bash command or CLI command. And you could switch between bash and CLI as I told you. It's just a matter of selecting from here, change from bash to PowerShell if you want to. That's all what you have to do. And then you will be able to execute PowerShell commands. So let's go to PowerShell first. We will do some example in PowerShell, and then we'll go back to CLI bash. Okay. So PowerShell is getting started now. So you can see here now, the PowerShell has come up. So I'll be able to execute the PowerShell commands over here. So for instance, if you wanted to see the list of subscription that you have, in my case, I have more than one subscription. So to see the list of subscription, I can go ahead and execute a command, get -az subscription. Remember, PowerShell has IntelliSense. IntelliSense in the sense, by the time you type the command, it will automatically fill it up. So you just have to press tab and the command will be filled for you and then you can use it. So that makes it much more easier. Anyway, you can enter this command, get -az subscription, and that will show you the subscriptions that is available under your account and whether their status, whether it is enabled or not, and what is the subscription ID, the unique identifier for subscription. All those things you will be able to see here now. So you can see that. So now what else you would do here is that you can select a subscription from here if you want to. For example, I'm going to create some resource group and all that. So when I execute the command for creating resource group, in which subscription it has to get created. So I need to select a subscription for that. To select a subscription, I'll use a command called as set-az context, set-az context. And then I would specify subscription, and then you have to copy paste the subscription ID. So just clear this my subscription, and I'm just either you can give the name of the subscription or you can give the subscription ID. Either of them is just fine. So I'm going to give the subscription ID in this case. Tenant part, that is not required. So you can just press enter now. So set-az context dash subscription and the subscription ID. So now our subscription is selected. You can see Shadil's training has been selected. And now any command that you're executing in this window, that will happen against Shadil's training. That's the point that we have here. So let's go ahead and create a resource group now. How do you create a resource group? To create a resource group, you can use symbol command, new hyphen. Anything to be created newly, you will use new hyphen az. Anything to get the details about, you say get -az, get -az. Anything to remove, you say remove -az, remove -az. So these all are the ways how the commands will be coming up. So you have to get acquainted with this so that as you go forward, you will be able to master the commands as well. Anyways, so I'm specifying new -az. What I want to create, I want to create a resource group. So I can say new -az resource group, name of the resource group, location. So I would say the resource group name is nothing but, I'm calling it as PowerShell RG. Location Central US. I would change it to Central India. And tag I'm not adding, just give enter. So you can see a PowerShell RG in Central India location has been created now. You can validate that by going on to resource group. So if you click on resource groups now, you will be able to see that. Maybe if not, you will have to just refresh it and it will just come up. You can see PowerShell RG just came up. Okay, so this is the way how you will create a resource group within PowerShell. Now, if I want to, I can remove that resource group. I just need to execute the command remove -az resource group. So in that case, I have to pass on the name as well. What is the name of the resource group, and then it will get deleted. Okay, so in that way, I can work with the PowerShell commands. That's it. So some of the examples we have seen on PowerShell right now. Okay, so a couple of questions over here. How would we know all the commands in PowerShell? You don't have to by heart all the commands. Nobody is expecting you to completely by heart all the commands. As I told you, learn the basic structure. Whenever you create something within Azure by using commands, new -az. New -az, what do you want to create? Resource group. So then new -az resource group. Then what do you want to create? Another example, a VM. So new -az VM. If you want to create a storage account, new -az storage account. So in this way, the commands you can easily guess it. If you want to remove -az storage account, remove -az VM, remove -az virtual network, remove -az app service, and so on and so forth. And then if you want to get some details about a resource, get -az storage account, get-az VM, get-az whatever the service that you want. So in this way, PowerShell commands are pretty easy to be remembered. Okay, but anyway, that will come up gradually as you go forward. There is nothing to worry right now. You're getting introduced onto this. So immediately, having to, or you wouldn't be able to grasp everything all in one go. So, but as you go forward, once you get used to with all this, once you get acquainted with all this, you will be learning more and more command. But any command that you want, you will be always be able to look it up as per your requirement. Okay, that's it. Now, how would you change the username? We are not discussing anything related to user or username. You can rephrase the question if it was something else. Please repeat the resource group creating command. New -az resource group. Don't worry. All these commands will be shared with you. Okay, nothing to worry. All these commands will be shared with you. New -az resource group is the command for creating a new resource group. What if you want to try these command in Windows PowerShell? I'll tell you how you can do it on Windows PowerShell. I'll tell you. Subscription ID is taken from subscription option in portal. If you run get-az subscription, it will show you the subscription ID here itself. You don't have to go to the subscription tab. Just enter get-az subscription. Subscription ID is shown over here itself. Okay. What is the key used to select the IntelliSense word? So on your keyboard, there are 4 arrow keys, right? One is up, one is down, one is right, and one is left. So when the IntelliSense is being shown automatically, you press the right arrow and it will automatically fill. IntelliSense will come on automatically as you type. So if you find the command to be relevant, you can just press the right hand side arrow. The entire command will be filled up for you. I mean, how Windows PowerShell will get to know about the Azure account subscription? If I hit get-az subscription, we'll address that question in a short time. Okay. We are going there only. How all these things will be set up on your Windows machine and how this PowerShell is knowing about all these commands, we will see in a short while. Is there a documentation available for PowerShell commands? Yes, it is available. For everything, clear-cut documentation is available. In which situation we need to use CLI as it is tough to use? I mean, we would need to remember commands. See, in either case, I'm repeating my point. You don't have to by heart and remember the commands. Not at all. You can look it up. Always, every company provides you with a laptop and a desktop which has internet access. Nobody is blocking you from looking it up online. You always have the option to look it up. You don't have to by heart anything. You just have to know the usage, how you will effectively use this command. And some tweaks and all you will have to do. That's all. That's what you have to have the ability, and also the ability to find the commands by Googling. That also has to be there. That's all. Top of PowerShell only, we set context variable. Yes, context only has to be set once. After that, any command that you're executing in this PowerShell window will go on to the subscription which you specified in the context. Will you be telling equivalent Linux commands? Yes, we will look through CLI commands as well. We are going there in a short while. And is it mandatory to provide the location while creating any resource group? Yes, it is mandatory. How many management groups support in a single directory? I told you the limits about that. I'll fetch it later on and give you. I'm not marking your question as answered. I will leave it there. I will have the answer for that question later on. What is name and location? Where did you see name and location, Basavaraj? Probably it was while creating a resource group. While creating a resource group, you have to specify a name for the resource group and in which region the resource group will be created. That also needs to be selected. So that is why we are giving name hyphen a location. Can you let us know how much will MS will charge for PowerShell? There is no charge for PowerShell as is. You will be getting charged for the storage account. Remember, while setting up this Cloud Shell, there was a storage account created. For that storage account, there would be a slight charge. But again, even that is not something very large amount. It's negligible amount only. Are we going to use VM to create Windows machine and there will be using PowerShell command? Okay, we'll be creating VMs and all. So I can explain you how you can create a VM with PowerShell as we go forward. Okay, that's it. Just a second, guys. Hold on. Saurabh, I think you are trying to share some notes in the class, which I would appreciate. So what you need to do, instead of sending it to host and panelist, if you want it to go to all participants, while sending the message, change to everyone and then send. So others also, if they want to take a note of your notes, they can do that. Okay, that's it. So make sure you are sent to everyone instead of sending to host and panelist. Or if it was purposefully sent to me, then fine. But I don't understand what is the purpose of sending it to me. The notes, by the way, I don't know. Anyway, you can clarify what exactly it is. Anyways, moving on. Just a minute. Okay, one question is PowerShell only compatible with Windows? Not really. PowerShell is available for Linux as well as Mac OS. PowerShell 7 is available on both the platforms. Okay, so it's not Windows specific. And now let's switch over to CLI Bash. So from PowerShell, I will change it on to Bash. Okay, so here now you have moved on to Bash. Okay, so within Bash, now let's say the commands would be slightly different. The way how the commands are given and the structure of the commands, the syntax, everything is different when you move on to CLI. It is more or less like, similar to the Linux commands that you typically use. So first of all, as I did earlier, you need to see which are the subscription that we have. So I will use a command, AZ account list. So when I type this AZ account list, it will show me a list of subscription that currently I have access to. The way how it is shown also will be slightly different. You can see, for example, it is giving you more details, right? You can see Shadil's training, that is a subscription name, subscription ID, all these aspects you will be able to see from here. Now from this, I want to select a subscription. So what do? I copy the subscription command, subscription ID, and then I use the command AZ account set, AZ account set. And so you can see AZ account set -- subscription, and you need to specify the subscription ID. You can give it like AZ account set -- subscription, and you have to specify the subscription ID and give enter. So you can see the subscription has been selected now. Now, as I told you earlier, you want to create a resource group. So how do you create a resource group? AZ group create, AZ group create -- name of the resource group. I'm going to call it as CLI RG, and then -- location, in which region you want this to be created. So I'm saying Central India, and that's it. I can give enter. So that will go ahead and create a resource group within Central India location with the name CLI RG. That's it. So this is how you interact with CLI or PowerShell. So if you go back to Azure portal now, if you minimize this and refresh your resource groups, you are able to see CLI RG as well created under Shadil's training itself. Okay, that's it. Okay, so I think so far, then to select one specific subscription from here, you have to use the command like AZ account set, AZ account set -- the subscription and the subscription ID. So you say AZ account set -- subscription base, subscription space, subscription ID. And when you enter it, the subscription will be selected. Now, next is that you want to create a resource group. So you can say AZ group create, AZ group create -- name of the resource group -- location where you're creating, the region where you're creating, and then Central India. So once you enter that command, it will go ahead and create the resource group, okay, within or using CLI command. And then what other command I have used? That's all what it is. That's all what I have used. Just 2-3 commands over here. Okay, that's it. So I hope that gives you a clarity now. Can you run something like AZ group -- help? Yes, possible. Okay. So for example, AZ group -- help, if I run, it will show you the help. So there you can see AZ group, manage resource group and template deployments. Then within that, what are the subcommands? So AZ group create, it will create a new resource group. AZ group delete, it will delete a resource group, and so on and so forth. It will show you all the possible options that is available for you. That also you can make use of. Any commands you know partially, you don't know rest of it. What you need to do is just type --help and it will show you complete options. Is this required to be perfect in both the partial and bash commands? Anything one is fine. You don't necessarily have to be an expert on this on the starting itself. And even that is not possible also. This is something which you will gain from experience. You have to know, or you have to be aware of the ways of doing it. You have to do a couple of practices. You should have certain level of understanding, but being an expert right now, remembering all the commands and all that, even I don't remember all the commands. I look it up when I need it. I know how to fetch the command, how to find the command that I need for any purpose. That's all what we have to worry about. That skill, if you have, it's nothing but basic Google searching skills. If you have that, you will be able to find the appropriate commands easily without any problem. Okay, nobody has to completely by heart any of this. Under what situations we go for CLI or partial, as we can do everything using GUI when automation comes into the picture. Okay, when automation is coming into the picture, you will need to use either PowerShell or CLI. And sometimes when you want to do things faster, instead of clicking through various options and all that, you can execute the PowerShell script or commands. That's it. For creating multiple free accounts, not possible. They will block it. Okay, they will say you're not eligible. So you will have to use a different Microsoft account with a different credit card if at all you wanted to set up a free trial for second time. That's all. You will teach all from CLI, PowerShell, or from the portal. Mostly from portal, but we will have some examples with respect to CLI, PowerShell as well, wherever required. What does this message mean? Storage file share subscription is not registered to Microsoft.Cloud Shell namespace. Please follow the instructions to register. In future, unregistered subscriptions will have restricted access to Cloud Shell service. So I'll tell you why. So remember, I have to discuss another topic only, then you will have a clarity on this. There is a concept called as resource providers within Azure. Okay, resource providers. So for this Cloud Shell also, there is a resource provider. So these resource provider needs to be registered for your subscription. Only then you will be able to use the Cloud Shell. To fix that problem, what you have to do, just go to that subscription which you have, that free trial subscription. And then therein you go on to left-hand side. There is one section called as resource providers. Go to resource providers and therein search for Microsoft.Cloud Shell. Microsoft Cloud Shell. So you can see Microsoft.Cloud Shell. So this Microsoft.Cloud Shell should be registered. If it is not registered, here you will see on top one option called as register or re-register. Click on it, your issue will be sorted. That's all. Okay, that is what you have to do with respect to the problem that you're facing, Sangeeta. What is this resource providers? We'll have a discussion later on. So the next thing that we wanted to see is setting up these Azure PowerShell or CLI on your local machine. Let's say you have a Windows machine or Linux machine or Mac OS. So in this, how do you set up these commands? Sometimes, yes, you can go to Azure portal and do things from Azure portal. That is okay. I mean, graphically you can do, or if you want command line is accessible from Azure portal itself. But on the other hand, directly you can fire up the command line utilities that is available in your laptop, and therein you will be able to execute the commands. For that, you have to prepare your laptop. So let's say I have a Windows laptop in this case. Within this Windows laptop, this Windows operating system comes pre-installed with PowerShell. That most of you, if you have worked on administration, you would know that, right? It's already enabled with PowerShell. So that PowerShell can be utilized. So here, if you look at it, I would always recommend that you go to Start and then go to PowerShell, type PowerShell, and then go for Windows PowerShell ISE. right click and say run as admin. Okay, Windows PowerShell ISE, run as admin, and then start the PowerShell. And there and now, before executing any commands relevant to Azure, this guy, this PowerShell, he doesn't know anything about Azure. What is Azure? He may ask you. Okay, so while he was created or he was embedded this to Windows platform, to this Windows environment, he didn't have anything which is referring to Azure. So there is no modules. We call it as a module. PowerShell works on the basis of modules. So for each and every service that you want with Azure, PowerShell has to interact with, you will create a module for that. Okay. For example, PowerShell has SQL modules. So that SQL management can be done through PowerShell. Similarly, PowerShell has Azure modules as well. So these module has to be installed on this machine, onto this PowerShell. So once it is installed, now PowerShell will start recognizing Azure commands. So what I have done is I have created one file, and that file is available within your OneDrive also. All of you have to go through that file and set up your Azure module on your local machine. Complete instructions has been given on that. You should not be having any problem. So if you go through that file, you will get a clarity as to how to install your AZ module. Okay, let me just open up the file. This is not the correct file. Install AZ module self. This is the file. Okay, so you just have to clearly read through and act according to what it says. So it says, start from line number 1. Below steps allows you to set up Azure PowerShell on your Windows laptop. Steps for Mac at the end of the file. Now you can see line number 5. Step 1. Always start PowerShell ISE, run as administrator. So looking at the instruction, you will start PowerShell ISE, run as administrator. Step 2, validate PowerShell version is above 5. How do you validate if it is version above 5 or not? That is why you have given another command in line number 9, which says $PS version table. So this PS version table command, if you execute, it will show you what is the version of PowerShell. So it is 5.1 in my case. If you have 5.1 or if you have anything above 5, then it is absolutely fine. No problem at all. And that is what exactly we have written. If PowerShell version is above 5, proceed to next steps. If not, install latest PowerShell by going to the link below. Either you can go to this link and get the PowerShell update and have it installed, or you can install PowerShell 7. This PowerShell 7 is available on Windows machine as well as Mac OS as well as Linux. So on any of them, you can install this PowerShell 7 and start using PowerShell commands. Okay, you can get it from this particular link. And then you have to enable something called as script execution policy within your PowerShell. Just a second. So next step is that you have to, if the PowerShell version is less than 5, then you have to set up a PowerShell 7, or you have to update to 5.1 or so. And the links has been given. In step number 4, execution policy needs to be changed. Why execution policy needs to be changed? By default, Windows operating systems will prevent you from executing any commands over here, or commands or scripts over here. Now, for us to proceed, that behavior needs to be changed. So that is where we have to work around with this execution policy, or the policy which will restrict the execution of script. You need to modify that, and then you have to set -execution policy. You have to make it as remote signed. Remote signed means you will allow the scripts which are remotely signed to be executed on this. So that is what execution policy remote signed basically means. So I'll have it selected, and then once.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is multi-factor authentication MFA in Azure used for? Your options are A. Managing virtual machines, B. Securing user logins with additional verifications, option C. Creating database backups, and lastly option D. Optimizing network bandwidth. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move back to our session.
So after that, the execution policy will change, and thereafter I can proceed to the next step. The next step is nothing but installing the module. So this is where we are installing the module on line number 29 command. The command clearly says, okay, you can go and install. So that says install -module. You have to install a module onto this PowerShell, which is nothing but of name, AZ, and then dash allow clobber. Allow clobber is something, if you want to, you can avoid it, not necessary. Allow clobber is basically used for suppressing any warning, in the sense if you already have a installed AZ module. In your case, mostly you wouldn't have it. So if at all you already have installed AZ module, suppress that warning, okay, that you have already have it installed and so on and so forth. To suppress that, you can use this allow clobber. Okay, not necessary. If you want to, you can run it, not a problem. When you run this install -AZ module or install -module name AZ, they will show you, they will give you one or two pop-ups. For example, they might ask you to install Nugget, NUGET, and they might ask you to, do you want to trust PowerShell gallery, etc. So for all that, you can give yes, and then continue with the procedure, so that it will install the latest module. Once the modules has been installed, you can run the command get -install module -name AZ all versions and select name, version. So this will go ahead and list out, or will show you all the AZ modules that has been installed on your machine. On my machine, you can see there is AZ module 10.1.0. That is what we have. Okay, that's it. So once after you have installed the AZ module, now on line number 34, once you have validated that, okay, you have installed AZ module, you can close and restart Azure PowerShell, and then continue with the command that we tried earlier. Connect -AZ account for what? For logging into Azure, and then new -AZ resource group for creating a resource group, remove -AZ resource group for removing a resource group. So all these things you can try out thereafter. And if you are using Mac, for Mac, you have to download and install PowerShell 7 directly by using any of this command. And once it is done, follow from steps 5 to 9 on that PowerShell window, which you have just downloaded and enabled. So that's all what you have to do with respect to setting up Azure PowerShell on your local machine. Are we clear on this concept? Okay, that's it. You will need admin rights to do this, that is for sure. Okay, so if you have a laptop, office laptop, and if you don't have admin rights, yes, you will have difficulty doing it. You will not be able to complete it. Okay, so make sure you have a personal laptop which will give you admin rights, and therein you will be able to do that. Can somebody paste the OneDrive link in the chat, please? Okay. One question: my PC got reset today. Please provide the scripts path to download. OneDrive link has been shared in chat already. You go there and then go on to scripts and JSONs folder. Therein you will be able to find it. Amit Singh, regarding the error that you got, PS version table, look at the command. You have to include the $, right? You are missing the $. That is why it is not working. So select line number 9, or if you're selecting from here, just copy paste it or copy it correctly, and then click on run on top, run selection on top. That's it. How to install in Linux? In Linux also you can install PowerShell, right? PowerShell 7 can be installed on Linux. Now, for example, let me just go to browser, PowerShell 7. for Linux. So you can see install PowerShell on Linux, and this will contain the instructions of setting up PowerShell on your local machine, right? So for example, Red Hat Enterprise Linux and RHEL 9, you can see 7.2, 7.3, 7.4 all are supported. Now install PowerShell on RHEL. If you click on it, then you will be able to see installing PowerShell on Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and you have the commands. So you go through these commands and then you can start the PowerShell. And once the PowerShell has been started, you will be able to go ahead and use it. You can also do it via direct download, a direct option also given to you. Okay, that's it. So these links, if you want to, let me share this with you, or maybe even better, the previous link. Okay, shared in chat. That's all. What else? Same like this, do we have support on our local Linux terminal? Yes, on your local Linux terminal, set up PowerShell, and then after that, you will be able to use these commands. Or if not, you will be able to enable CLI commands and use them. Either way. Can you please explain Clobber and NuGet once again? So Clobber and NuGet means Clobber, first of all, allow Clobber is given to suppress any warning which is coming due to already installed modules. Module comes with different versions. The AZ module that I installed, you can see that is 10.1.0 or something. But previous to that, it was 10.0.0. Previous to that, it was some other version number. So it keeps on changing, right? So now you have to make sure when you run the command, maybe it is installing a newer version. So older version is already there, right? So it'll give you a warning saying, okay, there is older version already in your machine. We want to continue something like that. It'll give you a warning. So to suppress that warning and to continue with the installation of latest module, that is where we use allow Clobber command. And regarding the second part of the command NuGet, that is basically a NuGet provider, a component, a software component that needs to be installed for enabling this scripts on your machine. Okay, so you have to install it, that is needed. After opening PowerShell, should we type ISE? No, directly in start itself, look for ISE. Windows PowerShell, ISE, not inside PowerShell. And what else? Can we use bash from our local machine, which is Linux machine? Already answered that. Or should we select run as administrator option while opening PowerShell? Yes, of course, while opening PowerShell, you have to start it as administrator. It is asking for module installed from PS Gallery. Can it be allowed? I told you that already. Yes, PS Gallery can be allowed. It's a trusted repository itself. Set hyphen execution policy. Set hyphen execution policy, hyphen execution policy, and then just change it to unrestricted. Okay, just run this command on a PowerShell window, and then once after you press enter, this will execute, this will work. Close PowerShell, start once again, then try the installation of your module. It will work just fine. That's all what you have to do. What is the difference between Windows PowerShell and Windows PowerShell ISE? Okay, let's see that right away. Let me open up Windows PowerShell as well instead of ISE. So I'm opening up normal PowerShell. So I got normal PowerShell, I got ISE PowerShell. What is the difference between the two? You guys tell me. Do I have a text editor with these many options in PowerShell, in normal PowerShell? Yes or no? No. Okay, we don't have the text editor within PowerShell ISE, sorry, within normal PowerShell, but we would need text editor for the most part, and that is why I prefer using ISE instead of normal PowerShell. That's it. Okay, that's all what it is. So are we good, guys, with respect to setting up PowerShell on the local machine? Are we all good? You can practice rest of the things later on, taking your own time. And as I told you, if you have any doubts, you can write back to us and then we will be able to help you. Okay, that's it. One question: in connect-az account command, we need to give tenant. Where to find tenant ID? So if you have an error while executing connect-az account, and that error says, okay, you have to use your tenant ID, then look at it. The tenant ID will be available in the error itself for the most part. If not a problem. To fetch your tenant ID, go back to Azure AD. Okay, go back to Azure AD. So just go back to your Azure portal, search for Entra ID, search for Entra ID, Microsoft Entra ID. And therein, once you are in Microsoft Entra ID, there itself, you will be able to see the tenant ID. This is the tenant ID. Okay, so this you have to pick it up. I mean, only this tenant ID value you have to copy and then use it there in the command. That's all. And what else? I need to do automation using CLI bash Linux. I will do it. The one you shown is on PowerShell. Yes, what I have shown is on PowerShell. Now, similarly, these things can be set up on CLI as well, right? You can set this up on, sorry, the CLI bash also you can set up on your Windows machine. That is possible, for instance. So here, how do I set up the CLI bash? To set up CLI bash, I will look for Azure CLI download. Azure CLI download for respective operating system, for Mac or for Windows or for Linux. So go to Mac, install Azure CLI for Windows, this option. And from there, you will get a installer file, a Microsoft installer MSI file you will get. Click on the latest release of Azure CLI. Whether 32-bit or 64-bit, whatever you want, you can select it. Let's say, for instance, I want 64-bit. Click on start download. And once after you have the file downloaded, you will be able to install it on your local machine. Once it is installed, you can use a PowerShell window or a command prompt window. From anywhere, you will be able to execute AZ commands. You know the AZ commands already, right? If you have difficulty with respect to AZ commands, for that also, there is a file uploaded within OneDrive. You just have to go to the OneDrive path, and within OneDrive, you can see the command file for AZ commands is nothing but you go on to scripts and JSONs once again, and then you can see azcommands.txt. You could refer to these commands. That is available for you. AZ login for logging into Azure account, AZ account list to list your subscriptions, AZ account set for setting your subscription, AZ group create for creating a new resource group. So these texts are available over there. You would be able to use any of them as per your requirement. Okay, so I believe pretty much. Please repeat CLI installing process. Simple. So you have to go to install Azure CLI for Windows link. It's already shared there. Download the setup, latest release of Azure CLI 64-bit. Once after it is downloaded, click on the downloaded file. That's all. It will take you through application installation. Complete the installation. Just go through next and then say accept the terms in the license agreement and click on install. That's all what you have to do. It will install CLI. So once it is installed, thereafter you will be able to execute CLI commands without any problem. That's it. Okay, I hope that part is clear. And regarding Robin, you did not complete what you were asking. Can you show one example? But I did not get anything thereafter. AZ version is showing 10.3.0. That is absolutely okay. And if we use and install Azure CLI, if we use and install Azure CLI, do we need PowerShell as within CLI when we can run PowerShell commands? If we use and install Azure CLI, do we need PowerShell as within CLI do we need PowerShell as within CLI we can run PowerShell commands? See, once after you install the CLI setup, whether you are using PowerShell client or you are using command prompt that is available on a Windows operating system, either of them if you use, through either of them you will be able to execute your commands. Okay, you will be able to execute your CLI commands. So for example, I just installed the setup, right? So now I can go to, for example, this PowerShell window itself. And from this PowerShell window itself, I'll be able to run the CLI commands now, because now my machine will recognize CLI commands because it has installed the CLI setup files over here. That's all. What else? If we use and install Azure CLI, do we need? Okay, that's already answered. AZ module self.ps1 is not digitally signed. You cannot run the script on the current system. How to solve this error? It was already answered. I told you clearly to take this command separately. Which command? Set -execution policy dash execution policy. Instead of remote signed, use unrestricted. If you scroll through the chat, you will see a command shared by me. The same command was shared by me earlier, which says set -execution policy unrestricted. Run that command first on a separate PowerShell window. Once it executes successfully, close it, then start PowerShell again, and then repeat the process. You will be good. The issue will be sorted. Make sure you're doing all this activity as a admin user account. How can we get admin access? Okay, make sure when you try to, for example, you go to start, you're typing PowerShell, and then when you right click on PowerShell ISC, see if you have this option run as administrator. If you have it, click on it and see if it is starting or not. If not, if this is not there, or when you click on it is giving you something else, maybe an error, or it is asking for a username and password, that says your account is restricted. It will be, it would not be having the permission to run as a administrator. So nothing can be done about it. You have to go for a laptop which has the permission. That's all. Instead of company laptop, if you try with personal laptop, you wouldn't be having any of these issues over there. That's all. Showing version 10.3.0 is absolutely okay. Could you please show how to open the CLI in local? See, I just installed the setup, right? You can see this is the setup file. I click on finish. So it has been installed now. So now going forward, I can execute the commands from here only. I'm on a PowerShell window. I just need to restart this PowerShell and I can start the CLI commands directly from PowerShell itself. I don't have to do anywhere else for that. Srikanth Reddy. Hope that answers your question. And run a Windows VM and use that for all PowerShell practice. Run it with minimum storage tier to incur less cost. That is also one way of doing it. Create a VM and do that. But again, first of all, you should have the knowledge of creating a VM, right? That I'll have to take a separate class for that. Anyway, so that we will learn as we go forward. And after that, you can try it. AZ account has been successfully created. That is okay. How to enable in Windows 10? Enable what? Let me know. New resource group central US has been created. That is okay. That's great. Install -module. The term install module is not recognized as the name of the command-line function or a script file or operable program. Okay. See, you have to give it correctly. Look at the command, how it is given. I hope you are typing it yourself. You don't have to type it by yourself. Make sure you have opened up PowerShell ISE. Within that, open that file, the file that you had. Click on file, click on open. Open whatever I gave you, the file called as install module self, install AZ module self. Therein, the command is available, install -module, which says capital I, capital M. So make sure you do it from this itself. And there itself, if it is giving you the same error, this command is not recognized, then probably there is some problem with your PowerShell. Okay, that's what it is. So that would require some further troubleshooting. This command is a well-recognized command. This is used for installing modules in PowerShell. Every PowerShell will be enabled with it. If you are seeing some problem with that, that means your PowerShell needs to be reconfigured most likely. But make sure you have run it correctly and then see what happens. Is force is an already existing resource group. There is no resource group called as force already existing. It's not there. By installing Azure CLI, we'll be able to run bash commands in PowerShell itself. What other advantage it provides other than that? There are no other advantage. That's it. How to enable in Windows 10 the execution policy. Whether you are using Windows 10 or Windows 11, it doesn't matter. Process is the same. The command is exactly the same. Set - execution policy command you have to use, and that's it. Set - execution policy space dash execution policy space remote signed. It is a command that you will have to use it. Okay. So I hope this topic is pretty much clear now. And as I told you earlier, if some of you are still facing problems, not a worry at all. You can write back to us, take your time, 1 week's time. Within that, you try to get it sorted out. But meanwhile, if you find it very difficult and not able to proceed, not a problem. Write me a mail, write us a mail, we'll be able to do that. Okay, that's it. So Jit, your comment, remove -AZ resource group, output returned true. That means the resource group has been deleted. That's all what the meaning of it. Just a second, guys. Okay, so I think now we will continue on to rest of the discussion, maybe just 1 or 2 points, just one more point we can talk about it, and then we can call it a day. We are close to our actual time for the day. What resource group we deleted? It's not mentioned in the command. I mean, what is the resource group name we deleted? See, you would have given that in the command. Without having a command, how you would have deleted it? So remove -AZ resource group, -name, you would have given the name of the resource group. So that particular resource group with that name would have got deleted. That's all. Actually, when I run execution unrestricted command, it's not doing anything. It's just idle. Are you using your company laptop, Maunika? Please confirm that one first. Are you using a company laptop or something else? Okay. So there might be some higher level restrictions applied on your company laptop. Plus, you would not be having admin privileges. Most likely, first reason is that you don't have admin privilege. Second reason is that you have some policy applied from your organization perspective. That is the reason why you're not able to do that. If you have a personal laptop, you can give it a try there. There, things would be working just fine without any problem. So pretty much that's it with respect to setting up CLI PowerShell on your local machine. Okay. So what else we have? Module number, we have module number 1, we have completed basically. Okay, so discussing on Azure Resource Manager or ARM. It's a backend software component. Okay. In Azure platform, or we know Azure is basically a cloud computing platform which is distributed across multiple locations of the world, right? It's operating from different locations around the world. So all this different data centers, combining all this, there are multiple software layers which will work in the backend to make sure you have a smooth experience with respect to creating, managing resources and all within Azure portal or any other Azure environment. So what happens here is that Microsoft uses one software component called as ARM, Azure Resource Manager in the backend, which is typically known as basically they call Azure Resource Manager as the deployment and servicing model of Azure, meaning how deployment activities are done on Azure, how any other activity that you do from Azure portal or CLI or PowerShell is getting executed will be will be shaped by, or will be decided by, or will be controlled by this software component called as ARM, Azure Resource Manager. So that is what basically ARM is all about. Okay. So a model with which, a software model with which we are currently creating resource and everything, all this request is going back onto ARM. Azure Resource Manager is the one who's actually, Azure Resource Manager is the one basically will do all these tasks in the backend for you. So for example, let's say for a quick instance, I'm trying to go to Azure portal. If I say I'm creating a virtual machine or maybe a storage account, right? I'm just trying to create a storage account. So when I click on create over here, and now I would start to fill in the details about the storage account over here, whatever the subscription that I need, all of these details. Continue with the next, and basic something is missing. Just for the sake of testing, Intellipaat RG Central India, LRG, that's more than enough. Continue with the next. And the review. So now I have clicked on review. It will review everything, and now I'll get the option to create it. So I will click on create. What will happen when I click on create? When you click on create now, what happens is that a API call means application programming interface API call, will be triggered from here, right? API call is a mechanism with which two application components can pass a message between them or pass some information between them. So now from your local machine, it is passing on the information that this customer is requesting for creating these and these resources with this and these configurations. Okay. So such API call will be given to Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager, being the deployment and servicing model of Azure, he will receive the request, and then he will look at the request and identify the user who requested it, whether he is a authenticated user or not, with the help of Azure Active Directory. So once that authentication and authorization, everything is completed, it will go and check further. Like for example, there is a concept called as a resource providers now. Resource providers. What is a resource provider? For each and every resource in Azure, there would be resource providers available. And ARM will pass on the request onto the respective resource providers now. If you're creating a VM, there are two resource providers involved. That is Microsoft.compute or storage and Microsoft.networking. Two resource providers will be involved in that case. So such and such two resource providers is what basically allows you to create the resource in the backend. They are the one who's actually doing actual creation. ARM is more or less like a coordinator who will oversee all this operations and so on. We are just telling you this for awareness. You don't have to do anything with ARM, because entire Azure platform works on top of ARM technology itself or Azure Resource Manager itself. And that's it. Okay. So you don't have to do anything manually from your side for this. You just have to be aware of, in the backend, the software component who's actually taking care of all this is basically this guy. Okay. Azure Resource Manager. That's all what it means. Now, the resource group concept, all this came in because of this Azure Resource Manager concept itself. If Resource Manager was not there, then this resource group and all this might not have been even possible. Okay, that's it. SDK is inside Azure. Correct. That's inside Azure component. You don't have to do anything for that. Okay. From your side, you don't have to do anything. But in some areas, we will be using some what we call as some SDK separately. That is for some other development activity and all. Maybe we can talk about that later on. Okay, that's it. What is REST client? Search about Postman. Okay, search Postman. Postman, then you will get a software. That is an example of a REST client. That's it. Monica, your question is already answered. I mean, for hands-on and for completing this course, do we need that mandatorily? Not at all. So let me know. So whatever we discussed today, module number 1, we have completed. Also, we just got started with ARM. In next class, we will move on to Azure VM and get it completed, hopefully, maybe in 1 or 2 classes. That is the plan that we have. Let me know if you have any questions or anything, or if any feedback, you can share that once after the class is over. And that's it. Okay, we would call it a day. So today the discussion was mostly on to setting up CLI PowerShell related things. So you can go through that, practice on it, and make sure you have done it correctly. One question, not sure how you will be able to complete all modules topic with this speed. People are expected to come with basic Azure knowledge in AZ-104 course. There are many topics like DB and networking which will need more attention, and we should save class time for those important topics. First of all, database is not included in AZ-104, by the way. And yeah, rest of the things we'll manage, don't worry. So as we go forward, we will be able to find time as well, not a problem at all. Initial classes, 1 or 2 classes, as I said earlier, this problems, that is typical, that is expected. But going forward, that will not be the case. This will change. That's all. So we'll take care of it, don't worry, okay, to the best of our abilities. So you can see here, when I say virtual machine, let's say you will have a physical hardware. The physical hardware is your server. And within the server, you will set up something called as hypervisor software, right? We have discussed all these things in the last classes. Hypervisor software. Give me example of hypervisor software. Any one example for hypervisor? Any one example for hypervisor? You can see there are many examples. Like Oracle VirtualBox, VMware ESXi. Don't just say VMware, because VMware is a company's name. Okay, don't say VMware, but rather you have to say VMware ESXi or VMware Workstation, etc. So that's what you will use. That's what you will enable on top of the physical hardware, so that you will be able to create virtual machines on top of it. So in this case, we have a physical hardware. We enabled a hypervisor. Thereafter, you will be able to create virtual machines on top of it. Correct? VM1, VM2, according to the capacity that you have, you would be able to create as many VMs as you want. Okay, within the capacity limits of this underlying physical hardware. So this is what the concept of virtual machine. So these virtual machines, now you can directly create in Azure. You don't have to worry about managing a physical hardware. That will be taken care by Azure itself. You will be able to directly create the virtual machine within Azure platform now, because this Azure is interconnected set of data centers, backend data centers, which has large amount of servers. And on top of that, Microsoft has already done virtualization. And then on such an environment, you can create the VM that you want as per your requirement. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to Azure virtual machine. Now, one question comes in, when we say virtual machine in Azure, and when we say virtual machine on your on-premises physical hardware, are they two different? A VM on your physical hardware, like for example, on your laptop, if you create a VM, and a VM that you would create in Azure, are they technically two different things, or are they just same thing technically? Might be different, but what about the VM that you have on your laptop and the VM that you create in Azure? Are they technically same? Technically, both are same, right? Both of them are virtual machine itself. A virtual machine, when you create on your local hardware, that is also called as a VM, and it behaves just like a VM that you will have in Azure portal as well. So both of them are exactly the same thing. Okay, so there is nothing more to worry about VM, right? It's all the same concept in Azure as well as on your on-premises environment, and so on and so forth. So now, this Azure virtual machine that you have, this is basically which type of service model it comes under? Which service model? Okay, forget about it. Which are the 3 different service models, by the way? 3 different service models. 3 of them. Which are the 3 service models? Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. So in that, virtual machine comes under which one? Virtual machine comes under Which one? Virtual machine comes under infrastructure as a service, right? Infrastructure as a service. With respect to this VM, you will be able to, by using Azure Virtual Machine Service, you will be able to create virtual machines within Azure Cloud as per your requirement. Now, when you create this VMs, remember, they are classified into different sizes and different types of virtual machines. You can see that over here. Like, for example, we have VMs coming under A series type of VMs, D series VMs, F series, G, H, L, M, N series, etc. These are all different series of VMs that is available for you from Azure. What is meant by this Azure Virtual Machine series? The different series of VMs. Different series of VMs are basically created for different purposes. Like, for example, if you go with A series VMs, within that A series, you will have various sizes available for you. Like, for example, A1, A2, V2, A3, V3, A4, A6, A8. Various sizes. Sizes means virtual machine sizes would be available for you with respect to each of the series. What is a size? A size means the capacity. Like, for example, now when you were deploying this VM over here, right now I have mentioned a VM over here. So when you deploy this VM, for this virtual machine, you have to define how much capacity you need. Capacity in terms of CPU, in terms of RAM, in terms of storage, right? All this you have to define. How much capacity you need with all this. So that is what you have with respect to the size of the virtual machine. So this size will define how much CPU, RAM, storage that you will have. Then I told you about series. Now there are different series like A series, B series, and then G series, H series, and so on. In each of the series, you will have small size VMs, large size VMs, medium size VMs, and so on. In each of them, in almost all the sizes, you will have, in all the series, you will have different sizes of VMs classified, like, for example, A1, V2, A2, V3, and so on and so forth. Various sizes would be available for you. We will see that as we go forward, right? Now, what this series means, A series VMs are typically known to be entry-level VMs. Entry-level VMs means some basic size, which will not have very powerful configurations and all that. But for your basic requirement, like, okay, you just want to create a VM, it has to work smoothly. That's all. You're not going to host any SQL database or those kind of advanced workloads on these VMs. Then in that case, you will be going with A series VMs. B series VMs, it is a general purpose VMs that we have. You can see that the complete detail about them is available over here. B series, even though it's not mentioned under types of Azure virtual machine, it is there in Azure portal. When you go onto Azure portal, then you will be able to see B series as well. Okay. So A series, entry level workload, right? Like development and testing machines and all, you can create it as A series. B series, which will give you high compute capacity and temporary disk capacity. What is a temporary disk? We will discuss that later. Now you don't have to worry about it. We will see that anyway in detail. F series VMs are for intensive workload. Whichever workload would require large amount of, let's say, CPU memory, they can go with F series. G series will have large storage. G series VMs will support large storage capacity on G series VMs. H series VMs are high performance computing VM, HPCU, high performance compute, very large processing and all. If you want to do, then in that case, you will go with H series. Similarly, we have L series, M series, and N series. For example, this M series will give you large memory. So whichever application would require large amount of memory, when we say large, very large amount of memory, they can go with M series. N series is for graphics card, right? Wherever you require, let's say, for example, very high graphics card capacity, right? Graphics card capacity means, what is graphics card capacity? You know what is a graphics card, right? Like, for example, our laptops and all will come with NVIDIA GPU on them. What is this NVIDIA GPU? GPU means you have graphics processing power, which will go and help you to render something on your laptop, multimedia related purpose, gaming, etc. In such cases, you will make use of graphics card. So if you want graphics card on your VM, then you will have to go with a N series VM. Okay, that's it. Okay, one question from what we discussed earlier. I think VMs on on-prem and Azure are not same, as on-prem is completely managed by us, but Azure one is shared responsibility with Azure. I already responded to your ask, Saurabh. I don't know if you have seen. I hope you have not seen. That's why this question came up again. Anyway, answer for your question is, I clearly said in the question, technically are they same? The concept of virtual machine, technically are they same? I did not ask you about the environment, where it is running, who is operating. No. When Azure is saying we are giving you something called as VM, is that equal to, technically, the technology that we use, is it equal to the VM that you create on-prem, which is 100% same? They are not different. We are not worried about who's managing them. Okay, that's what I clearly said. Technically, the concept are the same thing. Okay, so they are same thing. One more add-on question. Usually, what type of VMs are used across industry? It's based on the requirement, but just wanted to understand which ones are most commonly used. T-series VMs are the most commonly used VM sizes. T-series VMs. Anyway, so let's come back over here. I told you in each of the series, you will be having various sizes as well. Various size also will be available for you. So for example, under N series, you will be having various sizes for your virtual machine. So we will do one thing now. Let's go to Azure portal. We'll try to create a virtual machine within Azure portal and see how it works, right? We will be using that. So let's go to Azure portal now. So let me take you back onto Azure portal. So you know how to log into Azure portal and all that. You have to go to portal.azure.com, right? Those things are you would be knowing already. We have done that already. All of you, I believe, have your account now, hopefully. And you also know how to log into Azure, use CLI, PowerShell and all that. Anyway, so that being said, what do you have to do for creating a VM? You have to create a virtual machine. Then you have to go to the virtual machine service. Search on top, on the search bar, you type virtual machines, look it up, click on the virtual machine service and click on create. Click on create Azure virtual machine. You need to choose your subscription that you want. You need to create a resource group. I have told you always when you create something, you create it on a subscription and a resource group. So you have to select your subscription, the billing agreement and the resource group. So I'm creating a new resource group called as demo RG over here. I need to give a name for the VM. I'm just calling it as VM1. And then in which region you want to deploy the VM. Let me ask you, how many regions are available in India, guys? How many regions in India? There are total 3 regions available in India. 3 regions currently. A 4th one is under construction, which is not yet operational. You wouldn't be able to use that. 4th one is still under construction, that is in Hyderabad. So one in South India or South India, which is Chennai. One in Central India, which is Pune. 3rd one, West India, which is Mumbai. And 4th one, Hyderabad. They haven't named it yet. So once after it comes operational, it becomes operational, you will have the naming for it. So the 4th one in Hyderabad. So you could choose any of these regions that you want where you have to deploy the VM. Remember, in a corporate environment, while you deploy the VM, you will choose the region according to where your business is located. Let me ask you one thing. If your customers, like for example, you are deploying a virtual machine for hosting an application. So the target audience for this application, they are located in India. So who will be using this application? They are located in India. Is there any point in creating this VM into Central US? Is there any point in creating this VM to Central US now? There is no point of creating this VM to Central US because users will have latency. Users are from India, they will have latency accessing your application, which is located in Central US. So always You will keep your VMs close to your business, close to your requirement. Okay, that's it. So let's go ahead and choose one region over here. I have selected Central India. You could use either Central India or West India or South India, whichever one that you would like to use. Now, availability options and all, you don't have to worry. You can just set it as no infrastructure redundancy required as of now. Scroll down, and now you have to select an image. So you gave the subscription, you gave the resource group, you gave a name for the VM, you selected the region. Now you have to select the image for the virtual machine. So once you create this VM, it has to have the operating system with it, right? It needs to have the operating system with it. So this operating system, how you will set it up? Typically, on an on-premises server, if you wanted an operating system, you will go through the operating system installation steps. We know how to install the operating system. Some of you would be knowing, right? How to install operating system. So you can go through the installation process by using an ISO image. You will be able to do that, or a pen drive, bootable pen drive, bootable CD, DVD, network boot. Using any of this option, you will be able to install the operating system. But that's not the case with Azure. In Azure, since it's a remote environment, we know the VM will be created in a remote environment. For example, if I'm sitting at a place, the virtual machine that I'm creating will be in a different data center. It will be located somewhere away from me, correct? So that is where the VM is residing. So for that particular VM, I wouldn't be able to physically insert a disk, attach a pen drive, or do network boot. So meaning there should be some other way with which you will get the operating system installed on it. So that is where you will use something called as an image. You will use an image. What is an image? An image is a pre-installed version of your operating system. You can compare this to a template. I mean, if you have worked in VMware and all, you will be more familiar with the term called as template, right? So you can compare this to a template with which you will create VMs by using the template. So similarly, this is a image that is available for you, which Microsoft has made available to us, using which you will be creating the VMs over here. So now you can see here, you will have an option to select any image, any supported image that you want. When you click on see all images, it will take you to Azure Marketplace and will show you all available operating system images for you. So you can see Windows Server images are available, Windows 10, Windows 11, Ubuntu Server, Kali Linux, CentOS, Red Hat Linux. Many different versions are available for you. So you would be able to choose from any of this that you want. So let's say, for example, I'm going ahead and selecting with Windows Server. And I will select, for example, Windows Server 2019 Data Center x64. That's what I'm going to use over here. Remember, while you select this, when you create the VM, do not go with this ZH-CN. ZH-CN means it's Chinese. Operating system version would be Chinese version. So you wouldn't be able to understand anything. Second thing, don't go with server core. Server core will not have a graphical user interface. You will have only the operating system with command prompt. You will not be having any graphical user interface. So if you're not familiar how to use that, you will find it more difficult. So go for anything which doesn't have core or which doesn't have ZH-CN. So I'm going with, let's say, Windows Server 2019 Data Center x64 Gen 2. So that is what the image that I have selected. And scroll down. This is where you will choose the size. As I told you, various VM sizes are available for you. Size, right? Under size, you will be able to see various sizes that is available for you. So standard B2MS. What standard B2MS will give you? 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB memory, and it will cost you 5,595 rupees per month if you run it continuously. Okay. So you have to choose the size from here. There are many other sizes are also available that you can choose from the list. So you can choose the size. When you click on see all sizes, it will list out all other sizes that is available for you. Okay. You can see here like DS1, V2, D2S, V3. These all are coming. Whatever starts with D comes under D series. B comes under B series, right? And similarly, you can see E series VMs F series VMs, L series, N series. So many different series of VMs are available for you. And the various properties of them also will be listed. How much RAM capacity you will get, how much CPU you will get, how many data disk you can add on the VM. All those details you will be able to see from here. So let's go ahead and choose one VM size. A low cost option for you with good amount of RAM and CPU would be B2MS. Okay, you can go with B2MS VM size if you would like to, right? So B2MS VM size will give you 8 GB RAM capacity and 2 core CPU. 2 virtual CPU will be given by it. So you can select it. Okay. Or any other size also, if you want, you can go with it, but they will be more costly. B1S is the least costly option that is available for you. Per month, it will cost you 871 only. But the problem is you wouldn't need to, or you wouldn't be able to run anything on this because it is just 1 GB RAM capacity. With 1 GB RAM capacity, you can have Linux operating system installed, but not Windows. Okay, that's it. So you will choose the size that you want. Now, when I say it will cost you 5,000 rupees and all per month, if you run it continuously for a month only, then it will charge you 5,000 rupees, right? Charging will start the moment you create a VM. At that moment, the billing will start, but that amount will be debited from the free credit that has been given to you. If you have signed up for Azure free trial, they have given you $200 worth of credit, right? So this $200 worth of credit, from that they will deduct whatever charges that is coming up. So it's not free in the sense it will be chargeable, but they have given you the amount already. So for you, it will be free from your $200 credit. They will be taking this. Anyway, so I have selected the VM size. I have to give the username and password. So I'll give the username and I'll give the password as well. So this is the username and password which you will use for logging into the VM, right? Once after the VM has been created, log into the virtual machine, you will be using this virtual machine username and password. One question, can we choose any one? It will not be charged for next 1 month. You can choose any size. That's okay. It will not be charged for next 1 month. That's not the case. I already explained it to you. It will start charging, but amount will be debited from your $200 credit. Is it better to choose smaller VM size for our hands-on? So we will not exhaust the credit. That is true. Better to go with low capacity VMs instead of very large capacity VMs. That is where I recommended go with B2MS. Okay. Is it same cost for 1 day or 1 month? No. The moment you start creating the VM, it will start costing you. Like for example, per hour, this VM will cost you approximately 8 rupees or so. 8 or 7 rupees it will cost you per hour. Right? So that per hour, it will calculate that on a per minute basis. Every minute that you have the VM running, for that minute, it will calculate the pricing, and overall, finally, they will calculate how long you have been running the VM, and they will apply the charges based on it. Okay, that's the process. In Azure, mostly we'll use Windows only. No, we will use both Windows as well as Linux. So if you don't want to run the VM, you can either do a stop deallocate or you can do a delete, both of them. If you don't want to use the VM at all, you can go ahead and delete it. Okay, that's it. Anyways, so let's continue creating the VM. So let's say you have selected you have given the username and password. Thereafter, now this VM, once after it is created, you would need to connect to this VM. You would need to log into this VM. So on a Windows VM, to remotely log in, you will use one service called as RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, RDP. So I have allowed connections via RDP by selecting RDP over here. Along with it, I'm also allowing HTTP now, which is port number 80. Okay, so port number 80 and RDP port number 3389. I'm opening it up on the VM. By default, all those ports will be closed. Right now, I'm simply opening it up. Continue with the next. So here is your disk related settings and all. We will come back to this later on. Okay, we'll come back to this disk related settings and all later on. We will have it configured as we go forward. So these parts and all you can skip now. Just go to, let's say, the last tab which says review plus create. You have to continuously click on next and then say review plus create. which will validate all the settings that you applied. And once after it is confirmed, you can click on create. So this will go and create the virtual machine for you. Okay, that's it. One question, if I can disable the VM, then also it will cost. You will get a clarity on that. Don't worry now. We'll talk about that later on. Okay, not right now. Let's wait for the VM to get created. You can see here the virtual machine has been created now. You can see how long it took. It took hardly, let's say it started on 8:37 and ended with 8:38. So hardly 1 minute for one virtual machine deployment. Let me ask you, you are running a company on your on-premises environment. If you wanted to set up a server for some requirement, how long it will take, including buying a physical hardware, bringing it to your office, then doing the configurations like setting it on the rack and all that, and then installing operating system, getting it ready. How long it could take, how many hours or days, or how much time it can take, right? In one day, you wouldn't be able to do purchasing and all that, right? So you have to identify the type of server that you want, buy it, then get it delivered or brought to your office, set it up on the rack, set up the hardware, install operating system, and then ready to use. It will take a couple of days for sure, right? So now, if you look at it, you can see how long you have taken for setting up a VM in Azure. Just 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, that's it. So within 2 minutes, you got a VM. So this is the beauty of cloud computing, right? You have infrastructure readily available for you as per your requirements. So in a short span of time, you will be able to set up infrastructures according to your requirement. So that is what the benefit of cloud computing. The same way, you can also get rid of the infrastructure. If you don't want to use this VM, you can get rid of it in another 2 minutes. That's it. Whereas if you had a physical hardware to get rid of this, think of the efforts that you will have to take, right? To get rid of that physical hardware. So many processes you will have to go through. So that is a difference that we have with respect to a cloud computing environment and a on-premises environment. Let's go to this VM that we created now. And let's click on the virtual machine. So you will be able to see the details about the VM, like in which resource group it is, which operating system, what is the status, which VM size, in which location, which subscription ID, all that details you are able to see. Plus along with that, you have a public IP address also associated with the VM. Okay, there is also a public IP address associated with the VM. So that's it. So now we will try to connect onto this virtual machine. How do you connect onto this virtual machine? To connect onto this virtual machine, you can take this public IP address, copy this, and then go to MSTSC and specify the public IP address in MSTSC window. So like, for example, you go to Windows plus R, that is run, type MSTSC/v:\v. So /v: public IP address. So with this, you can initiate the connectivity onto the virtual machine. MSTSC/v 20.219.50.212. So click on OK. It will ask you for the username and password. So click on more choices, give the username and password that you created while creating the VM. Okay, so I'm giving the username and then the password. So you can see you have a virtual machine running in central India right now, which can be utilized for your whatever the requirement that you have to do. Maybe to set up a website, to host an application, to install SQL and set up a database. Whatever the purpose, maybe you will be able to do that over here. Okay. If you go to local server, you will be able to see that it has the same capacity that we offered. You can see it has 7.95 GB, which is 8 GB RAM, 2 core CPU, Intel Xeon processor, that you can see all those details. So you have got a VM such and such, and you are ready to use this one now. Okay. That's it. So this is how you create a basic virtual machine. This RDP connectivity, which I just showed you, you can also click on connect option on top. You come to the VM tab, click on connect option on top, and then scroll down. There is one option called as native RDP. Native RDP, click on select, and then it will check all the prerequisites and it will give you option to download the RDP file. So you have to click on download RDP file. The RDP file will be downloaded over here. You can directly click on it. Even that also will initiate a connectivity onto your Azure VM, as it is asking for the username and password. So either way you can do it. If you are a pro, then you will go with Windows plus R, MSTSC /V, and then Control V, right?
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. Which programming languages are supported by Azure Cloud Shell for writing scripts and automating tasks? Your options are A. Python, option B. Java, option C. PowerShell, and lastly option D. HTML. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's move back to our session.
The method which I just showed you now, or you can download the RDP file and then do it as well. Either way, it's all the same thing, end of the day. So you can see here now, I have just deployed the VM right now. And to connect on to it, as I told you, two methods. Either you click on connect and then say native RDP, you select it, and then download the RDP file. Click on download RDP file and double click on the RDP file to get connected to the virtual machine. When I click on download RDP file, as I told you, I will get a file. The moment I click on it, you will initiate the connectivity. Click on connect and you will be able to log in. I just need to give the username and password now. That's it. Or else I can just go to Windows plus R, MSTSC, type in the MSTSC /V and then the public IP address. Okay, so any of this method can be used for connecting onto the virtual machine. So we have already validated that. We created a simple VM, connected onto it. We have logged in. Couple of questions over here. Let me respond to them. Can we install any DB onto this VM like MS SQL Server? You can. The performance of AWS virtual machines is notably high, while Azure VMs tend to exhibit slower speeds. This discrepancy prompts me to question the underlying reasons for this disparity. I haven't personally noticed it, saying performance of AWS virtual machines is notably high. I don't know if that is the case because I'm not an AWS user for sure. One thing that you have to understand, the underlying virtualization technology would be different. In AWS, they use some other type of hypervisor. In Azure, they use Hyper-V. So if there are any significant differences between these two types of hypervisors, then there might be some difference in terms of performance. Maybe you will have to do some benchmarking by taking two equal sizes of VMs in Azure as well as in AWS, and then do the comparative test. Those things and all, I'll leave it up to you. That's not our concern right now. Okay, that's it. If I create a VM now and I delete it within an hour, will it cost me? It will cost you for that 1 hour. Can we automate the process of creating VM and running some test on it and destroy it once it is done? Possible. You just have to figure out the automation task or commands that you have to do, and then whatever you said can be executed. Do we have a backup in case if we accidentally delete VM? Can we restore VM? Right now, no. Right now, no, because we have not enabled it. You have to enable backup separately for your virtual machine. It takes my default Windows username. How do I overcome that? Please ignore my question. I got it. Okay, so I think that's already answered. Is it possible to run some startup script when VM starts? Yes, possible, right? Those things and all you can do with logon scripts, right? If you have applied some logon script, through that you will be able to run some startup scripts on it. Anyways, so how do you connect on a Mac machine? If at all you have a Mac operating system, then what do you have to do? Download one application. Okay, download one application called as remote desktop for Mac. To install this Microsoft Remote Desktop, this needs to be installed on your Mac operating system, this guy. So once you install it, from this you will be able to create the connection. Okay, you will be able to create connection from this application. So those of you who are using Mac, please make use of. Okay, so this is the way how you create a see one point, guys, which I told you on our initial class as well. Questions which is not relevant to the topic of discussion, please kindly avoid it. We will unnecessarily waste our time. We don't want that. Many people are asking about backup. We just started with the VM. Let's first of all learn what is VM in Azure, how to create VM in Azure, the various other things related to the VM. There are so many things to learn. Then finally comes the backup and all, right? So when we go on to the respective module, therein you will see how to take the backup of the virtual machine. It is coming up. It's actually part of your module number 9, last module that you have. Therein you will see how to take backup of the VM. So don't worry about it right now. Skip those kind of questions. Ask anything related to creation of a VM. That's it. It's generally to everyone, not specifically to anyone, one or two people. So we have created a sample VM, and I have also told you how you can connect it from a Mac OS. Done. So now just see what I'm doing here. In this Windows machine, this being a Windows Server operating system, I can set up a web server on it. I can set up a web server on it. How do I set up a web server? I can go to manage, add roles and features. You don't have to do this along with me. Okay, I will go to manage, add roles and features. Continue with the next, and just continue with the next. And lastly, web server IIS, you have to select and then say add features. Continue with the next once again, and then finally click on install. So when you do this, it will set up a web server on your machine, right? Once after web server is set up, you will be able to deploy some applications over here, or a website if you want to. Those you will be able to host on this server once after you set up this Internet Information Services or IIS on this virtual machine. So we will see that in a short while. Let's wait for this web server service to get installed on this machine. Okay, so that probably would have installed. Now let's go back to the VM. It's still installing, waiting for it. Installation succeeded on virtual machine 1. So on this VM now, web server has been installed. Okay, where did I install it from? I went on to manage, add roles and features. From there, I went with 1 or 2 next, and then I selected web server and I completed the installation. So now let me give you a simple test, right? So I will just copy the public IP address of this VM, copy this public IP address, and let me share it with you as a URL. Can you click on that URL which I have given you in the chat and see what is happening? See if you are able to see something. You can see this is the default page now, right? Default IIS page. What if you replace this page with any of your application, right? What will happen if I replace this page with any of my application? I'll be able to see my application now. That's it. So this is how applications are getting hosted, or websites are getting hosted for you. For instance, if I go back over here, if I go back to the path wherein that IIS files will be located, I will go to this PC, go to Windows Drive, go to inetpub, see inetpub folder, www root folder, and here is the files. These are the code files and the image file. Double click on the PNG file. You are able to see what we saw in the browser. I'm just changing it. I'm adding some random value over here. I'm just calling it as VM1, for example. I'm just writing something just for the sake of doing. I'm just doing something. I'm saving this, Control S, right? Now, if you come back, if you try to refresh the page, what happens? You can see whatever change that we applied, you are able to see over here. Okay. Similarly, if I replace this file with another website, then you can see accordingly your website also will get changed. So this is what we have with respect to Internet Information Services. So you can see now, for you to create a website, to host a website, you don't need to do anything. You just have to create a virtual machine in Azure, set up the website, and you are done. So this is how easy it is to set up things on a cloud computing environment. Okay, that's it. Let's say, for example, subscription resource group you would need to select. Virtual machine name you have to give. So let's say you can give it as like Linux VM. I'm calling this as Linux VM this time. Choose the region, Central India. These things and all you can avoid for now. No infrastructure redundancy required. Operating system image, you will change it to Linux. So let's say, for example, I'm going with Ubuntu server, for instance, Ubuntu server 20.04. Select the VM size. I'm going with same standard V2MS. With respect to authentication, there are two options available for Linux. In Windows, it was only username and password. But for Linux, you have SSH public key one option plus username and password on one option. So you can go with either of them. Let's go with SSH public key because username and password we already know. We have seen that with your Windows machines. So here, if you go to password, instead of password, if you go to SSH public key, you will have to specify a username for the Linux machine. I'm calling it as Shadil as the username. And you have to generate a SSH key pair now. So whenever you create a VMs by this method, it will generate a key pair for you. And you will have a name for the key pair. So I'm just calling it as Linux VM SSH key. Linux VM SSH key. This time, do we allow RDP port or do we allow SSH port to connect onto the virtual machine? Which port you will have to allow? SSH, right? Why SSH? Because for remotely connecting onto Linux machine, you will use SSH secure shell. That's what you will be using over here. So I selected SSH, which is port number 22. Continue with the next. Just continue with the next. Here all this you can skip. Go to review plus create now. So therein one option is given, generate a new key pair, download private key and create a resource. Okay. So you have to click on download the private key. So a public key private key combination will be created whenever you go with this key based authentication, SSH key based authentication. You have to download the private key and keep it with you. Okay. So that you will be able to log in. So click on download private key. When I am showing you how to create the things, if you are doing it along with me, for example, I clicked on create VM, you will click on something else and you will be looking at there on your side. And later on you will come back. I would have moved away from that tab already. All right. It's not possible in a class that we wait for each and every individual to wait for the completion of the things and then slowly go to one by one. That is impossible. We'll not be able to complete our course. So that is where all of you have to listen carefully. First, what am I doing? What are the steps that I'm following? Then you replicate it once after I have completed from my side. Once after I have shown you the thing, you do it now from your side. That should be the ideal way of doing it instead of practicing along with me. If you try to do it along with me, it's very possible that you will miss out on many things and then you will have to keep on asking me, okay, how did you do that? Where did you go? Where did you click, etc. Okay, so please take care of that. Anyway, so you can see here, we have deployed a Linux VM now. Let's go to this resource. Now look at this. The way how you connect onto a Linux VM is slightly different. The way how you connect onto a Linux VM is slightly different. How do you connect onto a Linux VM? So to connect onto a Linux VM, can we use RDP? Do we use RDP client for connecting onto a Linux VM? Using that. So what you can do is instead for Linux connectivity, especially if you are going with certificate based authentication, I would recommend that you use this software called as MOBA Xterm. MOBA Xterm, a free SSH client software that is available for you. So you can go to this URL MOBA Xterm and you will be able to download it from here. Okay, MOBA Xterm you can download from here. So let me share that URL over here. So when you go to this MOBA Xterm, from there you will be able to download, for example, get MOBA Xterm now. When you click on it, you will be able to get it downloaded. Home edition, go for the free edition. That's more than enough. Download now. When you click on it, MOBA Xterm, home edition, portable or installer. If you want the installer version, you can go with it. Or if you want a portable edition, you can go with it. Either of them would work. So I have already downloaded MOBA Xterm. I will open up MOBA Xterm on my machine. right? MOBA Xterm 23.0. So you start it, and once you start it, it'll ask you, or it'll give you the option to connect. Okay, let me remove all this. There are some earlier sessions which I had created. Let me delete all of this, guys. Delete. In your case, if you're starting for the first time, these things you wouldn't see. Okay, so now what do I do to connect onto this Linux machine? So in MOBA Xterm, click on session. Click on session. What type of session you want to connect onto? Let's say SSH, for example. So click on SSH. Remote host. You need to specify the remote host IP over here, which is nothing but your Linux VM's public IP. So copy the public IP address of your Linux VM, put it over here. Done. I need to specify a username. Username is nothing but Shadri. Okay. But there are more things now. What are the more things? You need to specify the certificate. Port number is 22. We know that. So click on advanced SSH settings. And there is one option called as use private key. So select use private key. Click on browse and select the PEM file which has been downloaded. Okay. Linux VM sshkey.pem, which got generated and downloaded while creating the VM. We need to select that. So click on open for that guy and click on OK. So you can see this will initiate the connectivity for you. Just wait for that to get the connectivity established. And now it got logged in. Okay. So you can see here now system load, system information as of September 30, whatever, and the IP address of the VM 10.005, memory or disk capacity. This is basically the disk capacity slash 5.2% of 28.89 GB, basically 30 GB hard disk capacity. That is what we have. So all those details you can see here now. Now, whatever you want, like for example, if you wanted to set up a website or if you wanted to do anything else, typically whatever you will do on a Linux machine, you will be able to do that over here. Okay, that's it. So this is how you would connect onto a Linux machine. So we have seen both how to create a Linux VM as well as how to create a Windows VM. Let me just quickly show you once again the Linux VM creation. So you click on Azure Virtual Machine. Look at this carefully. Any of you are having doubts on creating a VM, last attempt, click on Create Azure Virtual Machine. Choose your subscription. Choose the resource group. Give VM a name. And then choose the region. Availability options you change to no infrastructure redundancy required. Select the image. If you want Linux, select Linux as your image. Scroll down. Select SSH public key. Give a username. Give a username for it. Key pair name. Test VM key or whatever name that will be making sense to you that can be given. Inbound ports, select SSH22. And you are done. You can click on Review Plus Create now. That's all. So with that, you will be able to create the virtual machine without any problem. Okay, that's it. And when you click on Create, it will download the PEM file, PEM file. It will download, and you can use that PEM file for authenticating against your session while using MOBA Xterm. PuTTY, on the other hand, that also can be used for taking connectivity onto Linux. But if you are using certificate-based authentication, it's better to go with MOBA Xterm because sometimes PuTTY will have some challenges with PEM file. PuTTY will not accept PEM file. The same thing of connecting, if I try from PuTTY, for instance, Windows cannot find PuTTY. Okay, so seems like I don't have PuTTY installed. Download PuTTY. So now here, if you go back to PuTTY, you can see the PuTTY app is available now. This also can be utilized. So what do you need to do? Just like how you were using MOBA Xterm, here you have to give your public IP address, whatever the public IP address that you have. And then you have to go to SSH, expand the SSH option. And from there under oath, right, you will have an option to specify the key that you want, private key file for authentication, right? So you will browse for the private key file. And for example, if you select the PEM file, it might not be supported because it will expect PPK file. So in which case, what you will have to do, you will have to convert this PEM file onto PPK file. So to do all this key related things, certificate key related things, you have something called as PuttyGen, another software available, which allows you to generate new keys as well as modify existing keys, getting converted, etc. All those can be done through those converter software. So instead of going through all that process, you can directly use MobaXterm, which will support this PEM keys, PEM keys directly natively. That's it. So you will have to specify the key over here. You will need to give the username and the host name and port number, etc. You can click on open. It will open up the connectivity, provided you're using a PPK file instead of PEM file. If you're using a PEM file, it will give you some errors saying this is not supported or so. Okay, that's it. So Putty can be used, or if there are any other services which will allow you to log in via SSH, then even that also can be utilized. Okay, so if your virtual machine is unresponsive, if it is a Windows VM, you can actually go to boot diagnostics. You can go to boot diagnostics, and from there you will be able to see a screenshot of this, right? So you can see that. So that if you want to, you can refresh it. So that will confirm whether your VM is running correctly or not. If there is any anomaly, you will be able to see over here. If it is a Linux VM, there also you can go to this boot diagnostics option and you will be able to see the screenshot. It is waiting at the Linux login screen, so things are good. If you go to serial log, it will also show you the serial console output data from the VM. So looking that also, you will be able to identify if there are any problems of the VM or if everything is running fine or not. Okay, that's it. Could you please show how to connect Linux VM directly through Azure? You just have to initiate a SSH window over here, not SSH window, but rather Cloud Shell window. You need to select your subscription, and then therein you have to just specify SSH @ or SSH space IP address @ user account. So in this way, you have to specify the command over there, okay, within the CLI. The only difficulty that here you will face will be if at all you are using a key file. So to use a key file, you will have to get it uploaded onto the storage that you have created. So that is why I'm trying to avoid it. It may become complicated, at least for some people. We don't have to bother about that right now, getting the file and all inside the bash prompt. If you're having a Linux VM which is having just a normal username and password, then to connect onto it, you simply have to give SSH space IP address @ user account, or user account @ IP address. That's it. So this would be the command, SSH space. Like if I just type SSH, you can see the usage over here. SSH, the key file also we can create a text file over here directly on Cloud Shell. You can copy paste the data onto that notepad file, save it. You can use the VI editor for that. And using that file also, you can do the same thing. That's it. Even multiple possibilities are available for you. Setting up a sample Linux VM, setting up a sample Windows VM, both of that we have done. And now then I have told you, you could create these VMs via PowerShell or CLI, etc. Okay. So we will see some examples for that as well. And then we will continue on to rest of the discussion on the virtual machine. There are many things that we need to see on VM. So we have to move away from this. Okay. So anyway, how do you create a VM via PowerShell if at all you wanted to? If you wanted to create a virtual machine via PowerShell, you can go back to this Cloud Shell option, or you can use the PowerShell or CLI which you have set up on your local machine. I had given you instructions earlier how you can set this up on your local environment. I gave you a file, Azure PowerShell self something, one file I had given you in OneDrive folder, and I told you to go through that and set up this PowerShell and CLI on your local machine. I hope all of you would have done that. So if that is the case, you could use your in your laptop, whatever the PowerShell that you have, that also can be utilized if you would like to utilize that one. Either way, it's up to you. Anyway, so here I'm going on to Cloud Shell. I'm doing this from Cloud Shell, for instance. I will switch over to PowerShell, click on confirm. And to create a virtual machine from here, now I can use the command like new -azvm. That would be the command that I'll be using. So let me just type it over here. New hyphen AZ VM. AZVM. So you can see that the simple command that you have to use for creating a virtual machine. Now there are various parameters that you have to pass on along with this new hyphen AZVM, right? So new hyphen AZVM, you have to give the name of the VM. Let's say for instance, oops, I'm sorry, new hyphen AZVM dash name of the VM via PowerShell, shell for instance, and then hyphen you have to give the resource group name. What is the resource group name that you want to use? So I'm calling it as demo RG. In which location you want this to be created? So that is Central India, right? And then you have to choose what is the image that you want to use. So image, you can say Windows. If you click on tab 2 times, it will show you the supported options. So I'm going with Win 2019 data center. And then dash what else? So you can see new hyphen AZVM name, VM via PowerShell, resource group name, location, image. Many other parameters are there. Like if you just look up with this command, new hyphen AZVM, you will be able to see all the parameters over here, right? New hyphen AZVM, if you type it, you will be able to get it. The complete details about this particular command, right? So what are the parameters supported? What exactly you need to give? What is not needed? Everything. You can see this many parameters are available for you. So you could choose from any of this that you want. Okay. Some sample command also will be available for you here. New hyphen AZVM credential. Get credential. If you give that much is more than enough. So let's just pass on this credential / get credential as well. And then let's try to get it created. So let me pass on that, get credential and give enter. So it'll ask for the username. I'm giving the username now. Password for user Shadil. I'll give the password. Okay. No size value has been provided. The VM will be created with the default size standard D2SB3. So it will automatically choose a size according to what we have. If you have not specified any size, it will just pick up D2SB3, or you could just pass the parameter dash size and then give the size that you want to, in which case you will be able to create a VM with a specified size. That's it. So in this way, you can create VMs by using PowerShell. You don't need to remember all this. You don't have to worry, okay, do I need to by heart all these commands? Not at all. Just remember new hyphen AZVM if possible. Now, let's say you are not able to remember that also. Is there any problem? No problem. Every company gives you internet access while you're working with them. It's just that you should have the ability to pick up these commands. In the sense, you should know how to search for these things. Googling skills has to be there. That is what matters mostly, right? So you have to just look it up and then find it easily. You will be able to use them without any problem. We need to worry like, okay, do I have to by heart all these commands and so on and so forth? Not needed. Nobody remembers all the commands, right? That's it. How to search for it? As I told you, if you want to create a VM by using PowerShell, you can just say create VM using PowerShell. Or if you wanted a CLI command, okay, create a VM using CLI. Azure, just add Azure as well. Create Azure VM. Create Azure VM using PowerShell. That's it. So when you pass on this, it will be giving you the commands that is available for you. You look through that, you will be able to find the details as per your. So if you go back to virtual machines now, you will be able to see a third VM would have created VM via PowerShell onto Shadless training Central India with D2SB3. Currently, there is no public IP address associated with it because we did not specify the public IP address setting while creating the VM. So you go to VM via PowerShell, go to the networking tab over here. So here is a network interface card, right? So click on the network interface card. Click on IP configurations. Click on the IP config and say associate public IP address and create a new public IP address. Just click on create a new public IP address and then save this. So the moment you click on save, it will pick up a new IP address. Okay, but this also can be done via command. Of course, yes, there are commands available for that. You just need to specify dash public IP address. One parameter is available. If you include that dash public IP address parameter and give a name for the public IP, it will take a public IP address for those VMs when it is getting created. So such possibilities also we do have. Now we know similar to Azure, we have CLI commands as well. So I'm giving you one example document for setting up your virtual machine via CLI command. Create a Linux virtual machine with Azure CLI. So go through this and you can just try creating the same thing. Okay, instead of new-azvm, you will use the command azvm create. Then you will define what is your resource group, name of the VM image that you want to use, admin username. Do you want to generate SSH keys, the public IP address, all those details. That's it. So with that, you will be able to create, including how to set up a sample web server by setting up Nginx. That is also recorded over here. That's it. So you can try it. I'm just sharing you the URL. You can just do a test on that. Okay, that's it. So I hope this part is clear. Creating some basic VM within Azure. One question: what is the difference between two commands to create a VM? I have told you that earlier. The difference between these two commands are nothing but one is CLI command, whereas one is Windows command. For people who are working on Windows platform mostly, they will find PowerShell commands more easy to work with. Whereas people who have worked on Linux platform, they will find Linux related commands more easy to work with. So because of that, we have two different types of commands available for you. That's all the difference. Functionality wise, there is no other difference for these two. That's it. So take this as a small assignment for us on setting up a Linux VM. Go through these steps. If you find anything difficult, reach out to me later on. I'll be able to help you with that. Similarly, the command for Windows VM also, it is there, right? New-azvm. So that also I'm giving you as a reference. We'll have all this recorded in our reference document. So it will be available if at all you wanted to refer to those later on. Let me just take you guys onto the reference file. Okay, so that's it. So these are some of the things that we have seen. And let's continue on to the rest of the things now. So we will have it saved over here so that you will have a reference later on if at all you wanted to go on through these. Okay, so that's it. So we have a couple of VMs now. And now it's not advisable to keep them running whenever you're not using. It's better to go and turn them off. You can stop them so that you will save some costing. If you're not using, if you turn them off, then you will save some amount on the costing. And plus, if you want to get rid of a VM, you can completely delete it. So what is the difference between all of these operations? We will discuss as we go forward. So let's continue on to other things that is there on the VM, which is nothing but virtual machine disk. Somebody was asking how you can change the size of the VM. So those things and all we will see as we go forward. Anyway, so now remember, while configuring this VM, you would have seen a couple of options like your basics tab, networking tab, disks tab, monitoring, management, and all that. Each of them have their own significance. Basics tab, that is where you will define the basic properties of your virtual machine. Disks, that is where you will configure the disk related settings of the VM. On networking tab, you will configure networking related settings, right? Like IP address related, your VNet related, all those things. Under management, there are certain management options that you can configure, which we will see as we go forward. Yes, config, I think they have discontinued that particular option and they have included something else over there. Tags is something which we will discuss later on. Okay, that's it. Anyway, so let's go and see now rest of the things on this module. Disks in Azure VM. Okay, disks in Azure VM. So let me take you to whiteboard. I'll explain you the disks options that is available for you in an Azure VM. So what is next? We have to see now what is virtual machine disks. So remember, I told you earlier, when you create a VM, the VM will have virtual CPU, virtual RAM. Along with it, it will also have virtual hard disk capacity. A virtual hard disk capacity. So for the virtual machine, the storage happens onto something what we refer to as a virtual hard disk. So you have a virtual machines now. a virtual machine. For this virtual machine, the storage or the disk is basically, or a disk is basically a VHD file. VHD file. What is the full form of VHD? Virtual hard disk file. A virtual hard disk file. That is what we have with respect to VHD. So now, let's say you have a underlying host wherein this VM is created. This is where the VM is created. And now this virtual hard disk file will be stored on the underlying host itself. Okay, if you're doing standalone virtualization. But whereas if you are doing a highly virtualized environment, a private cloud kind of setup or public cloud kind of setup, in that case, the virtual hard disk will be offloaded onto something called as SAN. Okay, the virtual hard disk file will be kept onto SAN. We'll revisit this point later on. Now, anyway, keeping that aside, whenever you create virtual machine, there are three types of disks associated with the virtual machine. First one is operating system disk. Second one is temporary disk. Third one is data disk. What is the difference between these three? Operating system disk, temporary disk, and data disk, right? We know what is an OS disk. We know what is data disk. Temporary disk, we might not know, and we will explain all three. First of all, operating system disk means a disk in which your operating system is contained. That is what the meaning of operating system disk. While creating this VM, you selected an image for creating the VM, and to have your operating system on it, you used a image from where you will use a marketplace image. Marketplace image. This marketplace image, does it contain the operating system? Yes or no? A marketplace image that you have, does it contain the operating system? Remember, while creating the VM, we selected what? We selected the image. So that image, I told you, it is coming from marketplace. So that marketplace image contains operating system in a installed state, right? So the marketplace image that you have, it actually contains your operating system. Operating system is already there within the marketplace image. What file it is? It is a virtual hard disk file. How can you create a virtual hard disk file? For example, on your local laptop, if you wish to, you can create a virtual hard disk file. Easy. Go to diskmgmt.msc. Just go to diskmgmt.msc. And from there, you will be able to click on action, create a VHD, and you can specify the size of the VHD that you want. Okay. Fixed size, 10 GB, 4 GB, whatever GB VHD file you will be able to create from here easily. That is what we have. So basically the operating system disk, which was there, which contains the operating system in an installed state, this will get converted onto your operating system disk. Basically this image that we had is what getting converted to your operating system image. Sorry, operating system disk converted to OS disk. First thing. Now the last thing, data disk. Data disk means for storing data, companies can use either their they will be using their own solutions. For example, they might be using some services, maybe SAN storage, whatever, on their on-premises environment. Now, on a VM, sometimes you would need to store the data. So to store the data on a virtual machine, anyway, operating system disk is there. You can also add data disk, and you will ideally keep data onto data disk. What is the reason for that? The reason for that is nothing but it is not recommended to store data in a operating system disk in Azure VM. There is a reason for that. But before I explain you the reason, on you and my laptop, your laptop, my laptop, what do we do for setting up your operating system and various other things? if you go to disk mgmt.msc once again, under disk mgmt.msc on my laptop, can you tell me how many physical disk I have? Can you tell me how many physical disk I have according to what you see on the screen right now? How many physical actual disk I have on my laptop? Look at this carefully and tell me. There is only one disk. There is only one disk. Look at the disk 0. This is what basically the disk is, right? A 500 GB disk is available, which is referred to as disk 0. There is only one disk. I have partitioned this one disk into two different partitions, that is C drive and D drive. Forget about this healthy EFI system partition and recovery partition. Forget about them. We'll not be able to use them. So there is one C drive, there is one D drive. So what did I do? I split my original hard disk into two equal sections, on one of which I installed operating system, another one I'm using for data storage. So this is what we do on our local laptop on-premises environment and so on and so forth. But in a cloud environment, when you create a VM, you will have disk 0, and this disk 0 or the very first disk should be used only for operating system, meaning this complete volume capacity will be used only for operating system. You will not have them partitioned. You will not have it like, okay, new volume, DC, etc. on one disk. One disk, one partition. Second disk, therein if you want to, you can create multiple partitions, or that also you can keep it as just as one. So this is what we have. So remember, once again, on premises, we configured our disks into multiple volumes, but that's not the way how you have to do it in Azure. So that is why we specifically say you will have data disk as well as operating system disk. Now let's come back to, let's say, let me start this guy. Go to your disk section. For example, I go on to, so once you are logged in, then you have to go to Windows plus R, disk mgmt.msc. Along with it, let me open up this PC also. So if you go to this PC, what do you see over here? Is a C drive, just a C drive you can see. Then there is one, in addition to that, one temporary disk, which we'll explain as we go forward. There are no data disk partitions over here. If you come back to disk mgmt.msc, you can see the first disk, disk 0, completely dedicated for operating system, nothing else. This is what exactly I told you. Then there is a disk 1, which we call as temporary disk. It is not used for storing data, because as the name says, whatever you store on it is temporarily, that's prone to loss. Okay? If you keep anything over there, there is very high chances you will miss out on the data. What exactly is the property of it, we'll discuss. Anyway, so you can see for operating system disk, there is one disk. Now for data disk, you have to create additional disks in Azure. Okay, so we understood there are three different types of disk: operating system disk, data disk, and temporary disk. Now, what is the purpose of data disk and operating system disk, and how to create one of them? Operating system disk will hold your operating system files, and that's it. And data disk is where you will hold your data, like any data that you wanted to store. Maybe if you have SQL setup, the SQL MDF and LDF files, one of them you can keep it over here, another one somewhere over here, etc. In this way, you will be able to separate them when you have data disk. So anyway, so let's see. Let's come back from this window. There is only one disk which is called as operating system disk, nothing else. So if I want to add an extra disk, then I can say create and attach a new disk. The data disk that I'm adding, I'm going to call it as data disk 01, right? And then you can click on apply, and you will see that is creating the disk and assigning it on the virtual machine. What is the purpose of temp disk? We will address that. Hold on. V1 VM with 1 GB can be kept running always as 750 hours are free. That is I also agree with that, but since I don't have any use of it, why would I need to run it for 750 hours, right? There is no point. So you can see data disk has been added over here from the VM disk section. Now, if you go back, let's go back to diskmgmt.msc. You can see 4 GB data disk has been added, right? So whatever came up originally, that is your data disk 0, and then data disk 1, that is basically disk 2. That's all. Anyway, so you can create a new partition over here, or a new volume, say new simple volume. You can specify whatever the, okay, this is not initialized. The disk has to be initialized first. So click on initialize disk, click OK. Then if you click on the unallocated space, you will have the option to create a new simple volume. So just continue with the next, finish, and you have a new volume available for you with a drive letter E on which you can store your data. Okay, so this is what happens with respect to your diskmgmt.msc. So let's come back here. If you look at this PC now, new volume E is available for you, and that's something which we have just configured right now. Operating system disk, data disk, and temp disk. Operating system disk, are we clear now? The disk on which operating system will be kept is called as operating system disk. Do we partition operating system disk? At least in Azure. Do we partition operating system disk in Azure? That's a clear no, not recommended. Okay, you should not try to partition C drive or the operating system disk. That's it. Now data disk, for any additional data storage, you will use data disk, which also we have seen. The capacity can be increased. Somebody was asking a question here, can the capacity be increased of the disk later on? Of course, yes, you can. You can increase the capacity if you want to. You can go to a maximum capacity of 32 terabytes. One single disk can have a maximum capacity of 32 terabytes. Let me tell you that once again. A single disk in Azure can have a capacity of 32 terabytes per disk, one single disk. Okay, that's it. So that is the point that we have with respect to operating system disk versus data disk. Now, why did I tell you you should not be having any data sitting on the operating system disk, but rather all data should go to the data disk? What is the reason I told you about this? Because there is one concept called as throttling applicable for Azure resources. To understand throttling, first of all, I have to tell you about IOPS and throughput. What is IOPS? What is throughput? IOPS means number of input output operations is what we call as IOPS. How many input output operations in a given second or in a given time frame you are doing? That is what we call as input output operations per second. Throughput means while that operation is happening, how much data you are able to send onto your, let's say, disk. How much data you are able to send onto the disk. That is what we call as throughput. So throughput basically is a quantity. IOPS is the number of connections that you have established with the client. Okay, so that's it. So now you can see here what happens with respect to this throttling. Every disk in Azure has limits. Every disk in Azure has limits, how much you can utilize out of them, and how much bandwidth, all that you will get, etc. There are limits with that. So now what happens here is that when you reach your limits, let's say for instance, you have a VM, a virtual machine object. You have one data disk, operating system disk, right? All that you have your data disk, operating system disk, everything is there in Azure only. That's all. So now, where does throttling comes into the picture? I told you each and every disk, let it be data disk as well as operating system disk, they will have limits applicable on them. That is not a limit that we apply, but rather Microsoft applied limits itself. Every resource will have those limits. So now here also you have some limits applicable on them. So what it will do is that when you have a limit applicable over here, there are throttling issues popping up now. How throttling will come? The throttling will come because there are packets, data packets, which has to be written onto the disk or maybe retrieved from the disk, but you are going beyond the dedicated IOPS value and throughput figure. For example, your IOPS is 200 connection 200 per second, 200 input output operations per second. That is what the IOPS value that you have. Throughput will be referred or will be measured in MB per second normally. This much MB per second, that much MB per second, or GB per second, etc. That is what we call as the throughput. So you will have some limits on the throughput as well. Now let's say your operating system disk, you were supposed to keep only the operating system and nothing else. You add some data onto it, some additional data. What will happen now? Now you can see that extra access requirement for that new data that you added that comes up. Existing disk also requires operating system and everything, right? So now the problem here is that when you try to fill that particular disk with a lot of data which is not relevant for you, like for example, your operating system disk that you have, you loaded with your data, whatever data which should go to your data disk, you loaded on operating system disk. The problem is you will reach the limit of your operating system disk faster. That whatever 200 IOPS limit or this much Mbps IOPS limit that you have, that limit you will reach faster when you keep everything on one single disk itself. Meaning your disk will experience throttling of packet. Throttling means Azure platform will not allow those particular packets to go through. He will simply block it. So that is what we call as throttling. So always every disk has limits. So to make sure that we don't cross that limit, you have to make sure you're not getting into the throttling effect. And that is where we have to size your VMs correctly and plan for operating system disk and data disk correctly. That's it. So there is a reason I told you it's better to keep your operating system on one disk and keep your data on another disk called as a data disk. That's all. Why it is not recommended to create partitions within Azure VMs. Okay, the reason I have clearly explained you. Hopefully you have got it. If you have any doubts, may ask. Temp disk we will explain. Data disk extra storage from what we have selected while creating VMs, or it is split from main storage. Okay, so data disk is separate. Okay, data disk is separate. You can go ahead and choose once after creating the VM, or while creating the VM, or maybe a couple of years after creating the VM. So wherever you want, you will be able to find it out. That's not a problem. Why? Another question, why IOPS is different between operating system disk and data disk? Will not get proper IO from data disk. Question is not clear, Amit. Why IOPS is different between operating system disk and data disk? Will not get proper IO from data disk. Question is not clear. Try to rephrase it. I'll try to get it answered, or if you want to speak up, I'll give you the permission as we go forward. Throttling is not clear. Not a problem. Let me explain that once again. One last time. Please have a look at it. Okay, but before that, one question to you. What is 2 plus 3? All of you, please respond. 2 plus 3, how much it is? Okay, so 5 plus 9. (14 minus 17). Yeah, minus 3. Okay, done. Somebody is getting minus 4. Okay, done. Anyways, that is just to make sure you guys are not sleeping. I know attention span is very less. Okay, what is attention span, guys? Anybody heard about it? What is an attention span? Attention span, what it is? The time that you are able to focus, okay, on some topic, how much time you are able to focus is what we call as exact 100% focus. That is what we call as attention span. What is the attention span for humans nowadays? Any guess? So let's just talk about throughput and IOPS once again. Don't sleep now. Let me just quickly tell you what is throughput and IOPS. Okay, why operating system disk is separate, why data disk is separate in Azure, why we are not doing partitioning. That is what we are trying to answer over here. Listen carefully, guys. So you got operating system disk. In your operating system disk, you will have operating system files already. Yes or no? In your operating system disk already, operating system files will be there. Yes or no? Of course, yes, you will have operating system files. So your virtual machine will continuously interact with this operating system disk. Yes or no? Virtual machine will continuously interact with this operating system disk, which is of course true because operating system is running while VM is running. So of course, the operating system disk will be getting utilized always constantly. Done. Now, keeping that aside, let's come to 2 points. One is IOPS on a disk. Another one is throughput on a disk. Throughput on a disk. What is IOPS? What is throughput? IOPS means whenever you do a read from a disk, or you do a write from a disk, or you do a delete from a disk, or you do a list operation from a disk, these are all various operations that we are doing. I'm reading something. You are reading a file from the disk. So there will be one read operation or maybe more than one read operations. Similarly, when you write something, there is write operations. When you delete, there are delete operation. When you just try to list, you go to a folder, you are listing the contents, and that is list operation, right? So each of these operations are numbered. How many times you are able to do a read operation, for example, write operations, for example, delete operations, for example, list operations, for example, all of them put together in a given second, how many operations you will be able to do. Let's take this number as 200 IOPS, right? So meaning into the given disk, you will be able to do 200 input output operations in a given second. This is what we call as IOPS. Is this part clear? Input output operations per second on a disk. Are we clear? It can be anything, read, write, delete, list, any of these operations that is happening one by one onto a disk is what we call as input output operations per second or IOPS. Done. Now let's focus on what is a throughput. So let's say, for example, you are doing a write operation, right? You are doing a write operation. When you do a write operation, are you sending some amount of data onto the disk? Yes or no? Are you sending some amount of data onto the disk when you do a write operation? Of course, yes. For example, you are saving an image. So you are sending some amount of data onto that. So what is the amount of data with any of these operations? What is the amount of data that you either push into the disk or you take out from the disk is what we call as throughput. Once again, the amount of data, the quantity of data that you insert into the disk, maybe with the help of a write operation, or the amount of data that you retrieve from the disk, maybe through a read operation. So what is the amount of data that you can push onto the disk? That is what we call as throughput. For example, 50 MB per second. So meaning, if you were doing a write operation in a given second, you can send 50 megabytes of data onto that particular disk. This is what we call as throughput. Are we clear with respect to throughput and IOPS now? So now I told you there are limits available for all the disks that you create in Azure. There are limits available. Let's take our operating system disk. Our operating system disk that we have. has a limit of 200 IOPS, 50 Mbps throughput. Okay, so your operating system disk has 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps throughput. Question, very simple question. So your operating system is already getting utilized by who? Operating system disk is getting utilized by who? Your virtual machine or the operating system running it is constantly using your operating system disk. So he himself would need this 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps throughput. Yes or no? Yes or no? Your VM itself would require, for the operating system to continue functioning, that itself would require your 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps throughput. Now, along with it, what did you do? You're keeping some of your application data on the same disk. Now, this application also started taking data from the disk. Will you go, your requirement, will it go beyond 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps? The current requirement, will it go beyond 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps? Of course, yes. Now 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps will not be enough for you. You will need more than 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps going forward, because there are more data which is coming from a different application or maybe coming from a different scenario getting saved on your operating system disk. Now, I told you this is the hard limit. 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps is the hard limit. You are requiring more than 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps. What will happen? You will try to do that. When you try to specify things like this, your virtual machine will try to do that. They will attempt it. They will try to take more than 200 IOPS and 50 Mbps. This is exactly where Azure will do what? Azure will do what? Throttling. So any request going beyond 200 IOPS per second, any request going beyond 50 Mbps per second, they will simply limit those packets. Those packets will not be able to go through. So that is what we call as throttling. Will that result in data loss? Will that result in data loss? It will not result in data loss. No, it will not result in data loss. Simply, all those packets, data packets who are pending to be written or read, they will wait into something called as queue. They will wait in queue, in which case your QD will increase. Your QD, queue depth will increase. So there is more and more weight on your hard disk for the VM to do read-write operations. What will be the end result? What will be the end result? If there are more and more operations pending on the disk, right? You will have a slow system, or your VM will be slow. Simple. Is it so very difficult to understand? The virtual machine will be very slow now, and eventually it is possible it can crash as well. Correct? Did you understand now? Why did I say you should not keep your operating system data and disk data on one single disk? Are we clear now? What is the problem that you will face? Done. Okay, so that's all what we have with respect to throughput, IOPS. Why did I say you should not keep data on operating system disk, and vice versa? If you have separate disk for each of them, no problem. So that is the ideal approach in Azure. You will create one disk dedicated for operating system. Fine, let it be. You will create another disk for data, and you will keep your data on the data disk. That too, if you have to store again large amount of data, do you have to keep everything in one single data disk itself, or is it even better to split the data also into multiple data disks? What do you think? Better, if you have more amount of data, better you have to split it into multiple data disks. Okay, so let me ask you one question now. You are deploying SQL. You are setting up SQL on your virtual machine. There are two types of data files in SQL. What are they? There are two types of data files in SQL. What are they? You have log file and data file. We call it as LDF files and then MDF file. Okay. Question comes now. What is the question? Question 1. will you keep all this data? Let me give the three options and then after that you can respond. Option 1, keep LDF plus MDF, both of these files in operating system disk. Second option, keep LDF plus MDF in one data disk. What is the maximum capacity of a disk in Azure? I've already explained how. Let me see. Okay, 32 terabytes is the maximum capacity of individual disk. Okay, done. So a couple of questions over here. Let me respond to them. Why? Okay, if your question has already been answered, you have to mention there as well. Some of your question might have already answered. Why IOPS is difference between operating? Okay, that Amit's your question probably would have answered. Please check VM which created max IOPS is different. Operating system disk and data disk, 500 IOPS for operating system and 200 IOPS for data disk. That can vary. That can vary. Data disk can have one IOPS figure. Operating system disk can have another IOPS and frequency figure. Okay, so that we will see. Does it mean Azure does not have intelligence to manage the disk space between operating system disk and data disk? The scenario where operating system disk has reduced its memory. Question not so clear. Okay, I hope I have answered your question with the continued explanation. Hopefully, if it's not clear or if it's not answered, please let me know. IO clear, not throughput. Romit, I think it would have got cleared now. What is maximum IOPS and throughput in one disk in Azure? We'll see that in a short while. We'll see that in a short while. How do I know why VM support? How many operations support IOPS and throughput? That also we will see in a short while. Is compute service and throttling same? Compute service and throttling are not same. Okay, compute service is compute service. Throttling is done by another component. Okay, so pretty much that's it. Now, temporary disk, let's keep it aside. Don't worry about it right now. Let's talk about now the performance classification of the disk. So let it be your operating system disk or data disk. Based on the performance, it can be classified now. First performance-based classification that we have is, let's say, premium SSD, standard SSD, standard HDD. So what is premium solid state drive, standard SSD and standard HDD? So while creating a disk in Azure, you could choose between any of these three options, like a premium SSD or a standard SSD or a standard HDD. What is the difference? A premium SSD means that disk, that PHD file will be created on top of a solid state drive. Is there anyone who don't know what is a solid state drive and what is a normal HDD? Anyone who don't know what is solid state drive and what is a normal HDD? Anyone? Okay, so if you look at the difference between the two, here is the one. So you can see here on this picture, the hard disk drive, which has magnetic disks on it, actual mechanical parts are involved, and that is how, based on the rotations per minute, that is how a normal traditional hard disk in this diagram, which is on the left hand side, will work. Whereas on the right hand side, you have solid state drive, SSDs, which are small, compact, plus there are no mechanical parts involved. It's all electronic circuits and chips. Tell me, which one would be faster, the normal hard disk or solid state drive? Which one would be faster? Of course, that would be SSD. Of course, more costlier as well. So more costlier, more faster. That is what we have with respect to SSD, solid state drive. So now in Azure, you have an option for creating solid state drive or normal hard disk, or let's say you want something standard SSD, what exactly you want, you have the option to choose from any of those according to your requirement. So meaning when we come back to the whiteboard, you will be able to see with respect to the performance classification, premium SSD virtual hard disk files will be backed by normal solid state drive. Okay. Standard SSD means what? Standard SSDs are not your actual SSD. They are not true SSD. They're hybrid disk, by the way, hybrid disk, which will have higher performance than normal HDD. But again, it will involve some mechanical stuff and all that. So that is what we have, standard SSD. Lastly, you have standard HDD, which is nothing but your normal HDD, normal hard disk. Normal hard disk means that bigger hard disk, which I have shown you over here in this diagram, this bigger one with magnetic platters and all that. Okay, very difficult to use and notoriously slow as well sometimes. So that's what we have with respect to the performance classification of your disk. Premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. While creating VMs in Azure, you could choose from any of these options that is available for you, and you can create your resources accordingly. What is the benefit if you go with premium SSD, guys? Can anybody tell me? You get confused. Okay. Compute cluster and storage cluster in Azure. Compute cluster, that is where your virtual machines are going. Whenever you create virtual machines in Azure, those VMs are getting created on compute cluster. So you will have multiple physical hosts, which is virtualized and stacked together. And on top of that, that is where your VMs are getting created, for example. Whereas for this VM, for storing their data, they require VHD. Yes or no? For storing their operating system disk or data disk, etc., they will be using VHD files, right? .VHD files. This VHD files, where it will get stored? It will get stored on SAN devices, which is coming under storage cluster. So you will have multiple SANs over here. Okay. So this virtual machine's hard disk is basically sitting over here. How is that possible? That is possible nowadays. Okay. You have various protocols for that. It's called as iSCSI or FC. iSCSI or FC, fiber channel protocol. Using that, you will make it appear like the SAN is directly available for the VM. So what happens? You will be able to store the VM's operating system disk and data disk on the SAN device now. So this is how Azure is configured in the backend. Once again, whenever you create a VM, the virtual machine's compute or CPU, RAM capacity, etc., comes from underlying host. Rest of the things will come from the sandbox. I mean, the storage will go onto the sandbox. So whenever you add a data disk or whenever you do create an operating system disk, this in fact is coming from where? It is coming from the SAN. That understanding has to be there. That's it. Okay. Are we clear on this point? Compute cluster and storage cluster. Are we clear? Okay, repeat. So repeating, compute cluster is where your virtual machines are running. They will run on the physical hardware. They will take RAM capacity, CPU network from the compute cluster environment. Now they have to have the storage. These VMs requires the storage as well. From where the storage they will get? For storage, there is a device called as SAN, storage area networking, SAN. So these SAN boxes are large capacity storage devices. So therein, on the SAN, you will create a disk and they will submit that disk as if it is directly attached onto the VM. That is where we will be using this iSCSI, FC kind of protocols and all that. So with the help of that, you will be able to make sure that your virtual machine is getting the storage capacity from where? From the storage cluster, not from the compute cluster. Is that point clear now? Where virtual machine disk goes to? Okay, so virtual machine disk is basically coming from which cluster? Compute cluster or storage cluster? So whatever we explained so far is just waste now. I asked about the operating system disk and data disk for the VM. where it is coming from. It is coming from storage cluster, not from compute cluster. It is coming from SAN or storage cluster, not from compute cluster. Clear? That's it. Now, let's say when you create a virtual machine, let's say here you have the virtual machine created. This VM's data disk and operating system disk coming from the SAN. But at the same time, Azure will give you a capacity from this underlying physical hardware as well, right? They will give you capacity from underlying physical hardware now. Now, what is the benefit of providing a small capacity storage from underlying physical hardware where the VM is running? What would be the purpose of it? Just think of it logically and tell me for what purpose we would keep that. Comparatively, when you compare the disk which is coming from here, which is your data disk and
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is one secondary benefit of using ARM templates in Azure? Your options are A, simplified infrastructure management. Option B, automated deployment process. Option C, enhanced security features. And option D, improved resource utilization. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move back to our session.
Operating system disk. And when you look at the temp disk over here, which one will give you higher performance? Tell me. The temp disk will give you high performance or the SAN will give you high performance? Performance in terms of latency. Performance in terms of latency. In terms of latency. Once again, I'm making it clear. In terms of latency, which one will be more faster? The temp disk or the SAN disk? The temp disk will have a slight upper edge, right? Because it's directly connected disk storage. It is coming directly from the underlying physical hardware, whereas the other one is coming via SAN. So it does not think like SAN one is low and then there is a lot of latency and all, not at all. But always the one which is directly connected have upper hand than the one which is connected on the network. Okay. So Azure is giving you with every VM a small capacity from the underlying physical hardware where he has been created. A small capacity that they will define, you cannot control it. Now, this is what we call as the temporary disk capacity. What is the problem with this temporary disk capacity? I'll tell you the problem. In Azure, there is one operation called as stop deallocate. Stop deallocate. What is it? Stop deallocate. A stop deallocate, when you do that, you're basically clearing your virtual machines from this underlying hardware. You will clear your virtual machine, but that will not remove your VM. Your VM will still be available. It will be there. Like for example, you will be able to see that in Azure portal, but it will not be associated with any physical hardware in the backend. It will not be running on any physical hardware in the backend. So in some storage, the metadata they will preserve. Like for example, we call it as mummy, right? We prefer mummy. What is mummy? Like the dead bodies of the pharaohs and all, we keep in the mummified form, correct? You will just preserve it. So later on, when you want to, you can access it if you want to. It's not about access and all that, but I'm just taking an example over here. So similarly, your Azure virtual machine, they will preserve even if you do a stop deallocate operation. Let me take you quickly onto Azure portal for a second. If you go to Azure portal, we have this VM, correct? What is the current state of this VM? This is running. So when I say running, it goes like this. In the back end, they have given me an allocation on the physical hardware, right? Once again, yeah. So like this, they have given me an allocation over here. You can see that, right? They have given me an allocation over here. My VM is running, correct? When I do stop deallocate, for example, if I go back over here, click on stop, this is basically a stop deallocate operation. So when I do a stop and deallocate operation, they will simply remove this allocation for me. They will dedicate this capacity for somebody else now. Okay. So this allocation is no longer available for me now. That has been cleared out. But does that remove your VM? No, it doesn't remove your VM because your VM's operating system disk and data disk is still available on the SAN. That is untouched. That is still there. Until unless you delete it, it won't go anywhere. Okay. So your operating system disk, data disk, it is still there. But the allocation of the VM that has been given to you, that has been cleared out when you did a stop deallocate. My question, if you have your operating system disk and data disk available on the SAN, will you be able to bring back your VM without any problem? Will you be able to bring back your VM if you have the operating system disk and data disk? Of course, yes, you will be able to bring back it anytime, right? So for example, later on, now you can see we stopped deallocated this VM. Anytime the moment I click on start, what Azure will do, they will find any other physical hardware. They will give me a new allocation. Whatever the size I selected, B2MS, they will give me a new allocation and they will simply point me on to the earlier operating system disk and data disk that I had through iSCSI FC. That's all. I got my VM back running without any problem. But there is a problem actually. What is the problem now? What is the problem that we faced in this process? Can anyone tell me that? We lost something in between now. We did not lose any data on temporary disk. We will not lose anything on the data disk. We will not lose anything on the operating system disk, but there is something that we are losing. What is that now? The data on temporary disk. Why? Because temporary disk was given from here, correct? It was coming from here earlier. Now that your allocation removed from here, it moved on to another physical host in the backend. Your new temp disk capacity will come from this guy. So whatever data were there on the temp disk earlier, that is completely lost. Are we clear now why it is called as temporary disk? Are we clear why it is called as a temporary disk now? Okay, done. Fair enough. Now, but it can be restored from SAN disk. No. Is your temporary disk stored on the SAN? Yes or no? No. Temporary disk was coming from the underlying physical host. I told you only data disk and operating system disk goes on to the SAN. The temp disk was coming from the underlying physical host. So that guy cannot be restored no matter what. Okay. So whatever it is given to you, once it is gone, it is gone. That is why they will have a warning saying any data on the temporary disk is prone to be lost if you do a stop deallocate on the VM. Let me ask you one more question now. When you do a stop deallocate, I told you the compute allocation is not there for you now. Compute is not allocated for you, but your data disk and your operating system disk is still there. Okay. Compute allocation is not there. Your operating system disk and data disk is still there. Now, will you have any cost saving when you do a stop deallocate operation? Will you have any cost saving when you do stop deallocate on the VM? Okay, so remember the cost of your virtual machine includes compute cost and storage cost. Compute cost, storage cost, operating system license cost. All this is included in your VM cost. Now, when you do stop deallocate, will you have a compute cost? Yes or no? When you do stop deallocate, will you have compute cost? There is no more compute cost, but rather you will be charged for storage cost, and then you will be charged for operating system license. Plus, if you have any public IP address, you will be charged for that public IP address as well. Somebody was saying earlier, public IP address also will change when we do stop deallocate. No. When you do stop deallocate, if your public IP address has been converted to static public IP address, it will not change. And you will be charged for the static public IP address, but it will not change your public IP address no matter what. Okay. So are we clear about the concept of disk now? Azure VM operating system disk, data disk, temporary disk. What happens with temporary disk? Stop deallocate operation. What happens when you do stop deallocate operation? Will you be able to save cost when you do stop deallocate? All these questions is answered now. Yes or no? Okay, done. Any questions which is coming onto the chat will not be answered, please. I have been very clear on that. Comments I'm okay, but questions has to go onto Q&A for sure. Only then you will receive a response for that. I'm sorry to tell you that. If you are expecting an answer for your question, put it onto Q&A. Simple. Anyway, so let me address some of the questions over here. What is the difference between premium SSD and standard SSD in terms of performance? In terms of performance, throughput and IOPS will be slightly lesser on standard SSD. Slightly lesser, that's all. In terms of actual disk in the backend, premium SSD is true SSD. Standard SSD is not true SSD, but rather it is a hybrid disk in the backend. That's all. So compute cluster won't have any storage at all. Can you guys tell me, will you have storage on compute cluster, yes or no? Do we have storage on compute cluster? Of course, yes. If it is not there, how you will get temp disk capacity? Right. Temp storage was coming from compute cluster itself. So there is some storage capacity, but it is limited. What is the property of it? That we have already explained. Can we call temp as a cache? Temp disk can be used as a cache. You don't call it as a cache, you call it as a temp disk itself, but it can be used as a cache. That's all. Private IP will remain same, and you mean public IP will also remain same. What I meant to say was whatever IP address changed to static, both your private IP as well as public IP, both can be changed to static. Public IP address are by default static. Private IP address are not static by default. They will be dynamic by default. So both of this can be changed onto static. If you have changed it onto static, none of them will be lost. That's all. What about the billing if VM is only stopped and not deallocated? Okay, is it possible that you stop the VM, but at the same time it is not deallocated? Is it possible? Is it possible that you stop the VM, but it's not deallocated? Is it possible? RDP onto this machine. Okay, I took RDP onto this machine. I went to the operating system. From operating system, I click on power button. I click on shutdown. Will that be a stop deallocate? That will not be a stop deallocate. That will just turn off the operating system. In which case, under status, you will see instead of stop deallocated, you will see only stop. You can test it. You will see only stopped, but deallocated will not be there. Deallocate will come if you click on stop from Azure portal. So meaning it is possible that you can turn off your VM only into stopped state without deallocating it. In which case you will pay for compute, you will pay for storage, you will pay for everything. You will not have any cost saving, and at the same time your operating system will not be running. So if you want to turn off and then save cost, then do it from Azure portal. Make sure you're doing a stop and deallocate. That's all. What is tomorrow's topic? Tomorrow will continue, or sorry, tomorrow you have assignment session, by the way. So whatever topics has been covered so far, based on that, you will be having an assignment session tomorrow so that you practice on the things. So that will be the plan for tomorrow. Next week, we will be getting started with Azure. We will continue on Azure VM. The disk part I have to show you practically. So those things we will see. And thereafter, we will move on to Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set, VMSS. That's all. Can you please repeat one more time? Compute cost. Please repeat one more time. Compute cost. What is a question related to compute cost? Compute cost will not be there when stop deallocate is the status of the VM. Only storage cost will be there. That is a point that I try to make over here. Why? Because your VM is no more running. It's no more allocated anywhere, but only the storage of the VM is getting utilized. There are 2 VMs disk or 1 VM disk which is running. And for that, whatever capacity is required will be utilized. That's all. Is there any real-time use case when to use temp storage? That we will discuss in upcoming class. There are real-time use cases. Like for example, you can use it as your ephemeral operating system. You can load operating system itself onto the temp disk. It is possible. They call it as ephemeral operating system. There is a possibility which will boot faster. But again, it will get reset all the time when you stop deallocate and start. Every time it will get reset. You can use it as swap memory. In Linux, we have swap. In Windows, we have paging. You can use it as a Linux swap or paging memory in Windows. Okay. And these use cases and all, I'll explain you in next class. For example, I'm hosting a web server having some public address. Now, if I want to give the public IP static, do I need to pay extra as that special service? Yes, of course. A public IP address, when you keep it as static, you have to pay for that. Okay, public IP address, nobody gives you free. How to allocate temp storage in a VM? You don't have to do anything to allocate a temp storage in VM. In fact, you cannot do anything to allocate temp storage in a VM. It is an automatic process based on the size of the VM that you selected. Azure will automatically give you some capacity for the temp storage. That's all. Since Azure has a reserved VM as well, do the stop and duplicate applies to it as well. A reserved instance will not give you cost saving when you do stop deallocate, because when you do reserve the instance, you are basically reserving a physical hardware itself. So in which case you will have to make sure you are fully utilizing the reserved hardware. If you simply do a stop deallocate a VM, which is running on a reserved hardware, that is not going to give you any cost saving because you're already paying for that particular hardware in advance. Can I get a dedicated hypervisor for me where I can host all my instances which should not be shared to anybody? Possible. So that is what we call as dedicated host. One option is available. So if you have enabled that, yes, you will get a dedicated host available only for you. Can you let me know what is the difference of operating system and hybrid benefit license? So Bash Bose, please write your questions on to Q&A. I forgetfully read your question, but anyway, can you let me know what is the difference between operating system license and hybrid benefit license? Hybrid benefit we'll talk about in upcoming classes. Don't worry right now. Okay, that's it. So I hope that's it. All your questions has been addressed, I believe. If there are any other questions which I have not addressed, please repost on to Q&A. Or if any of you want to speak up, please let me know. I'll give you the permission. You can speak up and ask anything that you want to. And rest of the things we will continue in our next class. So we have the classification based on performance, that is premium, SSD, solid state drive. And then we have standard SSD. And then we have standard. This is based on the performance-based classification of your Azure VM disk. Now, with respect to the types of disk that we discussed, it was one operating system disk. Then we had data disk. And then one more temp disk, temporary disk. These are the three different types of disk typically that you will be having on a virtual machine. I told you the operating system disk is for storing your operating system related data, anything of the operating system, all the operating system system disk. Typically, the system disk will be 127 GB for, and for Linux machine 30 GB capacity. You can increase it. You can increase this disk size to whatever you want later on. Decreasing is not possible. I mean, if you have 127 GB or 30 GB, if you wanted to come down from 127 default to 100 or maybe to 80 or so, if you wanted to come down, that's not possible. And with respect to 30 GB disk, also the same thing. You cannot decrease it, but you can increase it. We will see that practically later on. With respect to data disk that you have, now you can have disks over here in data disk. For a VM, maybe you can have 1 data disk, 2 data disk, 3 data disk, whatever the number of data disks that you want, you will be able to attach on the VM. How many data disk is supported? That will be decided by the size of the VM. When you go to the details about the size of your Azure VM, therein you will be able to see how many data disks can be supported. Let me ask you one question. Can you have more than one operating system disk? Can we have more than one operating system disk, or we will have only one? What do you think? One operating system disk, not more than one, right? Always you will be having only one and only operating system disk, not more than one operating system disk. That's it. Okay, now coming on to the SSD or a standard SSD or a standard HDD. What is the difference between the three? Premium SSD is solid state drive, the backend. This is solid state drive, SSD in the backend. We have discussed all this. I'm just quickly recapping the things. Okay, hope you haven't forgotten anything. The solid state drive, I don't have to explain you. It's faster, it's more costly, but they perform very well, and you will get the best performance, best throughput and IOPS with respect to a solid state drive SSD. With respect to standard SSD, this is not true SSD. This is hard disk itself, maybe kind of a hybrid hard disk in the backend, meaning it will have a good performance, but not up to the premium level. Up to premium level SSD, you wouldn't be having the permission. A good level of performance you will be having, but compared to standard HDD, it is better performance, but not up to premium. So something middle level, that is what you will get with standard SSD. In the backend, it would be a hybrid disk that you would be having. Whereas standard HDD means your normal traditional HDD. Okay, we have all seen this, the normal traditional hard disk, the magnetic disk that we have earlier, laptops and desktops and all that. So then you, let's say a normal disk, which is having a magnetic disk inside it, and it will rotate. There are magnetical parts inside it. I hope I had shown you some photos of that as well, right? With respect to the standard HDD. So that is what you have with respect to the three different types of disk in terms of performance. Now, operating system disk for operating system file, data disk for storing your data, temporary disk. The purpose of temporary disk is mainly two purposes. There is something called as page memory or swap memory. Page memory or swap memory. Anybody heard about this paging or swap? Have anyone heard about this paging and swap? Hopefully you would have heard about that, paging and swap. If not, I'll explain you anyway. Okay, so paging and swap means both are same thing. Paging is in Windows and swap is in Linux. Paging memory is in Windows and swapping is in Linux. What exactly it is? Your system has a RAM, or a virtual machine will have certain amount of RAM capacity available with it. When the operating system is running out of RAM, sometimes you will reach a point wherein there is no enough RAM capacity available for you. So what this is, this RAM free, he will take some files from the RAM, some data from the RAM, and he will move it into hard disk. It will move it into your operating system disk or data disk, wherever you have configured this paging. Therein, it will move some data into something called as a page file, into something called as a page file. They will move the data onto a page file, right? Or in the case of Linux, a swap memory. So into this swap allocation or into this page file, they will move the data from the RAM. It's a temporary place, that's all. Now later on, when the system needs it back, he will load it back onto the RAM, and then he will use those files. So this concept, to substitute for the RAM capacity whenever there is shortage of RAM. That concept is what we call as paging in Windows or swap partition in Linux. Okay, so your temporary disk can be utilized for keeping it as a page memory or as a swap memory. Okay, it can be used as a page memory or it can be used as a swap memory. So that is what you have with respect to temporary disk. So just a second, see if you are still facing the problem. I can see there is some latency issue on the network, but I don't have any backup network right now. Are you still facing the problem or is it going well enough? Okay, let's see. If at all anything comes up, please let me know. If at all the problem comes up, please let me know. And let's see. So I'm actually out of country. I'm not in India right now. And the network is not so good. But anyway, let's see. Okay. So once again, with respect to swapping, the swapping disk or page memory in a machine, in an operating system, when the system is of RAM capacity, the machine will move from RAM capacity into a temporary storage space, right? Which we call as a page file in Windows and a swap memory in Linux. So you can configure this page file. The point that I'm trying to make here is this page file can be configured into your temporary disk. You have a temporary disk in a Windows VM or in a Linux VM, right? So you configure your paging file onto the temporary disk now. So what is the point? You know the nature of the RAM. RAM is volatile memory. We will not store anything permanently on the RAM. And same is the case with temporary disk capacity as well. So this page memory that we have on an operating system level, which is used whenever the system is running out of RAM capacity, and the system try to move some data from the operating system from the RAM to the page file, you can move that into the temporary disk in the case of Windows as well as in the case of Linux. You just need to configure your paging file to be kept on the temporary disk, which is drive D or SDB in the case of Linux. That's all what you have to do. So this is the point of what we call as page file or swap memory in Linux. Both of them same thing. Functionality wise, there is no difference. It's just the same thing. Only difference here is that one is in Linux, one is in Windows. That's all. So let me recall once again. Paging memory or paging file, or also known as virtual memory or swap memory on a Windows or Linux operating system, is nothing but a disk space, a small amount of disk space, which the system will utilize for storing your files from the RAM whenever your system is running out of RAM capacity. That's all the point of the paging file or the swap file. So now you could keep your swap file or paging file onto your temporary disk. It is very suitable for that. So this is one use of temporary disk. Second use of temporary disk, you can use it for data processing, just for data processing, not for storing. You're not storing the data permanently. You just want to process it. Processing in the sense, maybe it can be some sort of sorting the data. Sometimes you will have to sort whatever the data that you have, or you might want to do your data, right? Maybe you wanted to land it onto a specific place, you move it into different storage account based on file types, whatever. So now, with respect to the swap memory, second use case is that whenever you have data that you wanted to sort, for example, doing some sorting with the data. So in such cases, you could keep it on the temp disk because you are not permanently storing it there, right? So you have some place from where the data comes in into the temporary disk, you process it, you move it on to storage account. Are you storing the data permanently on the temp disk in this case? Are you storing data permanently on the temporary disk in this case? You are not storing permanently, correct? So that's what you have with respect to the second use case of temporary disk. You're not storing anything, simply doing the processing, moving it into another place. So you will get a low latency and you can do some data processing. So for that use case also, you can use the disk. That's it. So let's go to Azure portal now. Just one or two questions meanwhile. Temp disk, can it have more than one? You cannot have more than one temporary disk, which is not possible. Always you will have one temporary disk only. That's all. Okay. So probably I can see a lesser latency figure over here. So hopefully, let's see. This will work. Let's see. Anyways, so now one question here, how to come to know minimum capacity of VM to get temporary memory. I mean, minimum capacity of your VM, you look through it. I mean, when you go to the virtual machine size, there is a size tab, correct? So if you go to the details of the size, you will get to see there the complete details, including how much temporary disk capacity and all you will be having. So based on that, you will decide, okay, whether to go with this or not. Because then you will be able to see clearly how much size you will be getting. So that's what I told you. I'm going to show you that only, where you can see all the details. I'm just trying to get this virtual machine creation page to open up, but this is not. Give a name for the virtual machine. I'm just calling it as VM1 and choose the locations and all. Availability is on, redundancy not required. Select the operating system. So let's say, for example, I want Windows Server 2019. And let's go to the size now. So when you go to the size tab, so this is where you can see the size details. Okay, you have an option called as see all sizes, right? So you have to click on the see all sizes and then it will show you the details like how much RAM capacity, how much temporary disk capacity, all that you have, you will be able to see from here. So let's click on this see all sizes. And then when it comes up there, you will be able to see, okay, how much temp storage you're getting. So for example, B2MS VM size, if you look at it, you are getting 16 GB temporary storage capacity, 16 GB of temp disk. Now DS1 V2 you can see on top, that gives you 7 GB. And if you scroll down, you will be able to find there are higher sizes. For example, D8SV3 is giving you 64 GB, whereas B4MS is giving you 32 GB, and so on and so forth. Whereas B1S is giving you 4 GB temporary storage capacity. So these things will vary. Okay, according to the size that you select, they will vary. Anyway, so let's go ahead and select this B2MS, for example, and then continue with the VM creation. You need to give the username and password. So give the username, give a password. So here you can see now the disk related options you can see. I told you earlier, with respect to the operating system disk, you will have a default size of 127 GB for Windows images and for Linux images 30 GB. But now they have given, this was recently introduced, now they have given the option to change it in the starting itself. Okay, starting itself, if you want to, you can change the capacity to something else that you want from the default 127 GB. Or else how it used to be was that you wouldn't be able to do anything with the operating system disk until you create your VM. So once after creating VM, you can change the capacity. But now here itself directly I can choose, okay, I want 256 GB, okay, or maybe 1 TB. So whatever the one that I want, I would be able to select it. I'm going with image default 127 GB. Below you can see operating system disk type. We covered that. We have premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. 3 types of performance options available for us. So you could be selecting any of this premium SSD, which will give you the best performance, then standard SSD, and then standard HDD. So to the top performance or whatever the level of performance and the amount that you're ready to pay and your business requirement. Based on, you have to select it. Normally, for any production workload, for any critical production workload, it's recommended that you go with premium SSD itself. Don't go with low cost options because you may face problems with your applications. Or if you're pretty sure there will not be any IO, large amount of IO or throughput usage, in such cases, you can go with lower capacity like standard SSD or whatever. Okay, that's it. So let's go ahead and select premium SSD in this case and continue with data disk. Under data disk for VM1, you can see there is an option called as create and attach a new disk. So click on create and attach a new disk, which will allow you to add a data disk onto your VM. You have to name your data disk. I'm just calling it as data disk 01 or VM1 underscore data disk 01. Okay. So that name have given. How much size you want for the data disk. Now look at the size of data disk can be something from 4 GB to 32 terabytes. Maximum capacity that you can have on a data disk is 32 terabytes. Remember that. Once again, maximum capacity on a single data disk in Azure is 32 terabytes. Okay. So you select that whatever capacity that you want. Unnecessarily, when you are practicing, don't go with 32 TB disks and all that. Whatever the amount that you have, that will be just utilized. So don't go with very high sizes and all that. If you're adding a data disk, just add a 4 GB disk or 8 GB disk. That is more than enough. You don't have to go beyond that because we are not storing any data or anything. We are not doing this for production purposes. We are doing it only for practices. So stick with something lesser so that you have cost saving. So click on 4 GB, give OK, and continue with the next. So here you have an option called as source type, correct? Source type means sometimes you can create the disk from a existing disk, right? For example, you already had a disk. So you wanted to create the new disk in Azure VM from the existing disk. So you can upload that existing VHD file into a storage account, keep it as a storage blob, and you can point to the storage blob and then create a disk out of it. Such an option is also available. Or if there is a snapshot that you have taken already for an existing disk, even that can be utilized. What is a snapshot and all, and including a storage blob, what exactly it is, you will see later on when we talk about storage account. For now, you don't have too much worry about it. But anyway, you can create disk out of an existing disk. There is a point of source type. Anyway, so source, I'm just keeping it as none. It's a new empty disk that I'm creating right now over here. Click on OK. So what are the things we did? We defined our operating system disk as well as data disk. We added one data disk only, just one data disk we added. And then we have one operating system disk with 127 GB capacity. Let's go ahead and say review plus create now. Meanwhile, there are 1 or 2 questions. Normally, what is the data disk drive capacity in organization? Any capacity will start with a low starting point depending upon the amount of data that they have. I told you will be keeping your data, maybe SQL, whatever, on the data disk. So you will see the requirement currently when you start. So at that point, you will decide with certain capacity. Maybe it can be 100 GB, can be 500 GB, whatever. So initially, what is your requirement? So the VM that we created, if you go to the disk section now, then you will be able to see currently the operating system disk would be available for us as we have created it and attached it already. By default, you cannot create a VM without an operating system disk for sure. So that has to be there. Operating system disk will be there for sure. So that we have. And let's go to the disk section here. So once after creating the VM, if you wanted to do anything on the disk, you have to go onto the disk section now. You have to go to the disk section. And from there, Wait for it to load. Okay, so you can see here, we have the operating system disk and we have the data disk. So the operating system disk, the details about it, you can see it's a premium SSD. Size is 127 GB. The IOPS throughput details and all, you can see that. And the extra data disk that we added, one data disk which we added, that also can be seen from here. That 4 GB data disk which we added, you can see that over here. Okay. Anyway, so now let's go on to the VM. We will log into the VM. We'll take RDP onto this machine. Is it happening due to slow internet? It's not slow internet. The problem is with the latency, right? Latency means the round trip time, how much time it takes for the packet to go and come back. So when we are communicating over here, especially on video calls or screen share and all that, the latency is really, really important. The latency has to be very less. Typically in home country in India, I get a latency of hardly 2 milliseconds, but here the latency is 200 milliseconds above. That is a problem that we are facing. The round trip time is too much, so that the connections will not go through properly. It's not about the speed. Speed I'll get, Mbps I'll get, but the ping will go very slow. That's what we are seeing. So I tried with multiple connections already, and everywhere I'm seeing the same problem. So that's where, I'm anticipating this may come up again, even if we continue with whatever the connections that we have. So let's see if things are going well and fine, we will continue. If it is the same thing for the day, it is repeating, then probably we'll need to cancel, and then I'll try to do something for tomorrow. That would be the plan. Anyway, let's see. So I'm just trying to get inside this VM. That itself is taking a bit higher time than usual. The QoS, or what we call as quality of service, will not be there sometimes. Certain areas we face this problems. I have seen this. In India also we have these problems in certain areas, but at least where I usually take the classes from my hometown, there we don't have this problem. And especially if I'm in Bangalore, there also we don't have this problem, mostly for the most part. Okay. It's not about a router restart and all that. If you do a router restart also, it's not going to fix the issue, because that's something which is already attempted. And I have tried from different connections also, but it's the same thing. So you can see the RDP connection itself is not coming up. That's the problem. It's just half screen and it's not loaded yet completely. Okay, just a second. It's coming piece by piece at a time. Do we need to ping to our own IP address? Okay, to see the latency figure from your side, just ping one internet IP. That's all. Ping one internet IP, like ping-t 8.8.8.8 would work, for example. And you can see the latency. It has to be 2 ms or up to 10 ms, 20 ms is also okay. But right now what you're seeing is 203 right now. And then this is changing, right? Sometimes it is going higher, sometimes it is coming lesser. That's a problem. It has to be consistent. Whatever is there, it has to be consistent with that. Hopefully well below, let's say like 50 ms or something. So that is where the problem comes up. Currently it is okay. But again, it may go off. Right now it says 64 ms. If it is continuing like this, then it is good. If not, then again, we will have a problem. You can see RTO and then. Anyway, so one question here, can we increase max IOPS and throughput while creating a new disk? You can do that. Okay, you can increase the IOPS and throughput while creating a new disk. It's possible. You just have to select the performance SKU that you want. There are various SKUs available. You could choose those SKU. One another question, by default, DVD drive also created in VM. How to insert DVD in VM? That DVD drive is not a physical DVD drive. It's just a virtual DVD drive. Okay. So what you can do is you can mount a ISO image on that. If you have a ISO image, you can mount that. That's all. You cannot do insert any disk from your side as per your requirement. That is not possible. But only thing that you can do is you can mount an ISO file, download an ISO file, image file, and then use that image file to mount it. You can right click and then click on mount, and then it will be getting mounted. That's all. So if you go back to the disk section over here, if you click on the disk type, you can see here, this is the data disk that I'm clicking on. Data disk, you can go on to size plus performance tab. There is one tab called as size plus performance. You can see there is one, the size and performance option. So custom disk size that you can specify, and you can also choose the performance tier. So whatever the size that you may have, like 4 GB disk, or if you want higher capacity that you can choose, along with it, you will choose the performance. For example, whether you want 240 IOPS, 50 Mbps, which is the default, or do you want to go to 7500 IOPS and 250 Mbps, which is again a good, powerful disk SKU. So you can go to P50. So whatever you want, you can select it and you can save it. And the size also, you can define how much size you want, that you can decide over here. Okay, that's it. So with that, you will be able to save it, and then accordingly your data disk will be updated. Similarly, for operating system disk also you can do. But if you want to increase the size of the operating system disk, you need to turn off the VM. Like for example, I go click on 256 GB, I will not be able to save it. Because if I try to save this, you can see changes to the disk size can be made only when the disk is unattached. If the disk is attached, you cannot do anything. It has to be deallocated otherwise. So you go ahead and turn off the VM, just shut it down, and then you try, you will be able to increase the size to something higher. Okay, I just wanted to log into the VM and show you how the disk is configured from the operating system side. Let me try once again with RDP, MSTSC. So first of all, operating system disk, as you know, it is where the operating system is getting loaded, right? So whenever you select a image from Azure portal to create a VM, for example, you are selecting a VM image of Windows Server 2019, for instance, then that Windows 2019 image that you have, that gets converted to your operating system disk, right? So by default, the operating system image that you're selecting from Azure portal while creating a VM becomes your operating system disk. You can define how much size you want for that operating system disk. By default, I told you it would be 127 GB, 127 GB for operating system disk. Now, if it is a Linux image, then the default GB. Okay, so I have mentioned both of that over here. Operating system 127 GB and 30 GB. Now, you can increase it if you want to, whenever you want to, whenever high capacity or more capacity you need, you will be able to increase it to a higher capacity. And we will see how you can increase all that as we go forward in the portal. We will be seeing that. So that is what we have with respect to operating system disk and data disk. Data disk, as I told you, you can have up to, what is the maximum capacity of data disk? Anyone remembers? Maximum capacity of data disk. 32 terabytes. You can start from 4 GB, you can go up to 32 terabytes maximum capacity. Okay, it's not just one, it's more than one, by the way. It's like, it's dependent on your VM size. For example, if your VM size is a very good VM size, then you will be having more number of disks that you can add on that VM. If it is smaller VM size, then the number of data disks that you can add also will be lesser. So that is a difference that we have with respect to the number of data disks that you can have. Okay, so it's not just one, it is more than one, always possible. Check out the details about the virtual machine size. If you look at the virtual machine size, therein it will clearly say how many data disks you can add on it on the VM. That's what we have. Now coming on to temporary disk. Temporary disk capacity is a temporary data storage facility that is available for you. Mostly we use it for paging or swapping. Two concepts I told you, either paging or swapping. Paging and swapping concept is same. When your operating system or your virtual machine is running out of RAM capacity, this swap memory or paging memory will be utilized. So it works as a standby. So you can configure your paging memory location to point to your Okay, so or your swapping memory, you can point it to the temporary disk. So in that way, if you have configured it, then things will be just fine. Now, what will be the size of the temporary disk? Same problem like yesterday. Audio, I was not speaking for a moment because somebody was complaining there is no audio. Sometimes the voice is from normal to like 2x fast. Is it so? Then it would be a problem. But earlier when I tested, everything was working fine. But when we got started. So now what I'll do, we will create a virtual machine in Azure portal. And within that virtual machine, we will add the disk and then we will see how to work with it. So let's go ahead and create a virtual machine. I told you about the size of the temporary disk. The size of the temporary disk is dependent on the VM size again. Is decided upon the VM size. Okay. So now, dependent on the VM size, you will be able to select the temp. You won't be able to choose how much temp disk capacity you will get, but depending upon the size of the VM that you select, the temp disk will be given. So that's something which Microsoft allocates for us automatically. We don't over it. It won't change. Okay, you cannot change, increase or decrease the capacity of the temp disk, by the way. Okay, so that is the first thing about it. Anyway, now with respect to the performance-based classification, based on performance, I told you the disk can be classified into premium solid state drive, standard solid state drive, and standard hard disk. Premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. What is the difference between the three? Premium SSD in the backend, it is actual solid state drive. So herein you have to understand the difference between solid state drive and normal hard disk. What is a solid state drive and what is a normal hard disk? A normal hard disk is your traditional hard disk, which has magnetic disk inside it. Whereas a solid state drive is completely electronic based, chip based storage facility that we have. I'm pretty sure most of you would have seen a SSD, or you might be using already an SSD within your laptop. Most of the modern laptop that we have currently comes with SSD and they load much, much faster. Have you seen that? Have anyone used SSD? If you have used solid state drive or SSD, right? Premium SSD for Azure VM, in the backend, the data on the premium SSD will be getting stored on actual solid state drive. Then you have a lesser performing disk compared to premium SSD. A lesser performing disk we have called a standard SSD in Azure. The standard SSD, the name says SSD, but this is not true SSD. True SSD is only the premium SSD one. So the standard SSD is kind of a hybrid disk. Hybrid disk in the sense it's magnetic based disk with additional facility to make it faster. Like for example, some caching and all will be introduced on this kind of disk. You can search Google on this hybrid disk, you will be able to find it. Higher RPMs and all they will have, right? So that is what we have with respect to standard SSD. So the standard SSD gives you better performance compared to standard HDD, but not up to premium SSD. So a middleman, if you need to go with standard SSD. Whenever you set up any normal website, which is not requiring very high throughput IOPS, etc. In such cases, you can go with standard SSD. Now, lastly, we have standard HDD. Standard HDD means it is your traditional magnetic hard disk. Have you used this traditional? Yes or no? This normal old hard disk, most of you would have used it, correct? You know how to, or how did you use it, or how did you work with it, etc. All those things you would be knowing already. Okay, so I don't have to explain you on that. That bulky disk, if you open it up, you will be able to see inside some magnetic disk and all that. That is what we call as your normal HDD. So the storage that is going on to normal HDD, that is what we have standard HDD in the case of Azure VM. Okay, that's it. Now, one question here. Would you please explain again paging and swapping in relation to temp disk? In relation to temp disk, the property of paging or swapping is that, first of all, what is paging and swapping? Paging and swapping is a functionality that is available in Windows and Linux operating systems to compensate for RAM capacity. Whenever your system is running short of RAM, to compensate for that, your system will move some data from RAM to the paging memory or to swap memory, right? So that is what the paging and swap is all about, a compensation for RAM. But that's not actual RAM. It's a capacity coming from the hard disk. So your temporary configure it for either paging or swapping. So that is the benefit to the temp disk. One use case of temp disk. One more use case I had given you yesterday. There is nothing but you can use it for data processing, not data storing, for data processing. Processing in the sense, data comes in, you do something with the data. It can be any sort of processing, maybe just sorting the data and uploading it to a storage account, whatever the use case may be. You will do that and then send out the data from the temp disk. You are not permanently storing there. So for such use cases also, you can use temporary disk. So two use cases we have studied with respect to temp disk. One is you can use it for paging or swapping. And the second one is you can use it for what? Data processing. Okay, that's it. Moving on. So we will go to Azure portal now. We'll try to create a VM.
Okay, so to create your virtual machine here, if you can see at the top, left hand side, you have this create button. So once you click on this create button, here you have three different options available. So first one is Azure virtual machine. So create a virtual machine hosted by Azure. Then it says create a virtual machine with presets based on your workload. So if you don't want to create your virtual machine from very scratch, and if you want to use the presets that are already there, which will be creating your virtual machine pre-configured, so you can go with this option. For now, we'll be going with this first option. We are going to create a virtual machine which will be configured by ourselves only, and right now, right? So we'll be clicking on this Azure virtual machine, first option, right? Please, I have a question that are we covering module 4 assignments or not? Not actually. We're not going to cover the assignments right now. We'll be covering it some later on, some other day. But I'm just showing you how you can create a virtual machine, how you can install a web server, how you can attach disk to your VM. These are the things that we'll be covering today, more like creating virtual machine scale set. So you can just have a look and you'll be able to complete the module 4 assignments by your own. Okay, you won't face an issue. Okay, now the very first thing is the subscription only, right? You can have multiple subscriptions and you can deploy your application, your virtual machine or any kind of resources that you are deploying based on the project for which you are, or the resource group, or the resource group which is there in that particular subscription. So right now I only have this free trial subscription, so I'll go ahead and create a new resource group. So let's say I'm going to name it as a VM project and hit OK. So this is going to be my resource group. Now I'm going to name my VM as test Linux VM, since I'm going to create a Linux virtual machine this time. And from here in region, I'm going to select, let's say, Japan East maybe, because I'm not sure whether I have public IPs available in some other region. So I'm going to use Japan East this time, right? In availability option, if you can see here, we have availability zone. So it is going to physically separate the resources, or you can say the virtual machine, in multiple availability zones. So it is not going to deploy. If you are going to keep your virtual machines in availability zones, it will be distribute your virtual machine in 3 separate zones. You have that option to distribute your virtual machine in different zones, so that during any kind of power outage or something, all of your VMs won't be going down at the same time. You'll still be having your other resources up and running. So in this way, you'll be getting higher availability, right? Then you have, if I can show you here, virtual machine scale sets. So it is going to distribute your VM across zones and fault domain as scales, and you have the availability set. Now, what is an availability set? So availability set is actually a collection of fault domain and update domains. Let me explain you this. Paint. So if I talk about a data center, if I'll talk about a data center, it has racks, right? Multiple racks it will be having, over which we are going to host our virtual machine, right? In a data center, there can be multiple racks. So let's say we have 3 racks here in this data center. So this, I'm considering it as a data center, and we are having 3 racks. Okay. So availability set, basically you can consider it as a grouping of your virtual machine within the same data center, such a way not a single VM should fall under same fault and update domain. Yes, exactly. For higher availability, we use this service. Okay, I'll show you. So this is your rack, right? I'll just let's name it as R0. R0. So let's consider this rack as rack 1. Exactly. If one of your VM is at fault, or it's facing any difficulty or any issues, or it is not up and running, still you'll be having other VMs up and running in some different update or fault domains, right? So for higher availability, actually it is not moving for me. Leave it. So this is going to be my rack number 2. I'm going to name it as rack 1. And this is going to be my rack 2, right? Please complete the topic. You can answer the questions after topic explanation is completed. Yeah, fine. So this is my data center, and in my data center, I'm having 3 racks, right? And these racks are known as fault domains. So I will be calling them as fault domains. So you can also name them as FD1, FD2, FD3. So these are nothing but your fault domains only. It would have been better if I used this one. Let me create it. Sorry, guys. Because it's easier for me to draw the diagram in this draw.io. It's a very handy tool. So let's consider this as the fault domain, or you can say the racks. So this is my rack, and in every rack, in each one of them, we're having multiple hosts. Yes, so let's say this is my single host. Let me first complete the diagram, then I'll explain you each and everything. Right, so I'll now name it as, let's say, FD1. This is going to be my FD2, and this is going to be my FD3, right? So this is my fault domain 1, and do you have anything? Okay, let's say since it is Azure function logo, but for now let's consider it is your power source. Okay, this is your power source, and this is a power source. And let's consider all of 3 different, all of these racks are connected to different power source only. Okay, I'll now name it as, let's say, PS1 for power source 1. This is my power source 2, and this is my power source 3. Now all of these racks are connected to different power source. Okay, they are connected to different power source. So in case if one of your power source is not ready, if the power grid is facing some issue in generating the electricity, right, so your other rack will be up and running. Okay, so this one is connected to this power source, this rack is connected to this power source, this rack is connected to this power source, right? This whole rack is known as your fault domain. Okay, the whole rack is known as fault domain. Why it is known as fault domain? Because this can be your single point of failure for your machine. This can this can be the reason for the single point of failure for your application. Let's say you have deployed your you only have, for now let's ignore these two racks. You only have single rack in your data center, and you have deployed your application over there, over this rack. And in your application you are having three things: front end, back end, and let's say a database. All of these three servers are running over and have been hosted over the same fault domain. Is this thing clear? Is this scenario clear to everyone? I'm having one application which is having front end, okay, backend, and database. These three things I'm having, right? And I have hosted it over here, over this rack. In all of these three separate servers, I have hosted them. Okay. In this server, I have hosted my front end. Here I have hosted my backend, and here I have hosted my database server, right? Let's say due to any reason, this one is going down. This power source is down. What will happen? My whole application will go down at the same time. Yes or no, guys? Yeah. So if I'm hosting all of my resources in the same fault domain, so it is going to obviously if anything is happening to this rack, my whole system will go down. So hence we name a fault domain. A fault domain is basically a group of hardware within your data center, which actually make sure none of your services are going down at the same time. If you are deploying your application to the availability set, if you are deploying your virtual machine to the availability set, Azure will make sure none of your VMs are falling under the same fault domain. None of your VMs are falling under your same fault domain. Okay, it is going to distribute your virtual machine across multiple fault domains. So it will be assured by the Azure only, like your virtual machines are not getting hosted over the same fault domain. If you are attaching your virtual machine to the availability set, it will be hosted in some other. If one of your VM is already hosted in this fault domain, so it will be assured by the VM by Azure, like the other two virtual machine will be hosted in some other fault domains. Okay, just to avoid any kind of failure, right? If any kind of downtime. So this is your fault domain. Your rack, you can consider it as the fault domain. So a single, you can say a group of hardwares or a group of virtual machines which are isolated from each other to minimize any kind of failures, right? So how we can minimize it? We can minimize the failure by distributing the VMs across multiple racks. So I'm not going to host my application servers, all the application server over the same rack, right? What I'll just distribute them. I'll host my front end in this fault domain. I'll host my backend in this fault domain, and I'm going to host my database in this fault domain. So what will happen if my front end is going down? I'll still be having my backend and database running over here. Although it doesn't make any sense, but yeah, all of my services will not go down. Still be having my other things up and running. Yes, they are interconnected. Fault domain 1, 2, like not in this way, but internally they will be able to communicate. But the power source is different. So let's say this one is going down and you have your front end hosted over there. So only your front end will be down, your back end and your uh, uh, like your database will still be up and running. Okay. Yes, you can call them same only. The racks are only call as fault domains. So it will Azure will make sure none of your VMs that are in the same availability set are hosted in the same fault domain if they are related to each other, right? Now we have update domain. That was about fault domain. Now what is an update domain? Okay, let's talk about update domain. So availability set is basically a collection of fault domain and update domain. I hope fault domain is clear to everyone. It is just a group of isolated machine, or you can say, right? Logical group of resources which are isolated from each other over different racks. In a very simple term, if I can explain you, logical group of resources which are isolated from each other over different racks. And they are interconnected, obviously. If the fault domain goes down when the VM move to the next fault domain is public, IP will be the same. If fault domain goes down when the VM move to the next, VM is not going to move to the next fault domain. It will still be there, right? You are going to distribute your virtual machines to multiple fault domains. Try to understand this. You are distributing your VMs to multiple fault domains, not a single, or you can make multiple instances of your VM. So you can have multiple SQL servers or multiple backend services. One you have hosted over here, another one you have hosted over here, and the third one you have hosted over here. Now, if your fault domain 1 is down, you still be having access to your fault domain 2 or your backend server from fault domain 2, right? So it will automatically switch to here. Okay, this one is down, fine, no issues. I still have the access to my VM from here. So it is distributing your application, your resources to multiple fault domain, just to minimize any kind of downtime, just to give you or just to provide you higher availability. Okay. Now, what is an update domain? Again, update domain is another logical group, you can say, where or you can say the logical group of virtual machines which are what happens Azure keeps updating its host and hardware regularly, right? So what will happen at that time when, let's say, so this is your update domain. Let me first explain what is an update domain. So this is your update domain only. The rows are known as update domain. This is your update domain 1. Then this one will call update domain 2, and this one will call update domain 3. Right? So how actually they update the virtual machines? They do not update a fault domain. Like, they are not going to update whole virtual machines, all the virtual machines in a single fault domain. Rather, what they will do, they will update all the machine in row 1 across all the fault domains. So all the virtual machines, so this VM will update it at the same time, this one and this one, all these 3 VMs will be updated at the same time. And this is known as your update domain. So this is what? This is nothing but the logical group of your virtual machines which are scheduled to be updated at the same time, or for the planned, you can say, maintenance. Obviously, if you have hosted this large infrastructure, it would need to be maintained, right? So for that reason, you have grouped your virtual machine in a update domain. So they'll be updated at the same time. All of these 3 VMs will be updated at the same time. So this is your update domain. Is update domain clear to everyone? Shall I Is it clear, guys? Yes or no? What is an update domain? So it is nothing but you can consider it as a logical group of virtual machines which are scheduled to be maintained together. So how VM Azure is going to update the machines, not a row, column wise, rather it will be updating the VMs that are in the same row. So all of these will first updated, then these VMs will be restarted, then it will move to this row, and then all of these VMs will be updated together. Then once they will be restarted, then these VMs will be updated together. So this is how your update domain works. So now what actually is going to happen now? How it is helping us get, in getting higher availability. So let's say you have deployed your, VMs here. Okay. Your virtual machine front end service over here, and then the other one over here. Now you have separated your services, right? You have separated your front end. One front end is server is hosted over here in fault domain 1. The other one is hosted in the fault domain 2. But let's say during the scheduled update, what will happen? All of these VMs will be shut down. They'll be, shut down, and then they'll be updated. The host will be updated. In that case, what will happen? Both the services will go down at the same time. Even though you have distributed your virtual machines across multiple fault domains, still you face the downtime. Obviously, if all of my services will be down, I won't be able to access the application. Yes or no, guys? Because I have hosted my front end over here and database over here, and since it is a regular update going on, so my virtual machine will be down only, right? In this way, I'll face the downtime. My application will face downtime. So even after distributing my application, distributing my servers across multiple fault domain, here I'm facing the downtime. That should not be there. So what actually fault domain, update domain will make sure none of your VMs are hosted over the same fault domain, under the same fault domain. So if one of your VM is hosted over here, over fault domain 1, so other one will be hosted over here, fault domain 2, update domain 2, fault domain 2 and update domain 2 as well. So now what actually is going to happen? So let's say front end is over here and the other front end is over here. Let's say backend is over here and then database is over here in this case. And here is your database and here is your backend. So what will happen? Let's say your update is going on, regular update is going on. So your front end, backend, and your database will be for this row will be down, right? But still your database from this row will be up and running, and your front end from this row will be up and running, or your backend from this row will be up and running. So still you'll be able to access it, because this row is going down, the whole row is going down. Still you'll be able to access if this is your front end and this is your front end server in the fault domain 2. So if this one is down, you still have the access to your front end from this fault domain and this update domain, right? So this one is still up and running. I hope it is clear. If not, you can just let me know. I'll repeat it once again. So if Azure has hosted your virtual machine in this update domain, so if this one is going under a maintenance, so this one will still up and running, right? And once your update for this will start, your first virtual machine will be up and running. So in this way, it is providing us higher availability. It is providing us higher availability. Together, fault and update domains are providing us higher availability. So if you are attaching your virtual machine to your availability set, then virtual Azure is actually making sure, Microsoft Azure is making sure none of your VMs are hosted under same fault and update domain. So all of the machines, all of the related virtual machines will be distributed across different fault and update domains, just to get give you or provide you higher availability. Okay, now how it is different from availability zone? So availability zone is a different thing. it is a different concept in terms of availability set. Now, availability set is for deploying or for hosting your application under the same data center, but for availability zone, it is going to physically separate the your resources across multiple data centers that are there in those multiple regions, right? So in availability zone, what you are going to do, you are going to deploy your virtual machine across multiple data centers that are available in multiple regions or multiple zones, you can say. So in a geographic region, there can be multiple data center as situated under different zone names, zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. So in different data center, you'll be deploying your resources. So in this way, you'll be getting higher uptime. I hope this thing is clear to everyone, the availability set concept. Can we have a short break after logical closure? Yeah, let me first complete this virtual machine creation. So this was about availability set. What was availability set, and we also covered what is availability zone. So availability zone basically means deploying your virtual machine across multiple regions, availability regions that are there, or availability zones that are available under. So in this, and if you are deploying your services to the availability zones, so in that case, you will be able to deploy.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is primary benefit of using Azure Virtual Machine? Your options are A. Cost reduction, B. Scalability, C. Data encryption, and option D. Network monitoring. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session.
Your virtual machine across multiple zones, or you can say multiple data centers, right? Now, for now, let's if I'm deploying this to availability set, for now I'll just go with this option, or else what you can do, you can create your availability set by clicking on this create new button. So if you'll click on create new, here it will ask you to give it a name. So let's say I want to give it a name as set 1. And it will ask you to add the fault domain, right? So here the maximum you can give is 3. Maximum fault domains you can choose is 3, and the update domain you can choose is 20. Okay, so maximum update domain you can go for is 20. That means you can have 20 rows and 3 fault domain, 3 columns, you can say 3 racks and 20 rows. For now, let's go with 5 only, and 2 update domains, 2 fault domains, sorry. Okay, and then I'll hit OK. This is my set 1. If I want to update an application, shall I update to all FDs, or only 1 fault domain is sufficient? No, then in that case, you'll have to update all of your machines, right? It is not like all of them are cloned. You'll have to update your machines separately. Is it same as clustered server? Not entirely, but yeah. Now here I have created the availability set. Now if any other VM that I'm going to deploy, from this drop down I can select this set 1 availability set that I have created. So in this availability set, I can now deploy multiple virtual machines. 5 fault domain means I have created 5 rows over here. Right now, how many update domains we are having? 3 update domains, because 3 rows we are having, right? And 2 fault domain means we are only having 2 rows. This one you can neglect. Okay. What about if update fails in one of the VMs? If update fails in one of the VM, you'll still be having, because it is going to replicate your VM across multiple fault domains, right? So still be having your VM up, up and running in some other fault domain, but in other update domain as well. If your front end is here in this fault domain, if it is in update domain 3, so in this fault domain, your front end will be here in update domain 1 and fault domain 1. So if this one is getting updated, this one is going down, so still be having access to your front end from here. Okay, fine. So now let's create our virtual machine. So this here I have created the availability set and the security type. For now, I'll just go with the standard. Now this actually protects against the persistent and advanced attacks on Gen 2 virtual machine. So for now, since I don't need that much security, I only need the basic level of security. So I'm just going with this standard option over here. Now image is basically the operating system that you want to select for your virtual machine. So if you'll click on this see all images, from here you'll be redirected to the marketplace, from where you can actually select from the variety of other virtual machines images available on the Azure portal. So if you can see here, you have Windows 10, Windows Server, Windows 11, CentOS, Red Hat, Ubuntu, right? These many options you are having. Ubuntu 22.04. So let's say I want to create Ubuntu 20.04. From here, I'm going to select the version and I'm going to select the size now. Okay, VM architecture. So x64 is the standard one that is followed, and ARM64 is for the basically for smartphones and yeah, exactly. So if fault domain is 5, then it will be replicated across 5 racks. Not exactly it will be replicated across 5 racks, but your whatever the set of VMs you are going to deploy to a single availability set, based on that only, it is going to distribute those virtual machine across those 5 fault domains. Okay, let's say if you are deploying 3 virtual machine to the same availability set, so it will be distributed across these 5. If we are having 5 rows, so it will be distributed in the same way only. First one here, second one here, third one here, right? None of them will be in the same update domain. Okay, so here I have selected this image Ubuntu 20.04 and run with Azure Spot Discount is a new feature that Azure is now providing. So you can just Spot instance, you must have heard if you are from AWS. So it's the same thing. So it is going to allocate memory from the can we put different VMs in availability? Yes, definitely you can put your virtual machine in availability set while only creating them. So once created, after that you cannot assign any VM to any availability set. You can only deploy your virtual machine to an availability set while deploying it, while creating it. This thing you need to keep in mind. Now here you have the size available. So if you can just expand this drop down, here you have multiple options available. If you'll click on this see all sizes, it will open you this option. So free services, if you want to get the free if you don't want yourself to be charged, you can go with this free option. Along with that, you also have this P1LS size, right? That is having 0.5 GB of RAM and 1 vCPU. Now see, one application can have multiple servers and can have multiple virtual machines, and they together will be communicating to multiple servers can be there, right? It's not like one single app will be having only single server. It would need multiple server to run the same application. Fine. So here I'm going to, let's say I'm going to select this B1 size. So under this I'm getting 1 GB of RAM and 1 virtual CPU. Okay. Then I'm going to select it. And the next thing is authentication type, how you are going to actually authenticate your request to your virtual machine. So there are multiple ways you can do that. You can do that using the SSH key, the public key pair that you are having. Then you can use your password method as well. So you can mention your username and password. So SSH public key, what you need to do, it is going to generate a new public key. There are multiple options you are having over here. So if you have already existing public key you are having, you can use that as well. You can paste your public key over here, right? And if you have stored your public key in your Azure account, or you can see the key vault, so from there as well you can select your key. Okay, or if you want Azure to generate a new key pair, you can select this option, and what actually this is going to do, it is going to generate a new key pair, and it is going to give you the PEM file. Using that PEM file, later on you will be able to launch your machine. Okay, so let's just go with this option only. I'll just give it a name like test Linux VM key, right? So I'm going to name it as test Linux VM key, and that's all. Can we upgrade a VM OS once it is created? Not actually. Okay, so this is the username, right? And this is the here I have selected this generate new key pair, so it is going to actually generate a new key pair for me, and this is going to be the name of my key pair that I'm going to create, right? From here, if you want, you can allow multiple ports. By default, your SSH port is enabled, so that you should be able to log in into your VM. You can able to, you should be able to do the SSH, right? Then here you can also enable these two ports as well, port 80 and port 443, if you want to access the internet, right? I'll now jump onto the disk part, and from here what I'll do, it is by default it is having the OS disk, which is having 30 GB of memory by default you are getting. From here you can actually change the size. You can increase the size 32 GB, 64 GB, 128 GB, 256 GB. So it totally based on your requirement, what kind of application you need to install onto your system, and what is your total user requirement that is there, or your application requirement. Based on that only you are going to select your OS size, right? Or kind of operating system that you are using. For now 30 GB is fine for this Linux operating system, and considering the kind of files I'm going to install over here. Apart from that, you can also attach your virtual disk as well. Now here you have this OS disk type option. So from here also you can select your kind of disk that you want to attach to this VM, the operating system disk that you want. By default it is premium SSD only. It is best for production and performance, right? And then you have the standard SSD. If you want to create your web server, so for web server these works really fine. So it is best for web servers, slightly used enterprise application, and development or for testing applications. You can use these kind of SSD, that is standard SSD. Now if you want to use this VM as only for the backup and for storing the non-critical data and everything, or it is not going to be accessed that much frequently or infrequent accesses, for that purpose, if you're deploying this application or this virtual machine, so you can go with this standard SSD version, right? For now I'll just go with this premium SSD only. Now here you have the key management, how you are going to manage the keys. So it is platform managed key only, and that I'm going to use. If I'll talk about the data disk for this virtual machine, so from here you can attach a disk. By default you don't get any disk attached to your virtual machine. It's up to you how much memory you want to allocate to your virtual machine. I'll show you. So here you can attach a disk, right? If you have an existing disk that you have already created, you want to attach to this VM, you can do that as well. You can just click on this attach an existing disk. Since I don't have any disk created already, so I'm not going to click on this option. I'll just create a new disk, right? From here you can just name your disk. By default it is naming test Linux VM data disk 1. Source type, it is empty. I'm not actually adding anything to it, so it's an empty disk. Now from here, from the size panel, you can change the size of your data disk. So let's say I only need 4 GB of memory in this data disk, so I'm going to select this 4 GB from here and hit OK, right? And then everything is looking fine. I'll also select this option, so that whenever I'll be deleting my VM, this disk will also be getting deleted automatically without explicitly go ahead and delete this VM. So I don't have to go ahead and delete this VM. So it will be deleted automatically. Now here I'll hit OK, and it is going to create this data disk for my virtual machine and attach it to this VM, right? So I hope it is clear to you, clear to everyone. Any doubt till this point? Anyone having any doubt? Yes, by default it will not be deleted since I have checked that option. So now if I'll be deleting my virtual machine, it will be deleting the disk as well. Whatever the disk that I have attached to it, it will also be getting deleted. Now I'll move on to the next networking section. From here, I'll check whether my virtual machine is getting deployed to my virtual network or not. So here you can see it is creating a new virtual network, whole new virtual network in this region, in this Japanese region, since I don't have any virtual network created already, right? So what it is doing, it is creating a virtual network here. Then it is creating a subnet as well. It is creating a subnet, and in this subnet only it is going to deploy my virtual machine. So it is creating a public IP as well, and it is getting assigned to my NIC, network interface card, so that I should be able to access this VM remotely. Okay, so this is the virtual network that it is creating. Then this is the subnet it has created under this virtual network, and this is the public IP of my virtual machine. Then this is my network security group. By default it is creating, and the security group it is creating the basic only. By advanced, if you'll go to the advanced, from here you can configure your NSG. You can create a new NSG from here, and you can allow the inbound rule from here, and you can modify it, customize it based on your requirement, right? For now I'll just leave it as it is, and I'll just go ahead with my normal NIC settings, NIC network security group setting, and from here public and bound port rule, you can enable and disable the ports as well. Right? Now here also you have this option, delete public IP and NIC when the VM is deleted. That is also important. I'm going to check this option. So whenever I'll be deleting my VM, it is going to delete the public IP and the NIC as well. So I don't have to delete the VM, right? I mean delete these other resources explicitly. It will be automatically deleted once I'll be deleting the virtual machine. $30 GB OS and 4 GB storage disk. Yes, 30 GB you are getting is your OS disk, and 4 GB I have attached a storage disk. Enable shared disk. Can you come? Actually, didn't get your question. Can you explain it a bit? Now here you have this load balancing option. So for now, I'm not going to create any load balancer. For now, I'll just go with this none option only. And after that, everything is just you can just leave it as it is. If you want to enable the backup, you can check this option, as well as auto shutdown. If you want to enable, you can just enable it, and you can select this time at which you want to shut down your system, shut down your virtual machine. Right, for now I'll just keep it as it is. And in monitoring also, if you want to enable the alerts or diagnostics, you can do that. And then you have this advanced settings. Here you don't need to use anything. Custom user data you can pass over here just to pre-configure your virtual machine. That's it. Now I'll just go ahead and click on review plus create to create my VM. So it just got failed over here. I think, okay, I mistakenly created extra disk over here without any name, hence it got failed. Definitely it is going to charge for the disk if you are not deleting it after the use, or if you are using it because you have created it, it is going to charge. So you are using the service, right? Yes, that you can do. You can forcefully delete your virtual machine disk while deleting the VM. Subnetting means dividing your network into multiple chunks of smaller networks. Okay, subnetting means dividing your network. So here you can see I have this key pair, so I'll just download this private key, and save it somewhere. So it is downloaded now. So before launching, if I'm launching it via Putty app, so I'll have to first change it to convert it to the PPK. Right now it is in dot. It is getting. Can we have a break, sir? Yes. Well, let me first deploy it, and then we can have a break of 15 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever you. There's an option called enable shared disk while creating disk. Okay, we'll look into that as well. Now my VM is deployed. I'll go to the resource, and here you can see my VM is ready here, and it is status is running. The location I have deployed my VM is in Japan East, and this is the public IP address that I have got. And if you can come to this section, so this is my private IP address for my VM, and this is my virtual network and the subnet in which I have deployed my VM. So this is how we can deploy our virtual machine, right? I hope everything is clear till this point. Anyone having any doubt? Great. So now, since our virtual machine is ready, since our VM is ready, now we need to actually connect to this VM, right? We need to connect to this VM. Now to connect to this VM, we have, we'll be using a third-party application, that is Putty app. You must have already aware about this application. We'll be using this Putty application to connect to this virtual machine using SSH. Now here, I have this load option here. So load an existing private key file. So I'll click on this load button. And here I'm going to select all types. And I'll go to downloads. And from here, I'm going to select my PEM file. And I'll hit open. It says successfully imported the foreign key. And to use this key with Putty, you need to save, use the save private key command to save it in the Putty own format. So here I'm now going to save it. Click on this save private key option to save this private key for me, so that I should be able to launch it, right? I'll now click on the save private key option, and I'll just click on yes, and I'll name it as test VM, test Linux VM key, and I'm just going to save it, and it will be saved in .ppk format, if you can see. So I have now my private key ready to use, right? Now what I'll do, I'll now go to my VM, and from here I'll copy this public IP of this VM, right? After that, I'll just open my Putty app, not this Putty gen. I'll search for the Putty app, and I'll paste the public IP over here. I'll click on open, click on accept, and from here I'm going to mention the username, that is Azure user, login as Azure user. Oh, sorry, really sorry. First, I'll just copy the public IP address, go to the Putty app. Since we are using SSH key pair, so I'll just now here paste the public IP address. Now from here I'll go to the SSH, right? I'll go to the SSH, I'll expand this auth, right? And I'll click on the credential, right? I'll go to the SSH, I'll go to auth, and from auth I'll go to the credentials, right? And here, if you can see, I have this private key file for authentication, right? I have private key file for the authentication, and I'll be just clicking on the browse. I'll select this file, I'll hit open, I'll click on open. I'll mention the username now. And now you can see here, I'm able to log in into this VM. I'll do mkdir. So I'm able to now use my application, and this is how you can connect to your VM using the key pair, private key pair. Hope it is clear to everyone. Putty is an application which we will be using to launch. We have already used it to launch this to establish a connection between the this virtual machine using SSH, right? And PuttyGen is the application which we will be using to convert the private key, right, in PPK format, as well as to generate the key pair for remote desktop connection. For connecting your VM using remote desktop connection, Yeah. I was missing that S. Yeah. For connecting your VM to remote desktop, you need to have RDP package installed over your Linux VM as well. Exactly, it needs RDP. So for that, you'll have to install this XRDP package, and along with that, you also need to install some other packages as well. Once you are done with that, then you'll have to first come to this networking section, and from this networking section, you would need to allow the RDP port as well. For now, RDP port is not enabled, so you'll have to enable the RDP port. You'll have to add an inbound port rule, and from here you'll have to enable the RDP port as well, right? Then you will be able to do the RDP. You'll be able to connect to your VM using the RDP. Okay, exactly. It needs RDP to run or to connect to this GUI part of the VM. Right now, it doesn't have anything like that. Where I can check the disk which is not deleted, you can just search for the disk, and from here you can get all the disks that you have created for your VM, right? And you can check whether they have been deleted or not. What is RBAC? RBAC is nothing but your role-based access control. So see, in a large organization, if you're working, so you need to control like the permissions that you give to your employees. So you'll be giving the access of your portal to a number of employees, right? Let's say if there's a project going on, and in a project there are multiple teams working, and in each team, let's say there are 10 members, and they have their own jobs to perform over the portal. So you are not going to give them the root access, right? Because they might delete some resources that they might not be intended to do, right? So to avoid that kind of issues, what we do, we give certain level of permission to the users, like whatever the task that they can perform. So they'll be performing only those tasks that they are intended to, right? Let's say if there's a person who only needs to check on the VM health or the log that VM is generating. So I'm not going to give him the delete access for the VM, right? Otherwise, he will be able to delete the VM. His job only to check on the VM's health. So I'll be creating a permission so that he should only be able to check the health of the VM, and I'll be assigning that permission to the user. So apart from that, apart from checking the health of the VM or checking the log analytics, that user won't be able to do anything else. So that is the main purpose of role-based access control. So based on the roles that you have generated, you are going to control the access of the users. So that actually this term stands for. I hope it is clear, Romit. See, if the Linux is there, by default, you cannot connect using RDP. You cannot do RDP. But if you want to connect to the GUI part of your Linux, in that case, you'll have to install multiple softwares, multiple packages. Right. Once you install those packages, after that, you will be able to do the RDP to the VM. Okay. You can do that, Murli. There are few line of codes that you need to execute, and then you will be able to. I had prepared one documentation based on that only regarding how you can enable RDP for your Linux VM, but I don't have it right now. I'll search for it, and if I'll find it, I'll share with the team, and they'll be updating or uploading it to the LMS. It's just a four commands that you need to run. Command to install Apache 2 service. Let me type in for you. Sudo apt install Apache 2 -y you can also give. So this is a command you can use to So I'll have to do the partitioning. The new VM that I have created, right? And under dev only it is available, but I'm not able to see it over here. Means I'll have to do the partitioning. Sudo fdisk is not there. So it is giving me So 106, 1024, 29.64 MB buyers. This is my disk, if you can see. Yeah, df-h can also work fine. So under here you can see this is my 3.9 GB and not being pushed anywhere. So it is being downloaded from the internet only using that simple command. Okay. So here it is available, and you can see here it was showing here 4 GB. Okay. So the amount of memory that you get is 3.9 GB only. 1 GB is already it's showing used up only, right? Any doubt, guys? Anyone having any doubt till this point? Great. So now if is it fine if I show you like how you can create a custom image? Since I have already created this Ubuntu, I have installed this Ubuntu Apache to web server over this VM. Now if I'll create a custom image of it. Now what is a custom image? Can anybody let me know what according to you is a custom image? So let's say I want to create 100 of VM of similar configuration. Okay, I'm just taking a very simple example. I have 100 of virtual machine to be configured, right? And I need to configure them. So what are the options I am having? I'll have to go ahead, create 100 virtual machine and configure them one by one. Or else what I can do, I can create one VM. I can configure it. I can install all those softwares, all those packages that I would need for all of those 100 VMs. And then I'll create a custom image of it. So what it will do, it will create a snapshot. It will create a snapshot of that VM at that particular moment of time. And once you'll create an image using that particular of that virtual machine, so it will be having all those packages pre-configured, pre-installed on that operating system image. So later on, when you are going to deploy your virtual machine using that image, you won't be you won't require to install all those packages individually. It will be already be there. It will be installed already. So in that case, you can now deploy 100 of VMs by using the custom image, right? So that is the main purpose of having a custom image or creating a custom image, right? Exactly, capturing OS images. Is this thing clear using the scenario? I hope the scenario is clear to everyone. Instead of configuring 100 of VMs, what you can do, you can create a VM, you can capture it, you can generalize it, and using that operating system image, you can deploy 100 of VMs. So all those system requirements that you would need would already be there. Can you show how to increase the size of the disk? You can if you can go to your VM. Okay, are you talking about this disk? So from here you can increase the size. If you're talking about the managed disk, you can increase the size from here. Go to your disk, size and performance, and from here you can select. Exactly, it is just like AMI. No, it is you're not going to lose any data. Or better way is to make a backup, create a backup of your disk prior to making any changes to its size. Obviously, if you will be decreasing your data disk, you are going to lose some of the data. You might lose it, but the better option is to upgrade. Sorry, to take a backup of your your data disk before moving ahead with any of the operations that you are performing related to scaling up or scaling down your data disk. If you want to avoid any kind of data loss. Okay, so I hope it is clear how you can, increase the size or decrease the size. So you just need to select this kind of, VM you need from here. Also, you can just update the, figure from here and can click on save, and it will be accordingly be changing the size. Since I don't need to, change the size, I'll just click on discard. Now I'll go to the VM. If you're talking about the sizes of the VM, so you just need to go to your virtual machine. I'll go to the VM. This is my virtual machine. Now, if I want to change the CPU, right? If you want to, what I was telling, yeah. If you want to change the size of the CPU, of your virtual machine. So in that case, here under this virtual machine section, you have this sizes option, right? You just need to go to the sizes option. And from here, you can change the size of your VM. So let's say you want to go with this option. Oh, sorry. You want to use 8 GB of RAM. So you just need to select 8 GB from here and click on resize. Similarly, if you want to use 4 GB of RAM only, or 1 GB of RAM is already there that we have selected by default, or that we initially we selected. Now, if you want to use 8 GB of RAM or 16 GB of RAM or 14 GB of RAM, so based on your requirement, you can go with these menu options and click on resize. Okay. I hope it is clear how you can change the size and the CPU cores of your virtual machine. Will it require any downtime? No, not actually. See, let's try if we can do it on a running virtual machine or not. So if I can show you, this is my VM. It is up and running, right? And I'll go to my size. Okay. And let's say I want to upgrade it to 4 GB of RAM, right? I'll just click on resize. Let's see what actually it is doing. Is it directly resizing, or it is changing my status of my virtual machine? For now, I can see it is still running. And here I can see under this notification section, it is resizing my VM. Now here, if you can see, the remote connection is inactive. Now I'll restart it. It is resized. Restart the session. So from the user's, client side, it is restarting. But here, if I can see, if I can show you, the status is still running. Let me rephrase. So VM status is not changing. The VM is still running, but the client side, it is getting stopped. I'll show you once again. I'm changing the size. I'll go to the size section, and from here, let's say this time I need let's say 7 GB of RAM. I'll just resize. See. So moment I clicked on the resizing, my VM is going down. The connectivity, the connection that I had established is going down. The connection that I had, it got disconnected. Okay. So for the period of time it is getting resized, we are not actually able to log in into this VM. For that moment of time, it is inactive. Connection timeout, right? I hope you got it. But here, if you can see, under this overview section, this was about okay, disk. So you already know, like if you already have an existing disk, you can attach it from here, right? You can search for it. Right now, since I don't have anything, so here I'm not getting any option. Okay. So for now, just leave it, discard the changes. Now I was talking about taking the image. So to create a capture image of your operating system, here you have the capture option, right? So while you'll be capturing the image, it will be actually generalizing your virtual machine, and it is going to make your system useless. So now after once you have taken the screenshot, or you can say the snapshot of your VM, you are not going to able to log in into this VM. It will make your system useless, because you have in a simple term, if I can explain you have taken its image out of it, right? So now you have generalized it, you have its operating system disk. Now you will be able to deploy multiple VMs of the same configuration of this VM. Whatever the configuration changes you have made to this VM, you'll be able to deploy the VMs with the same configuration. So for now, let's go ahead and create this custom image. Now here, if you can see in resource group, I have selected, I'm going to deploy it in okay, which was it VM project? No. Now if you can see here, you have multiple options. Share the image to Azure Compute Gallery, yes and no. So whether you want to make this custom image shared, uh, whether you want to create it as a shared image, or you want to keep it to yourself only, you don't want it to be share it to the compute gallery. So Azure has its compute gallery. Now you can deploy your custom image, you can share it to the compute gallery, so that you would be able to deploy your virtual machine using the same image in some other region as well. Right now, you only, if you are not going with this option, if you are going with this capture only managed image option, so you only be able to deploy this VM in the Japanese region. If you are going with yes, so in that case, you will be creating your compute gallery first, and then you are going to deploy your custom image in that compute gallery, and then you will be able to use and deploy your application, your virtual machine, multiple regions as well, the region that you will be specifying over here. Okay, so let's go with this yes option. Like we are agreeing on sharing the custom image to the compute gallery, so that we should be able to deploy our application in some other regions as well. Apart from the Japanese, we will be able to, let's say, deploy it in the West US region as well. Now, operating system state, let's go with the generalized VM. So VMs created from this image require hostname, admin, user, and other VM related setup to be completed on the first boot. So you'll have to specify the hostname, admin, user. That also you can avoid by using the specialized version. They are completely configured, and you don't need to provide such parameters. Okay, so before moving ahead, we'll first create the compute gallery. So for that, since I don't have any compute gallery available here, so I'll go ahead and create a new compute gallery. I'll click on create new and just mention here shared image. Hit OK. Now from here, I'm going to first create the image definition, since you can have multiple custom image. So you'll have to be very specific in defining the image, what actually it does, what is this image for that. Here you'll be providing the image definition. Let's say Linux, this is my v1 version 1 let's say image, so I'll just mention Linux v1, that is version 1, and rest of the other settings I'll keep it as it is, right? SKU and offers and publisher and everything, I'll keep it as it is, and I'll hit OK. So this is going to create an image definition for me. Now from here, I'm going to specify the version number. So for me, it is my 0.001 version, right? And if you want to, specify any end of life to your, version or image, so you can specify that as well. Okay. Then here you have the replication options available. So you can see a VM image version can be replicated to different regions as well, depending on what makes sense for your organization. Let's say you want to deploy your virtual machine in multiple regions. So in that case, you will be using this replication policy. So apart from Japanese, you are also deploying your application, your virtual machine in East US as well. It's totally vague. Like I just wanted to give a version number, so I just started with 0.001, since it is my first custom image for this, first version of my custom image. Yeah, so it is going to be deployed over here. And now if I want to Central US, I'll be able to deploy it in the Central US, and then it's going to be in the East US as well. So in these three regions, I'll be able to deploy my machines. So 4 regions now. In West US 3 as well. Let me change it to the Central India. So now I'll be able to deploy my virtual machine in these 4 regions. Japan East and Central US also, I'll be able to deploy the virtual machine using the same custom image, and East US as well. So now I'm going to just click on review plus create to create the custom image. Now, once it is cleared, once the validation is passed, you can now verify the details and everything. Now you can see the replication. We have replicated our custom image in Japan East 1 time, in Central India 1, and in Central US as well. And I'll now going to click on create. Exactly, it's our own version of our custom image that we have created.
And we have to select the RDP port, inbound port 3389 that we have selected, so that we can take RDP onto this. So this is the disk section, right? So here I told you operating system disk for Windows images, it will come with by default 127 GB. If you want to have the option to customize it, if you want to, you can change it from 127 GB to something else that you want. You will also select the disk type. Tell me which are the types of disks that we have based on performance classification. Based on performance, which are the types of disks that we have? Can anybody help me here? Based on performance, what are the 3 different types of disks that we can have? Don't say just SSD and HDD. That's not the correct answer. We have premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. Which one will give you the highest performance? Which one will give you the highest performance? Premium SSD will give you the highest performance. So you could choose which type of disk that you want for your operating system disk, which type of performance you want, that you can select either premium SSD or standard SSD or standard HDD. So you will select that. If you want to, you can add a data disk, create and attach a new data disk. You can do that. I'm creating a sample data disk of 4 GB capacity. Performance classification is premium SSD itself, right? So I have selected that. You can see 4 GB capacity, premium SSD. Give OK. Continue with the next. I will just reconfigure the VNet. Don't worry about VNet and all for now. We will discuss on this VNet later on, right? I'm just calling it as VNet 1. We will discuss. Okay, complete discussion on VNet will come up later on. Continue with the next and say review plus create. Again, can we create our own network on the requirement? Currently using default network. Can you create your own network according to your requirement? So how to do that? We will learn when we go on to Azure VNets. Discuss how to configure networking for Azure. Okay, not right now. For now, please don't worry about it. We won't get into that now. We will discuss on that. So here, now what we have done, we have created a virtual machine in Azure with 1 operating system disk and 1 data disk. What is the capacity of the data disk? How much we gave capacity for data disk? What is the capacity that we gave for the data disk? That was 4 GB. We created a simple 4 GB disk just for the sake of testing, right? So now we want to confirm and make sure this disk is attached and have it configured. So for that, you go on to Windows plus R, type diskmgmt.msc, diskmgmt.msc. If you're not able to remember this diskmgmt.msc, not a problem. You can go to start and search for disk. Just go to start and search for disk and you will get to see that. Disk management. Sorry. Disk management. Right, you can see create and format hard disk partitions you will get when you type disk management. So go to that. That will take you directly onto disk management. So the shortcut for disk management, that is what I gave you, disk mgmt.msc. Let me paste this on chat for you, just in case if you want. Most of you would be knowing this already. Anyways, disk mgmt.msc. So when you go to this disk management, you can see it is detecting one additional disk. Remember, apart from the default operating system disk, we added one extra disk of 4 GB capacity. So that is what it is asking. Do you want to initialize the disk 2? So we say yes. And then when you expand it, there is disk 2. Disk 0 is your operating system disk, default 127 GB capacity. Disk 1 is your temporary disk. Disk 2 is the data disk that you have added. So tell me total how many disks are there on this VM right now. Total there are 3 different disks available on this machine. Out of which, can you control the disk 1? Can you do anything on disk 1 in the sense, can you create any, extend this capacity or decrease this capacity, etc.? Can we do that? Or change the performance type? Those things are not supported on your temporary storage capacity, right? It is available as a capacity if you want to use it. For what purpose? I gave you the purpose of temp disk. Remember, for what purpose we can use it? Temporary disk. I gave you 2 terms for that, not RAM, not recovery. Paging, right? One is paging, one is for swapping. Swapping in Linux, paging in Windows. Another scenario was that for data processing, you can use it for data processing. Somebody said that also correctly. You can use it for data processing. Means you won't store anything permanently over there, right? If you're not storing anything permanently, then fine. Will you store anything permanently on temp disk? Not at all, because the moment the system is getting stopped deallocated, data on the temp disk will be gone. Done. Last question. How many data disks you can add on a VM? Okay, first of all, tell me this. How many data disks we have currently on this VM? How many data disks we have currently on this VM? There is only one data disk. This is the data disk that we have, right? First one is operating system disk. Second one is temporary disk. And third one is your data disk. This is the one and only data disk of 4 GB capacity. So if you want to, you can add more number of data disk. How many data disk you can add, that is dependent on the virtual machine size. If you go back to the virtual machine size tab, then you will be able to see that. Okay. Then you will be able to see how much or how many data disks you can add on this machine. Where do you see that? You can see there is one column called as data disk. And for B2MS, it clearly says you can add 4 data disk. Okay. So your VM size determines how many data disks you can add. There are VMs which can support 32 data disks also. There are VMs which will support 32 data disks also. So you can think of how many capacity of storage can be added onto a VM. Okay. I hope this part is clear now with respect to your virtual machine, operating system disk, data disk, and temp disk. Now coming on to one last point. If at all you wanted to increase the capacity or decrease the capacity of these disks, how would you do that? Let's say, for example, data disk, we have only 4 GB capacity. You want more than 4 GB. How can you expand it? You click on the data disk that you have, and then you say size plus performance, and you choose a different size that you want, 16 GB, 32 GB, whatever you want. Or if you go down, you can specify the amount of capacity that you want according to your requirement, and also what is the performance tier that you want. Is it possible for a disk to be converted from premium SSD to standard HDD later on? For example, I created a disk now as premium SSD. Is it possible for me to convert that into standard HDD or whatever? Is it possible? Answer is yes, it is possible. Right now, what is the disk type? At present, what is the disk type? At present, the disk type is premium SSD, right? Do I have an option to change it to standard HDD, for example? Yes, I do have the option. But only thing is that I just have to make sure the virtual machine is deallocated. Since it is operating system disk, you cannot make changes while the system is running. If the system is not running, then in that case, yes, you will be able to make the change. Okay, so that is what the point that we have here. So are we clear on data disk as well as operating system disk and temp disk? Any questions on the same? Please feel free to ask. I'll also tell you about snapshot. That is a different thing. But apart from that, anything, any other doubts if you have on disk section, please feel free to ask. If not, if you are clear, if you confirm that you're clear, we will move on to explain snapshot and then we will move on to other things on the VM. Okay, how to disallocate? Probably you're asking how to remove the disk. Okay, so with respect to removing the disk, what you need to do, come back to the virtual machine. So let me go back to the virtual machine. Click on VM1. And go to disk section. And let's say, for example, if you wanted to, what is the question initially? Let me see. How to disallocate. What exactly you meant by saying disallocate? Decreasing, is that what you're asking? Decreasing the capacity of disk or something from pre-SSD to standard? Okay, so from premium to standard to change, you click on the disk. I clicked on the disk. Go to size plus performance tab. And then just go to premium SSD on top. Change it to standard HDD and then save. Provided your VM is stop deallocated. That's all. So that's what we have. And what else? There was, I think, one more added-on question. For operating system disk, if you want to see, for operating system disk, if you want to, you have to make sure the system is deallocated. If you're doing for a data disk, it won't ask you that. Like you can see, if I go onto this data disk over here, I'm going to size plus performance. Go to 8 GB. Do I have the option to save? Do I have the option to save? Just look at it. Yes or no? Of course, yes, I have the option. Only for operating system disk, you did not see that option. Why? Because operating system disk has dependency. Operating system is there. The VM is running from the operating system disk. So it cannot make any changes then. But data disk is not like that. Data disk, it's not dependent on operating system. So you can change. You can increase the capacity if you want to. Okay. So no problem. But if you deallocate the VM, if you do stop deallocate on the VM, then both operating system disk and data disk can be changed. The size can be changed. That is possible. So I hope that sorts out the confusion. Deallocate the VM. It seems is the question. It's not about deallocate. She probably meant to say deleting or removing from the VM sort of thing. The deallocation we use only for virtual machine getting deallocated. Virtual machine getting deallocated means it is getting turned off completely so that no hardware is getting utilized. That is what we call as deallocation. We have explained the process of deallocation earlier. What about the existing data on the disk if we change the size? Please post questions to Q&A. Make sure all the questions comes to Q&A. Now answering the question, what about the existing data on the disk if we change the size? So remember, when you change the size, you always have the option to go higher only. Let's say, for instance, I'm converting this disk to 8 GB. Okay, look at this. I'm converting this disk to 8 GB data disk. Hold on. Some other questions over here. Deallocate means remove data disk from existing VM. Incorrect. Deallocate doesn't mean removing the disk. For removing the disk, you use the term detach the disk. Detach the disk, not deallocate the disk. We don't deallocate the disk, we deallocate the VM. Okay, that's it. And can you please show us how to remove data disk from VM? Then I'll show you. And any impact if we change the storage type, will there be any data loss? No. If you change the disk type, there is no data loss. Whatever the data that you have will be retained on it. Nothing happens to your data. You can continue where you left off. Not a problem. One question here. You said that to change the disk size, we need to deallocate, not disallocate. It's deallocate and then make changes. There are two things that you have to understand. See, on a virtual machine, there is operating system disk and data disk. If you are planning to do anything on the operating system disk, then you need to stop deallocate the VM. If you are planning to do anything on data disk, you don't need to stop deallocate the VM. This difference has to be understood, simple and straightforward. If that is clear, then your answer is clear. Okay. So to change the disk, you need to deallocate and then make changes if you are making changes on an operating system disk. That is not required for data disk. Data disk, even when the VM is running, no problem. You can continue make changes on the data disk. Okay, that's it. Vasavaraj, what is not clear? Ask me. Feel free to ask. First of all, if you want to speak up, I'll give you the permission also. Can we change storage class of operating system disk? You can, provided the virtual machine is stopped deallocated. Okay, so you can see disk update completed, successfully updated disk. Now, if you come back and refresh this, you can see here, this is 127 GB premium SSD disk. And if I refresh the portal, just a second. So the operating system disk, to make changes onto this, as I told you, you need to make sure the disk, either it is, the VM is in the VM is in stop deallocated state, right? Only then you will be able to make those changes. That is the first thing that I told you. On operating system disk, data disk doesn't have such a problem. You can do. We already tried it. We increased the capacity of data disk on to 8 GB. Okay. Now, second thing, can you decrease the size? So you go to the data disk or operating system disk, go back to size plus performance, and then try to change it to 4 GB. 16 GB, okay, you have the option to save. 4 GB, can you come down? Reducing disk size is not supported in Azure to prevent data loss. Okay, so reducing the disk size is not supported. So these are the things that you have to understand. Now, coming back. So we have seen operating system disk, data disk, how to increase the capacity, what are the requirements to increase the capacity. Finally, how to detach the disk if you want to detach it. So this data disk you want to remove from your VM. Then there is one option at last called as detach. You click on it and then click on apply. The disk will be detached from your virtual machine. That's it. So these are the things that I wanted to show you on Azure VM on disk section. Now just a couple of questions over here. So resizing of data disk or change in storage type can be done without stopping or deallocating VM. For data disk, yes, it can be done. Usually we don't touch operating system disk. In what circumstances is it really required to make changes to operating system disk? Okay. You won't touch operating system disk, but sometimes, not sometimes, but you will be having some applications installed on your operating system disk, and they may eat up some storage capacity as you go forward. Or you yourself might have kept some files, if at all you had, then those might take up some files, some storage. So eventually that going over and over again, you may end up having less space on the operating system disk, in which case you will have to increase the capacity of the operating system disk. That's it. Somebody is asking about the deallocation process with respect to deallocation of VM. To deallocate the VM, you go back to the virtual machine tab and then click on stop and give yes. That will deallocate the VM. There is a deallocation process for the virtual machine. And then what is the option? Swap OS disk. See, swap operating system disk, what exactly it is, I'll tell you. We'll talk about snapshot first, and therein I'll tell you what is swapping of operating system disk. Okay. Another question, please show again how to deallocate operating system disk for making changes. First of all, don't confuse with these terms. You guys seems to be confused with the terms, at least some of you. Let me mention them on the whiteboard. Hold on. Confusing between these terms. Let me mention those terms here for you. Deallocate or stop and deallocate. This is the first thing. Okay. Second thing, detach. That's all. There is nothing called as deselect. We don't say this term deselect. That is not there. What is stop, deallocate? What is detach? Detach is the process of removing the disk from VM. Process of removing disk from VM. Process of removing a disk from a virtual machine is what we call as detach. What is deallocate? Process of stopping the VM. Stopping VM. Process of stopping the virtual machine completely, not the disk. The process of completely stopping the virtual machine is what we call as stop, deallocate, or deallocate. These three terms, are they clear? Stop, deallocate, and detach. Are we clear on these terms? Done. So now, for the process of removing a disk, don't ever say deallocate. It is simply detaching. Now, coming on to the question, where did I say you have to do deallocate? Look at this clearly. If you talk about operating system disk, if you talk about operating system disk, this operating system disk, first of all, cannot be detached. Cannot be detached. Okay. Operating system cannot be detached. Why operating system cannot be detached? Can anyone tell me why you cannot detach an operating system disk? Because that's the operating system disk. There is an answer. Operating system is permanently or continuously using the disk, right? The operating system is running on it. Your VM is running because of that particular disk. So you cannot remove that disk. That is not possible, right? So that is what operating system disk, you cannot remove it. If you want to, you can increase the capacity or decrease the capacity. But to increase the capacity and decrease the capacity, a condition is there. What is the condition? If you want to increase or decrease the capacity of operating system disk, what is the condition? You have to stop, deallocate the VM. Okay, you have to stop, deallocate the VM. Now here comes another question. Is stop something different and deallocate something different? No, we generally say stop, deallocate, or deallocate. Both are same thing. Stop, deallocate, or deallocate, same thing. But there is another operation called as shutdown. There is another operation called as shutdown. Is there a difference between shutdown and stop, deallocate? Yes or no? Is there a difference between a shutdown and a stop, deallocate? All this was explained in our earlier classes very clearly. There is a difference between a normal shutdown and a stop, deallocate operation. What is the difference? The difference is when you do shutdown, just the operating system stops. But whatever capacity Azure allocated for you, the VM capacity that they allocated for you still remains and you get billed. If you do stop, deallocate, this allocation itself is cleared. The allocation, whatever capacity they allocated for you in the backend, that will be completely cleared out when you go with stop and deallocate operation. Are we clear now? Difference between stop, deallocate, and normal shutdown. Clear? Okay. Also, this normal shutdown, sometimes you may just refer to by saying stop. Just by saying stop, also you may refer to shutdown. That is also same thing. So shutdown, stop, same thing. Stop, deallocate, deallocate, same thing. And the difference between the two, you're already aware of. Okay. So now there is no confusion. So let's continue. Just coming back to some of the questions. What is the option swap operating system disk? As I told you, we'll come back to that. Please show again how to deallocate operating system disk for making changes. I told you, you don't deallocate disk, you deallocate the VM. Okay, stop. Click on stop from Azure portal, which will basically deallocate the virtual machine, then make changes on the operating system disk. That is the point what they're saying. Deallocate, another question. Deallocate comes into picture only for VM and detach only for disk. Is this correct? Your verbatim is not correct. Deallocate comes into picture only for VM and detach only for disk. Is this correct? No. Deallocate comes into picture for operating system disk. Whenever you want to make changes on operating system disk, deallocate. If you want to just make changes on data disk, then you don't have to do detach, you don't have to do deallocate, you can directly make changes to it. That's all the point. Let's go to snapshot. Disk section, snapshot. What is a snapshot? Snapshot is a point in time copy of your disk. That is what we call as a snapshot. A point in time copy of your data in your disk is what we call as snapshot. Snapshot is not backup. Don't get confused. A snapshot is not equal to backup. Snapshot is not replacement for a backup. Okay. So what you need to do here is, with respect to snapshot, what you will do with this is, as I told you, it's not a replacement for backup, but the current status of the disk, if you want to copy, then in that case, you could be using your snapshot. I'll tell you one scenario. For example, you're advised to make some changes on your operating system. I mean, on the operating system disk, probably on the VM, you're installing some software now. This software installation is a bit critical one. There is a possibility that your VM may get crashed or something, right? So what you will do, you want to make sure whatever the status till the moment you install the software has been preserved. What you can do is, at that moment when you want to execute this activity, you go and take a snapshot of your operating system disk. Just take a snapshot of the operating system disk and then do whatever installation that you want. Okay. So for example, let me initiate a snapshot. I'll go here to the VM, create a snapshot, create a snapshot. So just give it a name. I'm just calling it as Intelli VM test snap. Now you have to, most of the options will be selected by default. You need to specify the subscription, the resource group, a snapshot type. You want a full copy, not an incremental copy, right? Now, storage type, you can change it to what type you want, either standard HDD, premium SSD, whatever you want, you will be able to select it. Okay. So select that and then click on review plus create. Just click on review and create. So this will create the snapshot. Okay. So what we have done, we have taken a snapshot, a point in time copy of this particular operating system disk right now. Snapshot, you can see we have captured it. Now, what I'm going to do, we are assuming that we are making some changes on the VM. Okay, once again, what did I do? I captured a snapshot of the operating system disk on my VM. I have already taken a snapshot for this operating system disk. It's already there. You can see that if you go to the snapshot section, correct? So you go to snapshots, you're able to see that there's a snapshot available for you. Done. So now what you need is, you make some changes on the virtual machine got crashed. You made some changes on VM got crashed. You want to restore the VM immediately to the last moment. when there was no problem. What you can do, you go back to the snapshot that we have captured already. VM is currently not working, okay? So you go to the snapshot that we have captured before the changes, and then click on create disk from the snapshot. One option will be available for you. Here you can see on top, there is a create disk option. Click on create disk. So user, you have to give the subscription resource group, name of the disk. I'm just calling it as OS disk, operating system disk. We captured this from snapshot. Okay. Availability zones and all not required. And the size is the default 127 GB. Done. Continue with the next and say review plus create. Click on create. Okay, so what did we do? We created a disk out of the snapshot. So the problem is VM is not running. We have a snapshot. So we want to restore our VM to the snapshot state. So we created a disk out of the snapshot. Go back to the virtual machine now, which is not running, and go to VM1, go to disk section, and on top you can see swap operating system disk. So click on it, select an existing disk. You choose the operating system disk from snapshot. Type the name of the VM, that is VM1, and then click on OK. What will happen now? Tell me. What will happen now? Operating system disk will get updated. It will simply get back to the previous state, right? So this is where the snapshot is useful. Backup is a periodic process. For example, yesterday night, it might have taken a backup. Fine. Now today night, again, it will take another backup. That is okay. So that is a process which will happen continuously on a daily basis. But our point was, yesterday night, whatever backup you have taken, and thereafter, there are many changes which has happened on the VM by today evening. Next backup is coming at today night. So in between, whatever changes that you made, when you're playing with it, better take a snapshot so that you will be in a better position to restore it later on. So that is the point of having snapshot first of all. Okay, that's all. You don't necessarily have to create this with all the VMs and so on. Not at all required. We are telling you the scenarios, the possible scenarios, wherever use cases comes up, you will be able to use it. Please post your questions onto Q&A. I'm seeing many questions on chat. Please post questions onto Q&A, only then they will be responded to. That's all. Is snapshot like capturing an image? No, capturing image we will see. I mean creating a clone copy. You could call it as a clone copy, that is correct. Is it not mandatory to maintain same disk type while taking snapshot? No. While taking snapshot, the snapshot can be saved as a standard HDD or standard SSD according to your preference. That's okay. Why we need to select storage type while making snapshot is that storage type will get applied to disk created from snapshot. Where did you see that storage type? Let me check. Just a second. We don't have something called as storage type. Okay, zone redundant, ZRS. What exactly ZRS is all about, you will learn that later. Right now, if you go to explain, it will take a lot of time. Anyway, that discussion is coming up later on. So then we will see. Okay, no need to worry right now. So we don't want to change it. It's not mandatory to have the same type anyway. You can choose whatever you want from here. And what exactly is zone redundant, that we will see later. Can we take snapshot of data disk as well? Yes, possible. Why we need to select storage type while making snapshot is that okay, it's already answered now. So image and snapshot is different. Yes, they are different. Image we will see. Snapshot does not take data. Yes, snapshot will contain the data in it. During the operating system disk replacement, VM will get shut down first and then it is disk will get replaced. Yes, the VM will go to shutdown state. Operating system disk swap, when you do, the VM will go to shutdown state and then do the change of disk. Data in C profile will be backed up. That's not the purpose. It's not backup. I told you, snapshot is like you're taking a point in time copy of the entire disk. Your operating system disk or the data disk, whatever, either of them can be captured with snapshot. So it is not like you have, you have to take your user profile separately and so on and so forth. When you take a snapshot, you're taking a copy of the whole. Okay, you're taking the copy of the whole, everything. So you don't have to separately specify your other things and all that. I hope that makes sense. If it is not clear, feel free to ask. It will contain all data of VM. That is correct. Can you show exactly where you choose the swap option? Swap option is available in Azure portal under virtual machine disk section. Go to VM1, disks, operating system disk, swap operating system disk. That's it. What about the changes that we made after restoring from snapshot? The changes will be there in it. No, changes will not be there, because what exactly we wanted to do? We wanted to go back to the previous state, right? So when you promote the snapshot, when you apply the snapshot, will you have the changes? You wouldn't be have it. You will be going back to the previous state where it was working just fine. That's it. Can we take snapshot automatic take periodically as per our requirement? You will have to write some PowerShell scripts. It is possible, but not needed. You can use your okay, you don't necessarily have to do that. You can use backup itself as a process separately for that. Snapshot, you don't have to take every 1 hour or so, because that will cost you a lot. How exactly do we create a snapshot? Isn't that what I have been showing to you in the last couple of minutes? What about data disk swap? Why do we need a swap on data disk? What is the purpose? What you will do with a swap on data disk? Any data disk that you want, you can attach it anyway. So why you need a swap for data disk? There is no point. Okay, so that is the answer for that, your question, Sujat. Where is snapshot saved? It is stored in some storage account in the backend, which is managed by Azure. You don't have to control it. Using the snapshot, can we swap disk of another VM? You can. Technically speaking, you can. Operating system disk, swap and data disk, attach existing disk. Snapshot, what is that? Is that a question or comment? I don't know. And that's it. Let's move on. One question. Okay, so whenever we need to make changes, before that, take snapshot and then make those changes. It would be better if you do so. It would be better if you take a snapshot, but again, there also you have a huge cost implication with it. Whenever you take snapshot, don't think it is free. Snapshots are not free. They will cost you exactly like a disk. So you're creating unnecessarily some 10 snapshot, 20 snapshot, 30 snapshot day by day. When the bill comes in, your eyes will pop out. So better be careful of what you're doing, understand what you're doing, and only then you do it before taking snapshot every 1 hour and all that. But rather, the better option is to go with backup if you're looking for a backup solution. Snapshot is specific use case based. That's all, not all the time. You go to VM, then disk, then I missed. Click on the disk. You go to VM, click on disks, click on the disk that you want, and then click on snapshot. Explore yourself. Click on create snapshot. Okay. And while I'm showing you, look at the screen. Don't start doing it by yourself. That is why you're missing many things. So how to take backup? Backup will be discussed on module number 9, not right now. Is snapshot region specific? Not at all. It's not region specific. You can take wherever you want. Done. So that's it we have with respect to operating system disk, data disk, and then temporary disk. Okay. So let's talk about some other topics on Azure VM now. Let me just take you to, or let me just check. One question here, what about data disk? We are taking snapshot of operating system disk, but data is inside data disk. How can we restore data disk if VM is removed by mistake? See, first of all, when the VM is removed, disk is not removed. First thing. Second thing, the data disk also can have snapshot. If you want to take a snapshot for your data disk also, you can take snapshot. It is up to you. Third thing, For preventing accidental deletion, damage, etc., it's better to have backups enabled. The ideal option is to have backup enabled for your virtual machine, so that whenever you are in some trouble, you will be able to restore things from the backup instead of snapshot. Snapshot is like one scenario, one or two scenarios wherein you want to do it, you can take it. That's all what snapshot means. What exactly is virtual machine scale set or VMSS? Virtual machine scale set or VMSS means identical set of VMs. So you are deploying an application now, right? So you're deploying an application now. For this application, let's say initially you required 2 servers now. Initially for this application, you require 2 servers. So there are 2 servers available in this. Both of them are hosting your application, same application called as application 1. Now, suddenly the traffic to this application got increased. More and more people are coming in, more and more people are requesting, and the traffic is increasing, right? So these 2 VMs are not able to accommodate. These 2 VMs that you have, these 2 machines that you have are not able to accommodate the overall traffic that is coming up now. So what do you do about it? So that is where, if you had configured this in a virtual machine scale set, you could specify a condition. If the CPU threshold is going above 75%, then do this, do that, etc. Some actions and all you can initiate. Okay. If at all the CPU utilization is going beyond certain point, then you have to kick into action. You have to, do what is necessary. That's the point. So that is what we have with respect to virtual machine scale set. Identical set of VMs who will scale in or out based on demand automatically is what we call as virtual machine scale set. Is the same as auto scaling? Yes, this is what we call as auto scaling. Anyways, so let's talk about this now. So what happens over here is, so you have 2 virtual machines initially. Now the traffic is increasing. You have configured a condition here with respect to CPU. You have configured a condition saying, okay, if the utilization is going beyond certain point, then in that case, you have to do what? You have to make sure additional instances has been added. Okay, additional instances is getting added, more and more instances whenever the CPU utilization is going above certain point. So these are extra instances which are getting created for example now. Okay, so let's talk about this. But before that, remember, with respect to scaling, this process is what we call as auto scaling. Auto scaling, automatically increasing or decreasing the number of instances of VM is what we call as auto scaling. This auto scaling itself is 2 types. We call them as horizontal scaling and then vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. Okay, horizontal and vertical. So what happens? Which one is horizontal? Which one is vertical? Tell me which one is. The below line is vertical or horizontal? What we call as horizontal. And this one is, okay, vertical. So now, what is horizontal scaling? What is vertical scaling? Horizontal scaling means increasing number of instances of VM. Increasing number of instances of VM is what we call as horizontal scaling. Vertical scaling, increasing capacity. Capacity of all VMs. So these VMs that we have over here, right? These VMs that we have here, let me, oops, I'm sorry. These VMs that you have over here, they will have certain sizes associated with them. For example, let's say all of them are B2MS. All VMs are B2MS in this particular virtual machine scale set unit. Okay. Each VM instance will have same capacity. Now, the thing is that if you're increasing that capacity from B2MS to B4MS, right, it is vertical scaling. It is vertical scale. Increasing the capacity of the VMs, the size of the VMs is what we call as vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling means increasing the number of VMs, right? Like I told you earlier, we started with 2 VMs and then 3 more VMs got added accordingly. Okay, so that is what we call as the property of virtual machine scale set, horizontal scaling versus vertical scaling. Once again, horizontal scaling is nothing but increasing number of instances of VM. Vertical scaling means increasing capacity of all VMs. Okay, these are the 2 available options that is available with respect to scaling. Now remember, this horizontal scaling itself is called as scale in and then scale out. This is called as scale up and then scale down. Okay, so that's it. So what is the difference between scale in? This is scale in, by the way. Okay, so scale in means, what is scaling? It's coming under horizontal scaling. So scale, first of all, talk about scale out. Scale out means increasing number of instances, and scale in means decreasing number of VM instances. Okay, scale out is increasing number of instances. Scale in is basically decreasing number of instances. Whereas scale up, what is scale up? Scale up means increasing the capacity of all the VMs is what we call as scale up. Scale down, decreasing the capacity of all VMs is what we call as scale down. So scale in, scale out, scale up, scale down, difference has to be understood. In this one, the horizontal scaling is automatic. This is automatic, and that is where virtual machine scale set is coming up. The virtual machine scale set comes up over here. So now you can see our virtual machine scale set that we have, it actually allows you to increase the number of instances so that you can accommodate the traffic, oncoming traffic onto your application. Have they discussed the conditions and all, how to configure conditions for virtual machine scale set, auto scaling condition, etc.? Have you seen that, or just saw this from far and then went off? Okay, continue with the next. Support is not required. So here, if you want common disk for all of them, you can specify the disk related settings over here. Continue with the next. Virtual machine scale set network, if you want to change it, you can change it. And this is where the scaling part comes in. Automatic scaling and manual scaling comes in over here. So look at the scaling option. One is initial instance count. When you are creating this virtual machine scale set instance, how many VMs were there? There is a question. So initial instance count, when you are loading this, how many instances of number of VMs will be available in the virtual machine scale set that they're creating. Okay, we're creating a virtual machine scale set now, correct? So within that virtual machine scale set, how many instances of VMs you will have? That is what we are defining by saying initial instance count. Currently, it is set to 2. Scaling policy, whether you want manual scaling in the sense you yourself will go and then change the setting, right? So that is what we call as manual. We don't want manual, you want custom auto scaling. So select custom auto scaling, and once after you select custom auto scaling, you will have the option to choose if you want to okay, how exactly you want to configure, etc. Everything can be done from here. So initial count, I set it as 2. Minimum number of instances, I set it as 1, and maximum number of instances, I set it as 10. What is the difference between this minimum number of instances and minimum Maximum number of instances. Any guess? Pretty simple and straightforward. You can read that there only, right? Minimum number of instances mean at any point in time, how many instances of VMs should be there. So that is only one. Okay, that is only one. Minimum is only one. You can change it to any value that you want to. It's your requirement. Second thing, maximum number of instances. Maximum number of instances means on this, how many VM instances you can add in addition now. How many more VMs you can add. CPU threshold, this is where you will define how much CPU capacity that you have. Based on that, they will select the VM size. So here, like for example, CPU threshold, I have given a 75 and minimum instance means in total one. When we have initial instance as 2, how come it would be 1? See, minimum instance is equal to 1. What does minimum instance is equal to 1 means? Minimum instance equal to 1 means if the CPU utilization is lesser, we know virtual machine scale set will automatically remove your VM. It will remove your VM. Correct? So now you can see here, when we create the virtual machine scale set, we define, I want only minimum number of instances, I set 1, and number of instances of VMs you specified as 2. What would that mean? That would mean you would be having minimum 1 instance of VM running all the time, right? Minimum 1 instance of VM will be running all the time. Now, does that mean you will have only one VM? No, not at all. There can be other VMs also. When CPU utilization is lesser, it will come down and it will just stop with 1. That's the point. Okay, that does not mean you. Okay, no need of that. I hope that itself would have clarified the doubt. If it's still not clear, please feel free to ask, or else it will create unnecessary confusion with others as well now. So the minimum can be less than initial. Yes, that is possible. It can be less than initial. Less than initial means initially when you get started, how many instances that you want, that is what initial is defining. And then minimum, when CPU utilization is lesser, how many minimum instances that you want, that is what we define by saying minimum instances. Do we have a load balancer here as well? Yes, we will have a load balancer. Okay, so minimum instance means in total 1. When we have, it's already answered, Sujit. If initial VM is 2 and minimum VM is 1, then at any given time we'll have the minimum 2, right? Already answered this question. Okay, if initial VM is 2 and minimum VM is 1, then at any given time VM will be on minimum 2, right? Once again, let me read. The initial VM is 2 and minimum VM is 1, then at any given time VM will be minimum 2. If initial VM is set to 2 and minimum VM is 1, then at any given time we'll have minimum 2. See, that question is already answered. You're not listening to this carefully. Understand the difference between minimum VM and initial VM. Minimum VM means, okay, for your application to work, how many VMs you want? Minimum. Simple question. So I say I need 10 VM. Okay, lock it for you. So that 10 VM belongs to you. Nobody else will take it. Okay, that's it. So a lot of unnecessary confusions, by the way. So I have a virtual machine scale set unit. I said I want minimum 1 VM. Minimum 1 VM, initial 3 VM. Okay, look at this. What is the difference? I said I want minimum 1 VM and initial 3 VM. So what is minimum? What is initial? So initial 3 VM means when I'm creating virtual machine scale set. When I'm creating virtual machine scale set, how many VMs I want when creating. Okay, So when creating, I need 3. That is what initial number of VMs. Minimum VMs. So this got created. You have 25% or less CPU utilization. So meaning there is no CPU, there is no CPU utilization, there is no point of creating a lot of VMs and paying for them. So virtual machine scale set will automatically do scale in. It will automatically do scale in. Scale means it will reduce the number of instances. Meaning it will come down to, it will reduce first of all one instance, and then it will reduce second instance, and then it will reduce third instance also if you have not specified your minimum VM instances over here. So your minimum is basically 2. Then in that case, from 3, he will come down to 2 only. He won't go up to, or he won't go on to 1 or anything like that. I hope this part is clear now. And now whenever the load is high, yes, it will start increasing one by one, it will increase. For the upper limit, you can specify. Okay, for the what is the maximum that you can have, that can be specified. That's it. Incorrect. Let me correct it for you. What does initial mean? You are creating today at 2133, that is 933, you are creating a virtual machine scale set. The moment you are creating the virtual machine scale set, how many instances you want. That's all what the initial count means. When you create it for the first time, the very first time, how many instances you wanted to get started with. That's all what initial means.
Okay.
Thereafter, the virtual machine scale set will continuously monitor the CPU utilization, RAM, whatever you have configured. And based on your auto scaling condition, he will take the decision. For example, now initially you got started with 2 for your virtual machine scale set. CPU is getting monitored. CPU is going above 75%. What happens? Right. It will increase 1 instance of VM automatically. So how many VMs you have now?
3. 2 plus 1.
3 VMs. Done. Now, again, CPU is going again up. Now, instead of 75, now it has come to, let's say, for example, 76. More and more users are coming. What
4.
will happen now?
4.
It will go on to 4. Done. But now the usage started coming down because users all went off. There are no users now. CPU came down to 25%. What will happen?
3.
It will come down to 3. If you have configured, okay, reduce by 1. Reduce number of instances by 1. If you have configured, it will come down to 3. Again, it is continuing on 25%. Then it will become
2.
2. Again, it is continuing on 25%. Then it will become?
Okay, 1. Okay.
Why it will become 1? Because
the minimum is 1.
Done?
Yeah, got it. Okay. Thanks.
Now the same way, the other way, if you think of it, when it was increasing, to how many maximum it will go?
10 max.
Got it?
Yeah. This is my initial understanding, but later, I was confused with the
I hope your confusion is clear now. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's clear now. Thank you.
Done.
Thanks.
Done. Awesome. Done. Now, I believe others also would be clear. So I'm marking all questions on this one as answered. If it is not answered, please repost the question in Q&A and I'll get it answered. That's all. Okay. That's it. Horizontal scaling, vertical scaling, everything on scaling. I hope this is clear. If anything is not clear, please repost your question and I will have it answered. That's all. You can see it has already come down to the minimum number of instances. That is 1. That is 1. So we have only 1 instance now. If you were to increase the CPU on this, then in that case, now gradually it will increase to 1, 2, 3, up to the maximum limit that we have specified. Similarly, if there were 10 instances, when usage is not there, it will come down to, let's say, for example, 9, 8, 7, 6, whatever. It will just come down. So either way, it will work. So this process is what we call as horizontal scaling, automatic. You can automate this. That can be configured from scaling section. So under scaling, custom auto scale has been configured. And here you will define the properties. When CPU average is above 75%, increase by 1. And scale in when CPU average less than 25, decrease by 1. That's all. Okay, so that is what you have specified with respect to the condition. That's all. If you don't want this automatic scaling, you can go to manual scale, in which case you will have a scroller. You will define, okay, how many number of instances that you want by yourself. That's all. So you can choose either of them. Now coming on to vertical scaling. What we have seen so far is horizontal scaling. Vertical scaling, where it is, you go back to the size, right? You go back to the size. This VMSS is not a single object. This is the whole VMSS unit, the complete VMSS unit. That is what we call as VMSS1. So you go to the properties of VMSS1 or size section of VMSS1, and from there you change from B to MS to B for MS, for example. So when you change from B to MS to B for MS, all instances within your virtual machine scale set, will they get updated? Yes or no? All instances within your virtual machine scale set, will they get updated to the higher size now? Of course, yes, all of them. If you have 10 instances, all 10 of them will get automatically updated to the higher size. This is which type of scaling? Vertical or horizontal? Increasing the capacity of VM is horizontal or vertical? This is vertical scaling. Increasing the number of instances, that was horizontal scaling. So I hope this scaling part is clear now, and also how to configure those things on virtual machine.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. What is the primary storage type in Azure for sorting structured, semi-structured and unstructured data? Your options are A, bulk storage, option B, table storage, option C, queue storage, and option D, file storage. You can comment down your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
Scale set. In fact, you have already seen that, but anyway, since you wanted me to recap it, see, I told you there are multiple instances in a virtual machine scale set. You can see that over here. There is VM1, VM2, VM3, for example, in this virtual machine scale set now. So when you set up your application, how would you distribute the traffic to all of them? To distribute traffic effectively to all of them, that is where you will be using this concept of load balancer in place. Load balancer, right? LB in short, or load balancer in Azure. So this load balancer, what it will do, when you place a load balancer along with your virtual machine scale set configuration, this LB will have a public IP address associated with it. He will have a public IP address associated with it. Let's take it as x.x.x.x. So this is where your users will connect now. Users will connect on to x.x.x.x, in which case the connection will come to the load balancer. And load balancer in a round robin fashion. In a round robin fashion means first connection for first VM, second connection for second VM, third connection for third VM, and fourth connection for first VM again. And in this way, in a round robin fashion, he will keep on distributing the traffic. So whatever the number of connections that is coming will be equally distributed across all the instances that you have. This is the concept of load balancer. Okay, so load balancer will get added. Load balancer will distribute the traffic. So that is the purpose of adding a load balancer onto your virtual machine scale set. Continue with the next. So here under networking, if you go, once after you select the VNets and all that, you can see there is one load balancing option called as Azure Load Balancer. So if you select this Azure Load Balancer, then a load balancer will be deployed for you. Okay, a load balancer will be deployed for you, and that will automatically distribute the traffic and everything will be taken care by them. So here you can see now there is no load balancer. You have to create one. So click on create a load balancer, and then we have to go through the process of creating rules over there, right? And we have to specify the conditions and everything. So complete detailed discussion on load balancer. Anyway, it's coming as a separate topic under module number 7. On module number 7, we have to discuss all the load balancing solutions that is available for us. That is load balancer, application gateway, traffic manager, and front door service, etc. So therein, anyway, we are discussing this. So I'm not gonna focus on this right now. So therein we can revisit, okay, what exactly is load balancer and how we will So now next topic is something called as custom images, virtual machine custom images. What is a custom image? Assume yourself working as a administrator in a company. You're working as an admin in a company, IT admin, for example, or Azure admin, for example. So now your duty, one of your duty is that deploy virtual machines for the end customers as per the requirement. All of you have to listen carefully, only then you will understand. Your requirement is that you have to deploy virtual machines for the end customers, right? Meaning for your various departments, you have to deploy VMs according to their requirement now. So what you will do here is, let's say for instance, today I deployed, if I'm the admin, today I'm deploying 3 VMs. Right? For example, okay, no, this is too big. Here is VM1, VM2, a second VM that I'm deploying, VM3. Okay. Every VM when you deploy, there is something called as a post configuration task. Anybody know? Sorry, post configuration task. Anybody know what is a post configuration task? What does that mean? What you will do in that? Anybody heard about it? So post configuration tasks means there are many things. Okay, there are many things. Some applications you might want to install, right? Some of you, your departments, various departments, they will have a requirement of deploying some applications, right? Like for example, deploying Office. That's something which we require commonly. Office applications, Adobe Reader or something like that, right? These kind of things. Then there is one most important process called as hardening of your machine, hardening of your operating system, or hardening of your VM. Anybody heard about this term called as hardening? The process of hardening, what exactly it is? So hardening basically means making your machine more secure. That is what we call as hardening, right? Making it more secure is what we call as hardening. So increasing the security, how you will do that? To do that, there are some tools which you will be using. First of all, for scanning any vulnerabilities on the machine, you will scan for all vulnerabilities. Make sure any vulnerability that you have has been patched. How you will patch the vulnerability? You will do some changes for that. Like for example, if there are some updates that is available for you, then you will apply those security updates. If there are certain things that you have to disable, you will disable those, etc. All this activity you will carry out, and you will make sure the operating system is completely hardened and there are no security loopholes right now. You will install all the required Windows security patches, updates, everything, right? So this process you will have to do, and applications you have to install. So all this task you will do every time once after creating the VM, right? Once after creating VM, you are repeatedly doing all these things. Remember or think, if you have, let's say 3-4 VMs to deploy every day you are repeating the same task, correct? How boring that would be. So that is where we have one solution for that in Azure. Even before Azure also this was there. We use something called as either known as templates. Some of you will be able to understand when I say templates. In VMware and all, we have this concept of templates, right? In Azure, we call it as custom images. Simple. You create custom images as per your requirement. Instead of repeating those tasks on every VM that you create a custom image with all these changes, and using that image, you will be able to deploy the VMs that you want. So what will happen when you deploy the VMs with custom image? They will have all the required things in them already. It's already hardened image that you will be using. So your company's requirement will be met easily. Clear? Making sense? What is the logic of having custom images? Okay, done. So what we will do now, let's go and see the process of capturing some custom image and using them to deploy your virtual machine. Okay, using them to deploy your virtual machine. That is what we are going to see with respect to custom images now. In Azure, the concept of custom images. What are those words? Which words are you referring to? One I told you was custom images. Remember, for capturing this custom image, what you will do is you will take a reference VM. You will first of all create something called as a reference VM. You will create a reference VM. What is a reference VM? Why it required custom images? Isn't that what I have been explaining you so far? That is what I started with. What is custom images? For what purpose we use it? Custom images we use for avoiding repeated deployments, right? You have a master image, use that master image for repeatedly deploying the number of VMs that you want. Assume yourself working as an admin in a company. Every day, if you have to deploy VM, you will deploy a VM, you will go through post configuration task, you will set up everything, you will install everything, and then you will move on to the next VM. This boring job you will repeat each and every day. Instead of that, smart people, what they will do, they will create something called as custom images, right? With custom images, they will have all the configurations captured in the custom image. Next time, whenever any team comes to you and says, hey, we need that VM, this VM, you deploy this from the custom image and you are pretty easily done. Hardening is already done, patching is already done. Some of the most common applications are installed, right? So certain things, any addition in addition to that, if you want that, you will do, and you will hand over the VM. Your job becomes much more easier with the help of custom image. So what is a reference VM? A reference VM is nothing but a newly created empty VM that you're taking. A newly created empty VM. This is what we call as a reference VM. Do not take any existing production VM as your reference VM. That is not at all good. Why? Because if you capture image out of a running VM, then when you try to deploy or when you go through the process, that original VM from where did you capture the image will become unusable. Okay, it will become unusable. So you wouldn't be able to use that VM later on. So this has to be understood before going ahead and taking any production VM and then applying the custom image process on them. So that is where I always say, create a new VM separately, get him ready, install everything, and then start the process of capturing custom images. That is what the reference VM is all about. Okay, done. Okay, sorry. So now let me show you. So we need a reference VM first of all, that is understood. And from that reference VM, we will start the process of setting up the things. We will capture the custom image. Then you will use that custom image for repeated deployment. So let's do that as an example. So first of all, let's go to one of the VM that we already have. Okay, a reference VM. So this is a new VM that I have here, VM1. I have not made any changes on this. So let's take it as a fresh VM. It doesn't have any changes, nothing on it. Okay, we just created earlier. So I will be using this guy as the reference VM for me now. It's not a production VM. It's not a running VM. It's just a normal VM which I created earlier. So I'm using this guy as the reference VM. He's good. There are no other changes on it. So what do I do? First of all, I need to start this guy and then I need to log into this machine. After logging into that machine, I need to execute certain things, certain tasks I need to execute inside this machine, after which it will be turned off again, right? So that's the process. So let's go ahead and get inside this VM first of all. Right, so the VM is started. We have logged in. I just want to make sure that we have not done any changes over here. And then I'll do some couple of changes. Then we will capture the custom image. So here you can see on this machine, there are no roles installed as of now. It is just a normal server with the pre-defined or the normal state. Whenever you deploy a VM, whatever you will get, same thing, nothing additional, nothing extra. Here, when you look at it, you can see, let's go ahead and install web server on this VM. That is a change that we are making. So I'm going to manage, add roles and features. Okay, it's collecting inventory data. Hold on. Okay, so I'll click on manage, add roles and features just to make some changes. Continue with the next. What I'm going to install is web server, right? So if I go one step back, there is web server. So select web server. Add features. Continue with the next. Next. And then install. Wait for the installation to get complete. Installation succeeded. Okay, done. So I'll close this. Installation is succeeded now. Now you can see there is a change on this server. What is the change that we have made on this server, guys? What is the change that we have made? We have installed what? IIS. We have installed on the server. Done. I will also create some files. For instance, I'm creating a text document. The process is, I told you about a process that we have to go through. So we are assuming that, okay, we have done hardening. We have installed all security patches, all required applications we have installed. We are assuming we have done all that. Okay, with that assumption, we are just going ahead and saying, okay, how's the process of capturing the custom image? So what do I do? First of all, I need to go to sysprep. Just go to run and type SYSPREP. Go to run and then simply type SYSPREP. Give OK for that. That will open up a window. So there you can see there is one utility called as sysprep. Double click on that utility of sysprep. And there are two options that you need to change over here. First of all, change it to, okay, there is nothing to change. Make sure your option stays the same. Enter system out of box experience. Select generalize and shutdown option, change it to shutdown. Instead of reboot, make it to shutdown and then give OK. That's all what we have to do. The moment you click on OK, your machine will go through a process called as sysprep. It will make sure that all the security identifiers, SIDs, which is associated with your user account and all that, will be removed from their server. They will make sure that. Okay, so that is what happens, and then thereafter it will be converted to a VHT file, which will act as a which will act as an image for us that can be used for any deployments that you want to do later on. Okay, so I'm going to give OK for this. Once again, the settings are enter system out of box experience UV, generalize, and then shutdown. Not restart, but shutdown. Give OK. Just a second. Okay, there is one question. What about Linux? On Linux, we don't have this much procedure. Okay, Linux is very simple and straightforward. You can, what we can do? The VM went through sysprep and then now it has gone on to shutdown state. Okay, it has gone to the sysprep state and then it has just simply go down. So that's all. So let's now come back and continue the rest of the part. So here, when you go back to the virtual machine now, let me show you. So here, if you go on the right hand side, there is one option called as okay. So here you can see on top there is an option called as capture, correct? So we have done the process, whatever we have to do inside the VM, we have done it. Now you come back to Azure portal and click on capture just to show you once again. Here is the VM1. Click on capture. Click on capture. You need to specify the details, and here you have to create a gallery. Gallery is a place wherein you will store multiple images, right? So in future, it is possible that you may be creating more than one tickets or so on and so forth. So in such cases, when you are having more than one images, in such cases, what you have to do, you have to save it onto gallery, right? A gallery image version. What is gallery image version? You can, like for example, per month base or 2 months base or 3 months base, you can create different images. Why is it required? Can anybody help me here? Why you will need to update your image every 2 months, 3 months, maybe? Why we need to update the image every 2-3 months? Tell me. Any guess? Security reasons, right? For security reasons, you will have to include the latest updates, security patches, or any other application changes, etc. You will need to add. That is why you will have to go through the process. So it's not a permanent solution. It's not like you create an image for this year and then till next year you will be using the same image. No, that's not the way how we have to understand this. Anyways, so I said, okay, share it to a gallery as image version. Share this onto a gallery. Gallery is a concept in Azure, in which case you will be, keeping multiple images that you wanted to use. So anyway, so now let's create a gallery over here. Click on create new. I'm just calling it as gallery. Okay. And target VM image definition. So you can say create a new image definition. VM image definition name. Which operating system was that? That was Windows Server 2019. I think it was 2019 only. And OS types Linux Gen 1, Gen 2 that has been automatically selected. x64 has been selected. And there are no options that you would need to change for now. Okay, so anyways, so you have defined the name of the gallery, version number. You can just call it as 0.0.1 maybe. End of life date. How long this image is valid? You can specify that over here. Do you want to replicate this image onto another region of Azure? I would say no. Okay. If you have a option to do so, then that also has been given. So continue with the next. So now you go on to review plus create tab. So remember, what are the changes that we have done on the VM? What are the changes that we have done? What are the changes that we did we do? IIS we have installed. We have created some text files on both C drive as well as on desktop. And then thirdly, what else? Okay. So you have a text file, web server. Those are the changes that you have done. So let's click on create now. So this image will get stored. So that click on create. A few questions over here. We also have user data. Also, it also works same as custom image. Aditya, I'm not clear with your question. I have seen this earlier, but I was not clear. We also have user data. Also, it also works same as custom image. User data will never become custom image. If you are having your custom image captured for you, then in that case, yes. Okay, if not, are they opening now? It seems like they're opening now. You are okay. So it is getting created. Done. Wait. Just wait. Just wait for the gallery deployment option to get completed. Anyway, so Aditya, if you want to, you can speak up regarding your question because I don't have much clarity as to what you're referring to. So if you're doubtful on that, feel free to ask. Raise your hand. I'll give you the permission to speak. Others, if you don't select generalized user details, also copy it to image. Yes, if you don't generalize directly, if you capture the image, then in that case, the VM will go into a failed state. That's the problem. Okay, if you don't select generalized user details, also copy to image. That is correct. All the user account, nothing will get cleared. And that's it. What is exclude from latest check? Exclude from latest check basically means that when you are having, let's say 2-3 images available for your company, it will show only the latest one outside. It will show only the latest one. So you could select the latest image, whatever that is available for you. If you selected that, okay, remove from latest checklist, then in that case, what happens? You wouldn't be able to get that. That's all. One another question is image tied to specific subscription. Not at all. Okay. Everything we do, in fact, is part of a subscription. That you have to make sure that that what are the billings that you're getting, everything you should have an idea. Everyone should have an idea, by the way, as to where exactly it is costing, how much it is costing, etc. So that you have a clarity as to how much you are spending. Is image creation is chargeable? Creating an image is not chargeable. Wherever the okay, just a second. What is that question? I lost it. Image creation is not chargeable, but whatever the deployment activities that you conducted, for that deployment activity, when you did, you probably would have created additional resources. So for those additional resources and all, you will be having charges. Okay, that's it. So just creating a gallery don't cost you anything. One question, can one image created under one subscription can be used in another subscription? Possible. That is possible. You can replicate the subscription. Because that replication we will see when we talk about that later in Azure. In one of the last modules, I think, if I remember it correctly. Image, okay. Okay. So now, one question, we need to perform sysprep. It does not matter. Image is generalized or specialized. If you're going with generalized image, you need to do sysprep. That is a must. If you're going with specialized image, you might not need to do so. That's all. That is the difference between the two. Any chance of image getting corrupted? For the most part, no. Do we need to pay for anything to Azure for keeping our image? Of course, yes, you will have to, because you are taking storage capacity, right? So you will have to let that be there. We will just come back to that later. That deployment, let it go through. So what we will do now, so what did we do? We went ahead and created a image out of this VM1. And you can see the current state of him. He went down to stop deallocated state. You wouldn't be able to start him. Okay, that's it. Like for example, if I go here, do you see this error, by the way? What does it read? Start command failed. Why? Because I just tried it after. You can see start command on selected item, it got failed. Why? Because we earlier captured the custom image. So once you have captured the custom image, you cannot use it once again. That's all the point. So anyway, so let's go ahead and create a new VM out of the image that we captured. So let's go back to virtual machines. Okay, or this way. Let's go to virtual machines area. Was it virtual machines area? I don't think so. Not this one, but rather I have to go to, let's see. Anyways, so now you can see here, we have got anything. If at all you wanted to buy, you will be able to buy from here. All right, please. Any marketplace image, etc. If you want to, you can take, but that's not what we want. We want to use the custom image which got deployed onto the gallery, correct? So I'm going on to virtual machines. Click on create Azure virtual machine. Remember, we have already captured the custom image. Okay. So while creating the custom VM, scroll down. Availability zones are not needed. Availability zone is not needed. And here, if you scroll down, okay. And now here under image, you click on see all images and click on shared images. Okay, shared images, and you will be able to see Windows Server 2019. Select this Windows Server 2019 and then rest everything like license is basically Windows Server license, and that's it. Virtual machine name, I'm going to call it as VM from image. That's what the name of it, and the image you can see we have selected. Continue with the next. Next. I'm not changing anything. I'm just keeping the default options and say review plus create. RG, did I select incorrect RG? Yes, resource group, I'll select demo RG, done. That's it. Okay. So once again, what did I do? I went on to create a VM option. From their image, I selected the gallery image that we just deployed a few minutes ago. That's all. So you can see image now is coming from IntelliGallery, Windows Server 2019 latest. That's the image that we have deployed. Then give all the other details for VM creation. That's all. It's a review plus create finally. When you start that VM, so this VM you applied sysprep on it, it went on to this state in a OB state. You press start for that VM. When it tries to start, it directly goes, the VM directly goes into that state wherein he will expect some inputs. It will expect some inputs like, okay, what is the username, password, etc. You have to fill in, and then accordingly it will be done. So those details, it will just wait, and you wouldn't be able to pass that information through Azure because you require physical console connectivity to that device. Only then you will be able to do that. Okay. So that is why, since that VM will simply get stuck on somewhere, you wouldn't be able to get it done. That's all. Okay. You wouldn't be able to start it back again. Why does the VM goes unusable after taking the image? Already explained the answer for that. If it is not clear, feel free to ask. Can we create an image for VMSs? You can. What if I want to create one more image? You can create. What is the problem? You can create another reference VM, use that. Okay, that's all. Let me explain you with the diagram over here what exactly happens. Remember, on an on-premises environment, when we talk about high availability, we go with clustering, the concept of clustering. With what happens with clustering, you will create VMs which are in a highly available state, which will automatically fail over to another node, etc. That kind of configuration. You can do the same setup in Azure also, but that's not the way how we recommend with respect to deploying applications in Azure. In Azure, if you wanted to make things highly available, you go with multiple instance. Multiple instance in the sense, instead of having just one virtual machine, have two virtual machines instead. Create two virtual machines, deploy your applications on both of them, same application. So if it is a website for your company, then that website should be deployed 2 times on both of the VMs. So here, one website copy you will deploy. So let's call it as web server 1. And this is web server 2. So both of them are having same copy of application. Now, when you deploy these two VMs for high availability reasons, when we deploy it as two virtual machines, let me ask you one question. Is it possible that both of these machines, both of this VM can get created in the same physical host in the backend? Is it a possibility? You know what is a physical host? There's a lot of VMs that we are creating, right? All these VMs are getting created on backend physical host. So is it possible that both of the VM got created on the same physical host in the backend? There is a possibility, right? That can happen. Technically speaking, there is a possibility. Now, when you do deploy like this, how do you make sure they're not deployed across same physical hardware? How do you make sure they're not deployed onto the same host? First of all, here we have to answer a question. What is the problem if they are deployed on the same host? Tell me, what is the problem if both of the VMs are deployed on the same host? Downtime, right? If anything happens with this particular physical host, both of your VMs will go down. What is the need over here? The need was we have to make sure our setup is highly available. So if both of them are going on the same physical host, when Azure is giving any platform provided maintenance in the sense, Azure is initiating some updates of their backend servers, or there is some technical failure and this particular host is going down. In such cases, both of these VMs that we have can go down. So we need to make sure that's not the case. We have to make sure these servers are deployed across multiple physical servers in the backend. So to make sure this high availability is guaranteed to you, what you do is you can go with one option called as availability set. Availability set. When you deploy these two VMs, you will deploy them onto an availability set. Meaning, when you create the first VM, you will create along with it, or you will define along with it a availability set. Once you define a availability set with the first VM, now Azure will take care of your VM placement in a way they are separated across different servers. Azure will make sure of that automatically, right? While deploying, you just have to make sure they are deployed across a availability set. That's all what you have to do. So what happens when we create an availability set in the backend? Let's have a look at that as well. So when you create an availability set in the backend, Azure will give you two different FDs, what we call as FD or fault domain. Let me mention that over here. So this can be considered as one FD. I would call it as FD0, meaning the first FD, first fault domain. This is FD1. Full form of FD, what was that? Fault domain. Okay, fault domain, FD, FD0 and FD1. That is what we have with respect to FD, FD0, FD1, fault domain. So you will have two fault domains. Now, you may ask, what is a fault domain? A fault domain is nothing but a rack. Okay? A fault domain is basically a rack. I'm pretty sure you know what is a rack. A rack, you should not be saying, okay, we are not aware of it. We have discussed it earlier. So a rack you will be having. So a rack is what basically we call as FD0, FD1. So two different racks will be given to you in the sense they are not completely dedicating this to you, but they will make sure your deployments will go across two FDs, that is FD0 and FD1, or two different racks. In some scenarios, you could be possibly having a FD2 as well. That is possible. In some scenarios, you could be having FD2 also, meaning three different racks. Anyway, so let's see what happens when I deploy my two VMs onto this availability set now. So revisiting once again, what happened when I selected availability set, or while I was deploying this VM, first VM, I made it part of an availability set. When I made it part of an availability set in the backend, Azure gave me two racks or two FDs, FD0, FD1, meaning whatever VMs I deploy onto this availability set will go across these two different racks now. That is a logic. So in these racks, there are multiple physical servers. So for example, let's take it as 4 different physical servers, right? 4 different physical servers. Don't actually think it is only 4 servers. No, you will have much more than 4 servers, by the way. Just for the sake of understanding, we are taking it as 4 different physical servers. So these are your host now, your physical host, correct? Now, when we deploy VMs, the first VMs will get deployed onto your rack 1. The first VM will get deployed onto rack 1, FD0, and the second VM will be deployed onto second rack, that is FD1. Okay, second rack, that is FD1. So what happened over here? Your servers are deployed across multiple servers now. Multiple servers now. So that is what we have with respect to, availability set. So availability set will make sure your servers are not deployed on same physical rack or on same physical host, but rather it is spread across multiple physical racks and multiple physical hosts, so that in the event of one VM going down, one physical server or a complete rack going down, you will have another server to serve your client request. Okay, so meaning you will make sure the resources are running just fine, your application is running just fine, or your website is running just fine. Now there is one more thing over here. There is something called as UD also coming into the picture now. UD, whatever we discussed so far was FD. There is a UD as well. What is a UD? A UD is a logical grouping of your servers now. So these servers that we have, these physical servers, they will be grouped into another logical unit, which we refer to as UD as well, right? FD and then UD. So what is UD? UD means, let me mention that over here, UD0, UD1, UD2, and then UD3, 4 different UDs. What is the full form of UD? UD means update domain, update domain, update domain. So what is update domain UD? Update domain means when Azure platform is initiating any platform provided maintenance activity. When I say platform provided maintenance activity, when they initiate any updates to their physical servers, these physical servers will also have to receive updates, yes or no? These physical servers also would need to be updated, yes or no? What do you think? Do they need update whenever any vulnerability or any new versions, etc. coming out? Of course, these physical servers also needs to be updated. Just like how you will update your VM, similarly, those physical servers also needs to be updated. And we know when we complete the update, we have to go for a reboot, yes or no? When we complete an update, we have to go for a reboot. We need to restart the system. So meaning when you update the servers, when Azure platform is providing any update, and when this update goes through, then also you have to make sure your VMs are not affected. So what they will do with this UD logical grouping, when Azure is initiating an update, they will go UD wise, meaning they will do first of all update on UD0. Then they will do update on UD1. Then they will do update on UD2. Then they will do update on UD3 in this way. So UD wise only they will do the updates one by one. They will not update all the servers in this group or all the servers across this FD0, FD1 all at once. They will not do that, right? So that also will be made sure. So that is why if you look at the placing of the VM, one VM went over here, and second VM, when we deployed, it went across a different FD as well as a different UD. There is a difference that we have here. Let me mention that over here. So with respect to VM1, when that deployment happened, you can see here, let me write it down. When VM1 deployment happened, it went on to, tell me, FD0 and then UD0. Look at this, FD0, it is part of FD0 as well as UD0. When VM2 deployment went through, it went on to FD1 and then UD1. You can see it came on to second UD, by the way, and second FD. If at all you had a third VM, then where it will go, tell me? If you had a third VM, then where it will go? How many FDs we have? We have only two FDs, FD0 and FD1. So it will come back to FD0 itself. So it will come back to FD0. But UD wise, how many UDs I have mentioned over here? UD0, UD1, UD2, UD3. So we have total 4 UDs. So in that, there are 2 VMs already on UD0 and UD1. So the third VM will go on to UD2. UD1 is already over, so it will go to UD2, meaning our third VM will be somewhere over here, correct? A fourth VM, if at all you had, VM4, it will go back to FD1 and then UD3, meaning it will come back over here. Okay, so in this way, they will place VMs across multiple FDs and UDs so that number of VMs impacted will be far lesser. Let me ask you one question. Now, if at all there was a rack level failure, and you had 4 VMs, how many VMs will be down? If this FD0 rack went down, something went wrong, FD0 rack went down. How many, you have total 4 VMs, how many VMs will be going down? 2 VMs will go down and 2 VMs will be still available for you. So they will continue serving your request. So are you achieving high availability now? Are you achieving high availability now? Yes or no? Of course, yes, we are getting high availability. Now, on the other hand, what if the update was coming? Like, for example, there was an update coming on to UD0. You know, updates will happen only UD wise. So if an update is coming on to UD0, how many VMs will be affected? Due to an update, how many VMs will be affected? Only 1 VM can get affected. Remaining 3 VMs will continue to function. So this is the idea of deploying into the concept of availability set. You don't have to pay anything extra for availability set. For the number of VMs that you have, you will have to pay for it. That's all. And remember, all this is happening in single region. For example, this FD0, UD0, whatever I told you here, everything is happening in one region. Let's take it as Central India, maybe in Central India only. This is not across different regions. It's all in same region in one data center, inside one data center. That is where all this is taking place now. So this is the concept of what we call as availability set. Now let me ask you one question. You have multiple servers. How will you distribute traffic onto these multiple servers now? When the user requests are coming in, you have to distribute the traffic onto VM1, VM2, all this, right? Someone has to be there who has to maintain the traffic and route it correctly. Who will do that task? That is where LB comes into the picture, right? LB, load balancer, will come into the picture, meaning you will also have a LB, a load balancer, which is connecting onto all these VMs. We'll talk more about load balancer later. I have told you that. We will discuss on load balancer later on as we go forward. Okay. So this is the concept of availability set in Azure. Let me ask you one more question here now. Let's say if this entire data center, I told you all this is in one data center, correct? What if the entire data center goes down? This entire data center where all this is happening, that entire data center went down. Do you have any protection in that case? Or high availability? Do you have high availability in that case? We don't have any high availability in that case, right? So that is where we have to go with another concept. Tell me, what is that concept? To prevent any failures at data center level, now you have to go with another concept. We have to go to availability zone. We have to go to the concept of availability zones now. Okay, multiple zones or multiple data center. So just like this, you have one data center, you will have one more data center and one more data center. Total 3 different data centers that you will be having, which we call as zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. We'll talk about that in a short while. That's it. Let me address some questions over here. So availability set is free. Yes, availability set, you don't have to pay anything extra for that. Azure does not have load balancers like AWS. Azure do have load balancers. Load balancers we will discuss in module number 6 and 7. Therein we will see the load balancing options available in Azure. Okay, that's it. Now, what are we learning? We are learning availability set and availability zone, which is part of Azure VM. After completing these 2 small topics, we will move on to storage account, Azure storage. In what case we will have FD2. There I'll tell you that when we go to the practicals, I'll tell you FD0, FD1, 2 different FDs you will be having. FD2, in what case it comes in? I told you in some regions, you could have FD2, meaning a third FD as well. So in which case third FD will come into the picture, that I'll tell you. Once after we go into the practical of this, then I'll tell you. Okay, done. Moving on. Now, explain this architecture again. How do we create a copy of a VM? I think both of the questions are connected. Vasavaraj, what is not clear? Okay, let me explain first of all. If it is still not clear, you may ask. Have you heard about a concept called as custom image? Do you guys remember that custom image? Yes or no? Okay. So with custom image, can we create two same VMs? If I have a custom image with my application on that, can I create same two copies of it? Of course, yes, that is possible, right? I keep my application on my reference VM, capture a custom image out of it. From that custom image, if I create 3 VMs, 4 VMs, 5 VMs, 10 VMs, all of them will have same configuration, same application. I would use that for deploying multiple VMs. Now, even if I don't have custom image, do I have any problem? Even if I don't have a custom image, there is no problem, right? You will have to configure both of the VM. You will have to configure identically. That's all. You will have to log into both of the VMs, do same setup on either side, and then things should be just fine. Okay, that's it. I hope you are clear, Vaswaraj. If there is anything that is still not clear, please let me know. Sarwar Hussein, this is out of topic question. Do we need any port to use AAD? Better we will discuss AAD related questions with respect to AAD module. That is in module number 8 and 9. Therein we'll talk about this. Okay. So like AWS directly, we can't create in Azure. What do you mean by like AWS? First of all, remember Azure is a platform which is different. AWS is a platform different. You might not have everything the same way how you have in AWS and Azure. No. Comparison is okay. You will be able to understand things better when you compare both of the services. But remember, you will not be having things exactly same like how you do on AWS within Azure. The architecture and things, etc., will be different when you move on to Azure and when you compare with AWS. Okay, that's it. Like AWS, we can't create copy of VM in Azure. No, you will have to use custom image, or you take a snapshot and then create image out of it, etc. In this way, you will have to do. Now, all launch VM in FD0 and FD1 configuration must be same, or can we make each different? It must be same. If they are not same, then how does that logically make sense? It doesn't logically make sense, right? What is end of the day our goal? Our application has to be available. So this application, how it is deployed onto one VM, exactly the same way it has to be there on the second VM as well. It cannot be different. So meaning all the VMs that you have in an availability set should be exactly same config that is done on them. Only then this logically makes sense. Are we clear on the concept of availability set, guys? Are we clear on availability set? The concept of availability set, are we clear? All of you, please confirm. Okay. So where does the third FT comes in? That I'll tell you. Don't worry, we will go there. We'll talk about it, okay, shortly. Anyway, so let's see now the concept of availability zones. How many zones are there when we talk about availability zone? How many zones are there in availability zones? How many zone you will have when we talk about availability zone? Don't say multiple and more than one and as many as DC as we have and all that. There is a correct answer. That is 3. Okay. In an availability zone setup, you will always have just 3 zones. That's all. Zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Nothing less, nothing more. Nothing less, nothing more. That is what we have with respect to availability zone. So availability zone, what exactly that means? Availability zone is nothing but you can see in a given region. Okay, let me ask you one more question. In which region we have availability zone in India? In India, in which region we have availability zone? Tell me. In India, in which region we have availability zone? We have availability zone in Central India. Okay, only in Central India you have availability zone. So what happens when we have availability zone feature? So in Central India, when we have availability zone, we say therein we will be having 3 different physically separate data center. 3 different physically separate data center. We call it as zone 1, zone 2, and then zone 3. Okay, these are 3 different physically separate data centers that we have. Zone 1, zone 2, and then zone 3. So what happens with respect to this zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, or with respect to availability zone? How do we make sure that our application is highly available? It's pretty simple. You don't have to create an availability set and all that. Earlier, when we were going with availability set, you had to create logically an availability set in Azure portal first. You have to define your FD as well as UD numbers, how many FDs you want, how many UDs you want, etc. You had to define. But here, you don't have to do any of that. You will directly having an option while doing your deployment to select either zone 1 or zone 2 or zone 3. Whichever zone that you want, you will be able to select it. So meaning for your application, you decided for high availability, I want 2 VMs. You want 2 VMs for high availability. What would you do? The first deployment you will do onto zone 1. So in zone 1, there are multiple racks. So into one of the rack, your first VM will go, right? The first VM will get deployed over here. Now, second VM, second VM will get deployed over here. And a third VM will get deployed over here. Okay. I mean, if at all you have a third VM, if you have only 2 VM, no problem. You can deploy it on zone 1 and zone 2, or zone 2 and zone 3, or zone 1 and zone 3, however you want. Or if you want 3 VMs, you will deploy across zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. That's it. So now here there is no concept of FD, UD and all that. You don't have to worry about all those things. Now you can see here, first of all, the very first VM that you have that is deployed onto zone 1, second VM is deployed onto zone 2. Let me ask you, if this particular rack goes down, do you have protection? Do you have another VM to support your application? Yes or no? Of course, we do have another VM to support our application. Okay. Now, if at all you had entire data center level failure, one entire data center went down. So if an entire data center goes down, do you have protection? Yes or no? If one entire data center goes down, then also we have protection. In availability set, if that entire data center went down, did we have protection? In the case of availability set, no. In availability set, there was no protection if entire data center went down. But in this case, even if data center goes down, you do have protection. That is a difference between availability set and availability zone. Which one is better? Availability set or availability zone? Which one is better? Of course, availability zone is better, but availability zone is not available everywhere. Okay, that's all. So you would choose, if availability zone is available, you will go with availability zone. If that's not available, only then you may go with availability set concept. Are we clear now? Availability zone and availability set, are we clear? Okay. One question here. Is there any performance impact based on the zone? Not at all. There is no performance impact based on the different zones that you select. So let's go to Azure portal. We will go on to virtual machine tab. Let's go ahead and see how it is done. So you create Azure virtual machine. You have seen this option, by the way, earlier, but you might not have clearly explored it. Let me just show you. I'm going to create a resource group over here. I would call it as demo RG. Give a name. I'm just calling it as app1 VM1, the first VM for my application. Deploying it on to Central India. Now, in Central India, we know availability options. Under availability options, availability zone is supported. Availability set is also supported. I'm selecting availability set. I'm selecting availability set. They will ask you to create an availability set. Okay, define your availability set now. So click on create new. And here you have to define a name for your availability set. I'm going to call it as AV-set1. AV-set1. Now, you can define here FD, fault domains and update domain. Here you can see fault domain count is equal to, by default, set to 2. By default, the FD count, fault domain count is set to 2. Update domain count is by default set on to 5. Remember, this update domain can be a value anywhere between 0 to or 1 to 20. You could create 20 UDs as well. That is supported. You can have up to 20 UDs. If you have large number of VMs. Let's say in availability set, if you have 10, 20, 30, 40 VMs, then in that case, it is better to go with larger UD. Okay. If not, keep it as somewhere like 4 or 5. That would be more than enough. Now, on the other hand, FD wise, more the better. But remember, in most of the regions, you will be having 2 FDs only. But in some selected regions, you will have 3 FDs. That's all. Why 3 FDs supported over here? Remember, in Central India, we are in Central India right now, availability zone feature is supported. So in any region where availability zone is supported, therein, when you create availability set, you will get 3 FDs. Repeating once again, in any region where is availability zone supported, while creating availability set, you will get 3 different fault domains. That's all the thing. So that is why here you can see there are 3 FD. Now, if I change this from Central India to South India, for example, in South India, do we have availability zone support? Yes or no? In South India, availability zone, is it supported? Not supported. And let's see, when I create an availability set over here, you can see the maximum platform fault domain count in the schedule, in the selected subscription and location is 2. You cannot go beyond 2. Are we clear now? Where is 3 supported and where is 3 not supported? Are we clear? Wherever availability zone concept is supported, therein, if you are creating availability set, you will get 3 FD. Other regions wherein availability zone is not supported, you will get 2 FDs only. Okay, that's it. Moving on. So I'm creating an availability set over here. Let me change the region back to Central India. Availability options, I will change it to availability set. Create a new availability set. I'm just calling it as AV set 1. You could give any name. Fault domain count is 2, update domain count is 5. That's okay. Continue with select the image and give the username and password. So the 300-mile distance is between 2 different regions, not between 2 different zones. Zones are co-located. It is like 2 different buildings or 3 different buildings adjacent next to each other. There is no kilometers or miles difference between zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Okay. And collectively, all the zones together, that is what we call as one region. Collectively, all the zones together is what we call as one region. So if that region goes down, the meaning of that is availability zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, all 3 different buildings are down, or all 3 different data centers or all 3 zones are down. That is the meaning of it. All 3 of them are down when we say the region is down. Okay. So now in such cases, what you will do? So that is where whenever you do the deployment, even though you have availability zone concept, you will have a DCDR setup or a primary secondary setup. A primary secondary setup. If your application is mission critical application. So the primary was deployed in which region? Primary was deployed in Central India, yes or no? Primary was deployed in Central India. So similarly, a secondary setup you will deploy in South India. A secondary setup will be deployed in South India, meaning whatever the number of VMs that you created, load balancer, all the configuration, an exact replica of it will be deployed in South India as well, right? And then to distribute the traffic between these two, you will have some traffic distribution mechanisms like traffic manager or load balancer or such kind of devices also would be there. So in this way, when you do it, even if there is a regional level failure, not a problem, you will have a secondary region to support you. Okay. And this region most likely to which we are doing the secondary deployment, that would be the regional pair. Regional pair. So meaning South India's regional pair is Central India itself. So that regional pair will be coming into the picture. That's it. Can we increase the UD where availability set is not supported? Availability set is supported everywhere. You can increase the UD number from maximum to 20. Okay, UD number you can increase maximum to 20. That's all what it is, nothing more than 20. I hope that answers your question, Gopi. And sir, okay, another question. Do we need to create VNet for every VM? No, you just need one VNet. You can place all VMs onto the same VNet, not a problem. Okay. Which setup it is? Name it again, please. I call it as a DRDC setup, or a primary secondary setup, or a disaster recovery setup. In the event of a disaster, you would need to recover your applications from secondary location. That is what we call as DR, or disaster recovery. Okay, that's it. I hope that makes sense. And what else? That's it. So I hope this part is clear. Availability set. Okay. So now look at this here. This app1 VM1, it is deployed onto an availability set. Let's go to that availability set. Okay. So on the left hand side, when you scroll, you can see availability plus scaling, one tab. So go to that availability plus scaling, go to availability set, and you will be able to see your availability set now. Select AV set 1. Within AV set 1, now look at this, where this VM has gone into, right? You can see here, it has gone to FD0, UD0. FD0, UD0. Look at this. Let's go back to whiteboard and look at this VM1, where it will go, FD0, UD0. The first VM has gone on to first fall domain and first update domain. That is what the meaning of FD0, UD0. Now coming back, if at all I had created a second VM, that second VM will come over here, status running, fall domain, update domain. What would be the fall domain FD and UD count if I had a second VM into this availability set? Tell me. It would be FD. Tell me FD and UD values. What will be the FD, UD? FD1, UD1. It will go on to FD1, UD1. That's it. So in this way, whatever the number of VMs that I create, they will place across multiple FDs and UDs when you are deploying this onto availability set. Now, how do you place your VMs onto availability zone? So let's say create virtual machine. This is pretty simple. You don't have to create anything over here. You just need to select it. So I'm going to call it as VM1. You select redundancy options, availability options, availability zone, and you have option to choose zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. So if you would want to deploy zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, or all three zones together, then you can simply select all three zones, right? Meaning with the image that you're selecting, 3 copies of VMs will be created across 3 different zones. You don't have to separately deploy it like availability set. Here, all 3 will be deployed across zone 1, 1 VM in zone 1, 1 VM in zone 2, and 1 VM in zone 3. So in this way, 3 different VMs will be deployed when you select zones 1, 2, 3 together. If you select only zone 1, no problem. You will have 1 VM deployed onto zone 1. After that, you can deploy another VM onto zone 2. After that, you can deploy another VM onto zone 3. In this way also you can do, not a problem at all. That's it. So that is what we have with respect to availability zone concept. Okay, so I hope this part is clear. I don't have to create it because it's pretty much the same thing. Only difference here would be that when you select the availability option, you would choose whether you want availability set or availability zone. Okay, I hope this part is clear. One question, if you remove VM machine, then it will delete from all required AZ. No, when you delete one VM, only that VM will be deleted. Other VMs will remain. Whatever that you have created into availability zone, the other VMs will remain. When you delete, all of them will not be deleted together. Will not be. Okay, that's it. DCDR is chargeable. There is no separate charge for DCDR as well. It's only about how many VMs you are deploying. Azure has given you all this functionality. So into that functionality, how many VMs you deploy, based on that you would pay. That's all. So all of you, please confirm lastly once, are we good to proceed from Azure virtual machine topic? If you are clear and good to move on, let me know. Accordingly, we will move on to Azure storage now. All of you, please confirm once. Great. But again, there are, even after completing this, there are 3 questions. Let me respond to them. Okay, then we will move on to storage. Can we change the configuration whenever we required? In availability set and availability zone, once you deploy your VMs onto that, you cannot make any configuration changes. Meaning, you cannot, for example, a VM that is in availability set, you cannot take it outside of availability set. Not possible. Second thing, into that availability set, if you want to add another VM, that is possible. Similarly, for availability zone, a VM which is part of availability zone, you cannot take it out of availability zone. And if you want to add more VMs onto that zone, that is possible. And thirdly and lastly, a VM which is in an availability set cannot be promoted to availability zone. Similarly, a VM which is in availability zone cannot be brought onto availability set. That's all. So I hope that answers your question. What is DCDR? DC means, don't worry about the term DC, take it as primary and secondary. DC typically refers to data center, primary data center. DR means disaster recovery data center. Okay. So DCDR means you're having 2 setups across 2 different locations in 2 different regions. In Azure, we know there is Central India, South India. So you have a copy of your deployment on Central India, another copy in South India. That's all. That is what we call as DCDR setup. Okay, done. DCDR seems to be more effective than availability zone. Not really. Why? Because when you go with DCDR, remember, there is additional complexities now with respect to routing your traffic. Now the traffic has to fail over to a secondary region in the event of any failures. That is not the case when you go with availability zone or availability set. The complexity will be reduced, plus the cost also will be reduced when you go with availability zone, availability set concept. Please summarize AS. What do you mean by AS? Availability set or availability zone? And also let me know what is not clear. I will have it answered. Which area, what is not clear, please feel free to ask. If you want to speak up, let me know. I'm asking you, Anis, please let me know if you want to speak up. I'll give you the permission to speak. Be to the point where exactly you have a doubt, and then accordingly you will just have it answered. Now, yes.
Need to need to clear on the availability set means like 2 different rack and updated domain. This is what I was confused. I'm not sure about that.
What is the confusion on update domain? Is that the confusion?
Update domain, yes.
Okay. Update domain means, see, we have this backend physical servers, right? You can look at the diagram. So here I have given you 2 racks. We call it as FD0 and FD1. In these racks, we have Microsoft given physical servers. Physical servers in the sense, your actual host wherein the virtual machines are getting created. They also contain an operating system. They also have to receive updates. These updates are what we call as platform provided maintenance, Azure platforms maintenance. So these Azure platform maintenance is a periodic thing that will take place every now and then. So meaning each of the servers I have represented in green color, they will receive update from Microsoft. They will undergo a reboot. Now, when you deploy your VMs onto this kind of setup, into an availability setup, availability set, what happens? Azure will make sure that we are not updating all these physical servers together at once. To do that, they will logically group, whenever you create an availability set, they will logically group multiple servers together, which they would refer to as update domain. Update domain in the sense, a domain wherein updates can take place. So meaning, here you can see there are two physical servers selected, 1 and 2, and they are grouped under UD0. Now, there is another set called as UD1 with 2 or more servers. Then there is another set called as UD2. Then there is another set called as UD3. Whenever Azure platform is initiating any update, they won't do update for all of them together at once, but they will do update on UD basis only. So meaning the update will come on to UD0, whichever servers are part of UD0, therein update will take place. That's all. So this is the concept of UD. So how does it help us with respect to having high availability for our VM? When we place our VM onto availability set, the VMs are always placed across multiple UDs and FDs. So meaning not all VMs, if you have 3 VMs, all 3 VMs will never come under same UD. They will be placed across UD0, UD1 and UD2. So that when Azure is coming with some update, they will do it on UD0. Only after completing everything, they will move on to UD1 or UD2. So simultaneously, the number of VMs which are getting affected can be reduced. In our case, it will be just one VM that is getting affected. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, I got it. What kind of update is it? Is it the Windows update or some other data update?
What is the operating system running on this physical host in the backend? Do you have any idea?
Yeah,
What is the operating system? Tell me.
OS,
Which
Windows Server,
operating system it is?
Windows Server 19 or 12 or 22.
Okay. They're not using Windows Server 2012 or 16. You will have max to max 2019 or 2022. And that too, not like what you see, not your full 2019 or 2022 operating system. No, it's a trimmed down version of it. There is a specific name they call it. The kernel is the same. The drivers also might be the same, but it's not the same operating system that we utilize on our servers. No. But since the kernel is same, the update would be pretty much same for both your operating system as well as for these Windows operating system which they are having on their underlying physical host. Clear now?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Moving on. Azure is not using ESXi. Whoever said ESXi, remember, Azure is not using ESXi. ESXi will come in picture if you are going with VMware solution. In Azure, there is an option to deploy a VMware solution. So only if VMware solution you are going with, then in the backend you will have ESXi. That's all. Because we get 2 different regions in DCDR. That is true. We get 2 different regions, but again, as I told you, complexity will increase, cost will increase. In DCDR, when a VM goes down, the backup VM starts in recovery region. Will that be instantaneous and from where it left without data loss? See, DCDR setup, it is like, it is not starting from, a VM, but rather it is configured in a way you will have replication happening between both of the sites. Between the DC site and DR site, you will be having replications taking place. So that will make sure you have consistent data on either side or consistent application either side. And then when primary goes down, when you are bringing your secondary up, you will have consistency between 2 of them. And will it be instantaneous? It may be instantaneous. It might not be instantaneous. It's all depends upon how you have configured it. That's all. Update will, another question, update will take automatically without asking permission of client. See, what is coming under your ownership? The physical hardware, is it under your ownership? Yes or no? The physical hardware which belongs to Microsoft, is it under your ownership? Yes or no? Physical hardware is not under our ownership. Only virtual machine comes under our ownership. So whatever they do on the backend physical hardware, they will notify us. They can do whenever they want it. They will notify us. They will notify on prior. Okay, at this time frame, between these time frame, we will go ahead and update our backend physical hardware. So you can do whatever necessary task that you want to do, you can do it. Such a notification you will be getting. So they will notify you with ample time, like some 15-20 days ago, they will be notifying you. So accordingly, you can do some corrective actions if at all you want to. Okay, so they are not doing it like without any notification for you. So update will go serial like 0, 1, 2, or it will choose randomly to update. Whether it goes serially or randomly, what is the problem for us? See, update domain wise, when they go, what is the problem for us? Whether it is doing UD2 first of all, or they are doing UD0 first of all, is that a problem? That's not a problem at all, because for us, from our perspective, only 1 or 2 VMs will get affected. Okay, that's all. I have one question about FD support. VM machine is like below. VM1 FD0 UD0, VM2 FD1 UD0, VM3 FD0 UD1, FD1 UD1. If how Azure maintenance will be performed over here. See, maintenance activity will always happen on UD device. So if they are going with UD0, according to the example that you gave, there are 2 VMs in UD0. VM1 and VM2 are part of UD0, meaning both of the VMs will be affected. But still, you have 2 more VMs running. You have VM3 and VM4, which is on UD1, right? So there will not be any problem for you. 2 VMs are still available for you. I hope that answers your question, Amit. If I put VM2 in same UD or FD, can I change it later? It is not you who are placing VMs onto FD or UD. It is a logic built into availability set. Availability set will take care of it. You don't have to do place your VMs onto FD-UD. So according to the logic of FD-UD, availability set will do it. You will never do it. So you don't have to change it later. Okay. So Windows Update is not our responsibility for patch Windows via WSUS SCM. See, Romit, there are 2 things that you have to understand here. We are talking about VM. I mean, under your scope, what comes is a VM. Inside the VM, there is an operating system. That operating system is your responsibility, 100%. What I told you about is the underlying physical host, which I represented here with a green color. That is not in your responsibility. Update comes over there, will be taken care by Azure, according to you device. That's all. I hope that answers your question now. Do we get any notification when UDs are going to update? Isn't that what I told you clearly earlier? There will be a notification coming on to you that your this many VMs will be affected with the upcoming update. You will be getting a notification about it. Going to module number 2 and 3, which is Azure Storage. What exactly Azure Storage is all about? So now we have seen like taking our virtual machines or applications, etc., into the cloud. So you started deploying your applications and all onto the cloud. Now, along with it, it's also imperative that you need to have some storage solution in Azure, right? You need to have some storage solution within Azure. Is it that you can you store data in Azure VM? In Azure VM, can we store data? Is it possible? Is it possible for us to store data in Azure VM? Yes or no? Of course, it is possible. You can store data in Azure VM. There is no problem with it. But when we come on to large amount of data storage, storing them or specifically creating VMs just for the purpose of storing data, that's not feasible, right? That's not feasible. Why it is not feasible? Because you will need to have additional high performance data disk, which will increase your cost, first of all. Secondly, you will have more maintenance now. I mean that VM specifically created for storing data, you would need to maintain it. What if you can get a managed service instead of having a dedicated virtual machines created by you with a large number of disks on it? What if I can get a managed solution wherein I can directly store the data? Then of course that would be much, much better, right? And that is exactly what happens with respect to Azure Storage Account. So Azure Storage basically is a cloud-based, web-based storage solution that is available for you. So here you can see benefits of Azure Storage. Like as I told you, first of all, what is Azure Storage? A cloud-based, web-based, object-based storage solution. That is what we call as Azure Storage. You don't have to create a server. You don't have to manage where the data is getting stored. You will directly create a storage account and you will start storing data onto the storage account. This concept is what we call as Azure Storage or Azure Storage Account in short. The service name is Azure Storage Account. Azure Storage Account offers you high security options, higher accessibility, scalability, as well as high availability for your data. What are the security options? Like when you save data onto Azure Storage Account, let's see first of all where it is going in the backend, right? When you store data onto Azure Storage Account, where exactly it is getting stored? Anybody remembers compute clusters and storage clusters in Azure? Anyone remembers compute clusters and storage clusters in Azure? Yes or no? Compute cluster and storage cluster. What is a cluster, by the way? What is a cluster? Guys, what is a cluster? Group, right? Or multiple nodes. Both are correct. Multiple VMs together, combined together, we can create a cluster, right? So now in Azure, remember, there are compute servers, clusters of compute servers are there. Similarly, there are clusters of storage servers as well. Clusters of storage servers as well. This is what I told you earlier. SAN. Remember, I told you earlier about SAN. You will be having multiple SANs part of a storage cluster. Okay, so multiple SANs would be there. Put together, you will have a storage cluster. So now remember this, right? SAN, storage area networking. I told you about NAS and SAN. Storage area networking, SAN, is what we use in cloud computing environment in the backend. All this was discussed earlier. I don't know if you have forgotten all this or not. Anyway, now remember, it is multiple physical storage servers put together or physical SANs put together. You have a storage cluster. So your storage account is created on top of these SAN, multiple SAN put together. On top of that, that is where a storage account is getting created. So storage account is a logical thing. Whenever we say we save data onto storage account, where exactly it is going on to in the backend? Tell me. Whenever we say or whenever we store data onto storage account, where exactly it goes to in the backend? Tell me. It goes to what? It goes on to SAN. It goes on to storage cluster. Inside storage cluster, it goes on to SAN. Inside SAN, where it goes? Inside SAN, where it goes? What you will have inside a SAN? You will have a disk. Remember, inside SAN, you will have a disk. So it will go inside the disk. Okay, so that's what happens with respect to storage account. Now, this storage account, as I told you, when you store data in storage account, or basically when you store data in SAN, you have encryption applied for it, meaning the data is encrypted. We call it as encryption at rest. Encryption at rest. So this is the encryption which is applied when the data is just sitting in the storage account. Then during transit, there is another encryption called as encryption while transit. When the data is getting transferred, then also there is an encryption applied. How it is with HTTPS protocol. HTTPS protocol, is it an encrypted protocol? Yes or no? HTTPS, is it an encrypted protocol? Of course, yes. HTTPS, stands for HTTP security. Okay, higher security, secure, right? So that is what we have with respect to HTTPS. It creates, or it has certificate based encryption in place. So HTTPS is enabled. We transfer data onto Azure storage account by using these encrypted means. Okay, so you have encryption while transit, you have encryption at rest. So both of this will improve your overall security of the data that you have in Azure storage account. Now, secondly, I told you it's highly accessible. Accessibility is a feature of Azure storage account. What is accessibility? Accessibility spelling is incorrect, but you know the spelling. ACCESSIBILITY. Accessibility. So anyway, accessibility means the data on Azure storage account is available over a domain name. The data would be available over a domain name with HTTPS protocol. With HTTPS protocol. Domain names, will they be accessible across the world? Yes or no? Domain names, will they be accessible across the world? Of course, yes. Meaning the data in the storage account also can be made accessible anywhere in the world, provided you have been given access to it. Then it can be accessed from anywhere in the world. So you have higher accessibility for your data now. You store your data in Azure storage account. Now you can travel anywhere. You don't have to worry. You will be able to still access your data without any problem. Thirdly, we have scalability. Scalability. What is scalability? Ability to scale, meaning you can start using from a small capacity. Initially, you were using only 10 GB, no problem. You can increase to 100 GB, 1 TB, 10 TB, 100 TB, not a problem. You can increase, or you can go up to a maximum capacity of 5 PB. The maximum capacity supported on a single storage account is 5 PB. What is a PB? What is PB? 5, full form of PB, 5 petabyte. You can store up to 5 petabyte. 5 petabyte. 1 petabyte is equal to how much? 1 petabyte is equal to what? 1 petabyte. 1024 terabyte. So when we say 5 petabyte, it is 1024 multiplied by 5. Okay. Isn't that a large amount of data? Yes or no? The amount of data that is supported by storage account, is it a large amount? That's a very good amount of data. Now, what if I wanted more than this, wanted more than 5 PB? No problem. You can create another storage account, create a secondary storage account. You can create a secondary storage account, a tertiary storage account, and so on and so forth. As many as you want, you will be able to create. Okay. So that is what we have with respect to Azure storage account. So you have a generic overview of Azure storage account. Is a data storage solution available from cloud-based, web-based storage option that is available for you with a lot of features. Now remember, this storage account also can be used for distributing content onto your websites as well as your applications. Think yourself as owner of YouTube. You are running YouTube platform, or maybe any other social media platform, Facebook, Instagram, etc. So in all that, you have large amount of pictures and videos. Yes or no? You have large amount of pictures and audios, correct? Where does this pictures and audios come from? Can we store them in storage account? Is it possible? Will it be possible that we can keep those data in storage account? 100% possible. So to your websites, whatever that you have, you can distribute content from storage account, for example. So you don't have to have a dedicated server, or you don't have to have a SAN or NAS box by yourself. to store the data, but rather you keep it in storage account and you can just point them to your application so that even your application can load data from the storage account. Okay, so in your websites, web applications, where and all you have use cases with respect to Azure storage account. Okay, that's it. Moving on. Now remember, the storage account supports 4 different services. For storage account supports 4 different services. We call them as blob storage, file storage, table storage, and queue storage. Okay, blob, file, table, and queue. By the way, guys, questions coming in chat. I have told you questions should go on to Q&A. Now, if at all there is any questions coming in chat, if others are aware of the answer, you can respond in chat. You can help each other. That's not a problem. Okay. Remember, storage account is not free. It is chargeable. Mohanat Ali has already responded to that. Storage account is not free. It is chargeable. Okay. So that is there. Anyway, so in that way, you can just help each other. Anyway, so remember there are 4 sub services, namely blob, file, table, and queue under storage account. Each of them serves different purposes. Different purposes. Blob has a purpose, file has a purpose, table has a different purpose, and queue has a different purpose. Okay. Whenever you create storage account, also the storage account can be of different types. We call it as, first of all, a general purpose storage account. A storage account, according to performance, you could classify them as a GPV1 storage account. GPV1 storage account, general purpose version 1. General purpose version 1 will support all 4 services, that is blob, file, table, and queue. All of them would be supported. Now, whereas storage account, this is a standard storage account, by the way. Standard storage account. Standard means, what is standard storage account? We know the data is going in the backend onto SAN devices. Inside SAN, we know there are disks. So these disks, are they SSD or are they normal HDD? If the data is going on to normal HDD, that is when we call as standard. Okay, that is when we call as standard. So in this case, when I say I have a storage account which is GP1 standard, the meaning of that is all the data in the backend is going on to normal HDD. Okay. By the way, there is a small mistake. It's not GPV1, it is GPV2. GP version 2, general purpose version 2. Why? Because general purpose version 1 is discontinued. You wouldn't be able to use general purpose V1 anymore. We don't have GPV1 storage account. We have only GPV2 storage account. That's it. Anyways, moving on. So now, with respect to performance based, now I told you first of all something called as standard. There is also another version of storage account called as premium. You have premium. Now, with respect to premium, you have premium page blob one option, premium page blob. Okay, so you have premium page blob, premium block blob, and you have premium file share. All of them will have which type of disk? All of them will have which type of disk? They will have solid state drive. Solid state drive. You may have a question now. Okay, what is this page blob? What is block blob? What is file share? Don't worry, all that will be addressed. For now, just keep this classification in mind. Now we will proceed to create a storage account and then I'll explain you rest of the things. Okay, that's it. So once again, storage account based on performance, standard and premium. General purpose V2 storage account, when you go with, all 4 services will be supported: blob, file, table, and queue, and which is backed by normal HDD. Whereas if you go with premium storage account, then either you create a premium page blob storage account, in which case you wouldn't have file, table, queue available, or you go with premium block blob, again file, table, queue will not be available, or you go with premium file share. There is no premium version available for table. Okay, so the answer for that is, see, what did I tell you? How the storage account is made accessible to you? It is accessible with a domain name. Remember, I told you that it is accessible with a domain name, right? So a domain name that you have can be problem. No. So the zoom and all needs to be controlled from your side. Okay. I'm just sharing my screen as is. How you view at your side is controlled on your device. So please correct it on your device and then you should be fine. Moving on. So what I was saying, I was telling you about the uniqueness of storage account name. So if I selected a name over here and I created a storage account with it, nobody will be able to use it. So let's say IntelliStrg098. So how my storage account will be accessible? Will it be accessible like, okay, IntelliStrg098.com? Is it so? Will it be IntelliStrg098.com? Then IntelliStrg098.in or .co or .azure? None of that. We will see. Okay, how exactly it would be, we will see in a short while. Okay, so hold on. So anyways, so you have to give a name for the storage account. You have to choose the region. In which region you want the storage account to be deployed. You select your performance tier, standard or premium. When you select standard, as I told you, it is automatically GPv2, general purpose v2 storage account. Okay. Now look at this. When you change to premium, now you can see you have an option, either premium blob, premium file share, or premium page blob. As I told you here, premium page blob, premium blob, or premium file share. That's it. So let's go with standard for now. And then redundancy wise, you don't have to worry. So you can see our storage account is deployed. I'll go to this resource now. Okay. So IntelliStrg098. We can see the storage account over here. Couple of details about it. The performance tier, account kind, storage v2 or general purpose v2, provisioning state succeeded. What is the resource group, subscription details, location, subscription ID, all these things you can see from here. But where is the URL to access the storage account? I told you it is accessible over a domain name. So where is the domain name? You go on to the left-hand side, go on to endpoint, something called as endpoint. So when you go on to endpoints, then you can see there are 3 different options that is available for you. Sorry, not 3, 4 different services that is available for you. Blob service, file service, table service, and then queue service. For each of them, you have separate URLs now. Look at the blob service URL. What is the protocol that you will be using? Protocol is HTTPS. Then storage account name, IntelliStrg098. Then which service? blob.core.windows.net. Blob is the service, then core.windows.net is by default. So this is the only thing which will change from user to user. So when I have created IntelliStrg098, now if any other user has been given the same name, now it would be a duplicate domain name. It will be exactly the same thing, https://IntelliStrg098.blob.core.windows.net. Are we clear now? Why did I tell you the name of the storage account must be unique? Are we clear? Why I told you storage account name must be unique? You got it now, correct? And you also got the domain name. So similarly, the file service URL you can see here, that is strg, right? https://IntelliStrg098. There is storage account dot. Instead of blob service, you say file and then core.windows.net. Rest of the same thing, rest of the things, just the same thing. Okay. So similarly, you will have different URL for queue service as well as for table service. That is how these are the URLs with which you will access the data on the storage account. Now we have to understand what is the difference between blob. What is blob? What is file? What is queue? And what is table? So we'll just go to explain that. Thereafter, we will just see practically how you can start storing data in storage account. So far, we have only created. We have to start storing data. So that we will see in a short while. Storage account is comparable to S3 in Amazon. Storage account is comparable to S3 in Amazon. So name given to storage account is considered as domain name. It will be part of a domain name. The name that you give to the storage account will be part of a domain name. My storage and VM are in different. Then is it possible? See, your storage account and virtual machine doesn't have any relationship. Both of them are two different entities. VM is one, storage account is another one. Okay, VM is one, storage account is another one. There is no relationship between those two entities. Even if you don't have any VM, you can create storage account. Even if you don't have any storage account, you can create a VM, not a problem. What if I want to attach both? You don't attach both. You don't attach a VM to storage account. That's not how it works. What can be attached, what cannot be attached, we will see that. You will attach a disk onto the VM. That's all. You don't attach a storage account directly onto a VM. That is not possible. Such a concept itself is not there. What is attached, that we will see later. What is correlation ID? You don't have to worry about correlation ID. Correlation ID is a tracking number with respect to whenever any deployment, etc. happens. There is a activity tracking number. For that particular activity to be tracked, you will have a correlation ID. If at all anything goes wrong, you take this correlation ID, give to Microsoft, then they will be able to look and tell you what went wrong and where went wrong. So to identify that, this correlation ID will be used. That's all. So binary large object or blobs means exactly what? So you can see when we talk about blob or binary large object, first of all, we have to remember the classification of data. The data can be classified into something what we call as unstructured data and structured data. Tell me what is the difference between structured data and unstructured data? Anyone? Data can be classified into two, which I call as structured and unstructured. Tell me what is the difference? So we know structured data means, the data which has a specific schema, which will have a specific structure. I'll give you some examples so that you are able to understand. The data is properly organized is what we call as structured data, right? Now, what exactly that means? The structured data, when we say it is organized data, what does that mean? If you open up an Excel sheet, right? You open up an Excel sheet, you can see you will have rows and columns, and within that data will be properly organized. Data will be properly organized in that. So this is what we call as structured data, which is represented in a proper row column format. The same thing you can see when you go inside a database. When you look inside a database, there also you can see you have data properly organized over there. So that is another thing that we have with respect to your structured data. Now, on the other hand, we have unstructured data. Any files other than this, which is like, the data which you will have in a day-to-day life, the image file, audio file, backup files, or your PPTs, PDFs, Excel sheet as it is, not the data inside Excel sheet, but the Excel file. We know that Excel SX file. Have you seen that Excel SX file? Yes or no? So now let's come back to what exactly is blob. So now with respect to blob is used for storing unstructured data. Okay, blob is basically used for storing unstructured data. Now, with respect to storing unstructured data in Azure, I told you in Azure storage account, we have the option of Azure blob. This blob is now further classified into three. We call it as page blob, or let's start with block blob. Then we have page blob, and then we have pen blob. Three different types. You have block blob, page blob, and then append blob. 3 different types of blobs now. Blob means binary large object. Now, why it is called as binary large object? It is called as binary large object because all files, in fact, are created from binaries only. What is binary? Binary means zeros and ones, right? You have zeros and ones. So the zeros and ones put together, that is how you are getting the files actually, files or data, whatever that you have. So now they put together multiple zeros and ones put together, you have a larger file. We call it as binary large object or blob. This binary large object or blob that we have now can be either block blob. Why did it be called as block blob? I'm pretty sure most of you would have used this software called as uTorrent, BitTorrent kind of softwares. Yes or no? Used to for what? Used to for downloading torrents, right? Peer-to-peer connections from your friends and so on and so forth. You will retrieve the files over peer-to-peer connection by help of the software, right? Called as this uTorrent kind of software. Now it is very rare, but earlier it used to be a lot. We all used to do that to download the contents, especially larger files and all that. And that too, when the files are coming in, you would have noticed there will be a progress indicator which will get filled like this, bar by bar. This bar will keep on enlarging and eventually it will complete. You will have this completely filled and then it will move on to something called as seeding. Seeding means now others are downloading from your file, correct? So this progress indicator indicates that the file is actually made up of multiple blocks. Every file that you have is actually made up of multiple blocks. They are downloading separate blocks and everything will be put together individually, joined to become a single file, and thus you will have your final file now. So every file when you take, in fact, they are made up of multiple blocks, by the way. You can see that over here. If I try to download this file, for instance, let me show you. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to download this or not. But yeah, let's give it a try. Re-download. Which file it was? 4K. So look at this now. When the file is coming in, you can see this is getting downloaded as multiple parts now. You can see here there are a progress indicator over here, and you can see there are multiple chunks. You can see total from 8 different blocks. That is how the file is getting downloaded, right? So this idea that I told you, like for example, every file that is actually made up of small segments, that is what we call as the block blob. A blob is made up of a binary large unstructured data object is made up of multiple block. A blob is always made up of multiple blocks, and that is what we call as the block blob. Okay, so every blob file is basically a block blob. Now, what is a page blob? These blocks, if they are a fixed 512 byte size, okay, every block that you have, they are of 512 byte size. You have a fixed 512 byte size, then it is called as a page blob. There is a specific purpose why we kept it as 512 byte. These 512 byte pages are required because, or we made it as such because VHD files, or what we call as virtual hard disk, which we refer to as VM disks, that is where you will be using 512 byte pages. You know the property of a VHD? A VHD is a disk. It's a virtual disk. In an actual disk, you have something called as sectors. Anybody heard about this term sectors in an actual disk? Every disk will have multiple sectors on them, right? So similarly, to represent these sectors in a virtual hard disk, you will also have sectors, and that sectors is what we call as 512 byte pages. This is for random read-write access. Your operating system should be able to randomly read and write from any of these 512 byte locations. And that is why we created them as 512 byte pages. So page blob, specifically for VHD storage, we have a type of blob that is called as page blob. So now let me ask you a question. We have earlier discussed about virtual machine disk, the VHD file, different types of VHDs, virtual machine disk, etc. we have seen, right? All those disks, it was getting stored where? Now you tell me where it was all getting stored. Those VHD files. All those VHD files were getting stored as a page blob in storage account, right? But we did not create any storage account. While creating VM, did we ever create a storage account? Yes or no? We never created any storage account. It was created by Azure in the backend. So the disk will be automatically moved on to certain storage accounts in the backend by Azure. Azure will take care of it. Okay, virtual machine disk, they will take care of it. So remember, with respect to specifically storing your disk, you have a feature called as page blob. Within Azure blob, you have page blob now. Done. Finally, we have something called as append blob. When we talk about append blob is also a block blob only. Page blob was also a block blob, but only difference is that now the block size is fixed 512 bytes. The block blob can be of different size. The block size can vary. Block size can be like 4 MB, it can be 1 KB, 10 KB, whatever. Different sizes are possible for block blob. But whereas page blob fixed 512 byte pages always extension.vhd file. That's it. Whereas append blob is also a block blob, but only difference is that here append operation only is supported. What is append operation? What is an append operation, guys? Anyone? Append basically means if you have a file, mostly a text file, adding at the end is what we call as appending. So you have some data so far already. Now you are adding some additional data. Addition will come at last. You won't add in between over here. No, that is not appending. Appending means adding at last without modifying whatever already there. So whatever you are adding additional is what we call as appending, or basically append operations. Okay, append operations. So you could do append operations onto, only append operations onto a append blob. Typically, this will be a text file. So when you upload this text file onto Azure, or when you create this text file in Azure storage account, you would create it as an append blob. If you have created it as an append blob, then only append operation will be supported. Okay, you cannot do anything else. Where you will use this append blob, or where you will use this append operations, where it is useful, I'll give you one scenario. Logging. What is logging? Log files. Heard about log files? For example, you are creating an in-house application. For this application, it has to generate some logs. He has to write some logs. So you create a text file in storage account, make it as an append blob, and you point to that particular file and tell them, hey, do append over here. Done. Your application wouldn't be able to modify here and there, but he will keep on adding at the end of that file. That is exactly what we need with logging. We need to add at the end. You should not be modifying anything at the top. Correct? So this is where the use case of append blob is coming into the picture. So each of them we got it. Block blob for storing our general normal data, image file, audio file, video files, and all other files, unstructured data. Page blob for specifically storing virtual machine hard disk. Append blob for storing any append file, mostly used for logging. Are we clear with respect to three types of blobs? Binary, large, object. I cannot keep it more simple than this. Are we clear? If any doubts, feel free to ask now. Okay, so let's go back to storage account and we will start storing data onto storage account. Okay, One question here, what is default size of block in Azure storage and can it increase? There is no default size as such. It depends upon the file. Based upon the file size that you have, you could be having varying block size. If you have a very large file, your block size could be 4 MB or 100 MB. And if you have smaller files, your block size could be 124 KB and so on and so forth. It's a varying number. Okay, there is no fixed amount for your block size. Can you do brief about 4 storage services? We have started with blob. What is file, table, and queue? We'll explain as we go forward. So let's go back to storage account. So where is blob service in storage account? Tell me, where do I go to access blob service in the storage account? Anyone? Where do I need to go? I have to go to containers. Okay, here is the option containers. So go to containers. That is where you access the blob services. Below that, you can see file shares, queues, and tables. File share, queue, and table. So you want to go to container. Now remember, if you want to store a container, okay, if you want to store blobs in Azure, you need to create a container. A container is like a bucket. So based on your requirement, you can have various buckets, one bucket, second bucket, third bucket, right? Now I'm calling it as, let's say, all data. So it's some random data that I'm keeping over. You could give any name that you want, or I'm just calling it as container 1, CONT1. Any name you can give it. And now here is one option, anonymous access level. It is set to private currently, and it is grayed out. You don't have any control over it. So we'll enable control over it later. Let's create for this now. And you can see a container has been created. So you have the data, or you have the container created. Within this container now, you will have to upload your blob. So to upload the blob, you click on upload. Select the blob files that you have. So let's say, for example, if I go back to desktop, or if I go back to pictures, I might have some random pictures. So it's basically a PNG file. Okay. So click on upload. Done. One file got uploaded. I click on upload once again. And then if I browse for a different file, let's go to local disk D. And if I go to Hyper-V disks, -VHD, for example, remember this is a VHD file. Okay. When I click on advanced, you can see, read this option, upload.vhd file as page blob. Okay. Upload.vhd file as page blob. So if the extension is .vhd, then automatically upload him as a page blob. That is the meaning of it. Upload, you can see block size 4 MB. 4 MB, 100 MB, 2 MB, 1 MB, you can see varying block size. If I want to keep it as, I can keep it as 100 MB. But again, remember, here in this case, it will default onto 512 byte size, by the way, even if I specify a block size over here. Okay, because VHD file automatically will have 512 byte pages only, correct? Anyways, so upload.vhd file as page blob, and then I can click on upload. So when I click on upload, it will start the upload process, uploading blobs, attempting to upload one blob. Now, if you come back over here, if you refresh this page, you can see here, first file that I selected, it is block blob, right? Second file that I selected is a page blob. Why? Because it's a VHD file. I can upload a third file, a TXT file, for example. While uploading, I can change the type to say you are an append blob now. I'll select a TXT file and say that, okay, you are an append blob, in which case that file will be uploaded as a append blob by default. Okay, that is what we have with respect to block blob, page blob, and append blob. Now question comes, how do you access this data? Okay, so how do you access this data? But before that, one question here. All 3 blobs will be used when changing, when CHSNG, premium strge. What is that? CHSNG, PRM, UM, strge. Okay, when choosing premium storage, that's what he meant. Okay. All three blobs will be used when choosing premium storage. No, when you go on to premium storage, you will either create a premium page blob, or you will create a premium block blob, or you will create a premium file share. That's all. There is no premium available for append blob. There is no premium available for table. There is no premium available for queue service. That you have to keep in mind. Okay, that's it. Another question. So it's always unstructured data in Azure. Not true. Incorrect. It's not always unstructured data in Azure. You have structured data as well in Azure. Table is an example of structured data. We'll talk about table later. I told you about 4 different services: blob, file, table, and queue. In that table is structured data storage solution. Okay, that's it. So I hope this part is clear. This much, all of you, please confirm. Are we clear? Okay, so question comes in, how do you access this data now? I mean, we uploaded the files and everything, but fine. How do I access this now? Having the data in storage account is not enough. We need to work with it, correct? So how to work with this data? So to work with this data or to access this data, we know we have access URLs. Let's go back to endpoints, take the access URL and see if the data is accessible or not. So here is the blob service URL. Let me give this to you. All of you try to access this and then see if it is working for you or not. Just click on the URL and see what do you get. Let me know. Just click on the URL and let me know what do you get. Are getting an error. That is because that's not the way how you access storage account. Directly, if you go with the storage account blob service URL, you wouldn't be able to get anything. Okay. So what I have to do, first of all, I have to be more specific. What exactly you want to access? So let's go back to the containers. You have the URL with you. Into that URL, you have to append the container name, then the file name. So means pst.png. When you click on this file, therein you can see that complete URL. So copy this URL, the complete URL. Let me drop it to you now, and then try to access now. Okay. Also look at the URL before you access. Just look at the URL. What does it say? It says storage account name blob.core.windows.net/container name/file name. Now try to access and give me the result. So now also you have the same problem, right? You're not able to access the data. Why? Because the data on the storage account right now is kept for private access only. Anonymous public access is not enabled. So where do we enable it? So you go back to storage account. I mean, it's not a good idea to have anonymous public access, but in some cases, you would need to give anonymous public access. So if at all you wanted anonymous public access, you go back to storage settings, go to configuration tab, scroll down, allow blob anonymous access, select enabled, save this, and then come back to containers section, click on the container, and now change access level. Click on change access level, and from private, you change it on to blob. Change it on to blob, click OK, and now try to access that URL. Click on that URL once again and give me the result. So now you are able to see the file. So what did I do once again? Just to show you, go back to configurations tab on storage account, go to configuration tab, enable anonymous access, allow blob anonymous access, enable it, save it, come back to containers, select the container, click on change access level, set access level to blob, click OK. And then the files will be publicly, anonymously accessible if you have the complete URL. That's it. Now, coming on to, if I put it as private, let's say I'm keeping it as private only. There is no anonymous blob access. In that case, how would I make it accessible. If you keep it public, anybody can access it now, right? Whatever the data that you have. For example, Azure CLI download. When you go to this URL, Microsoft installer. So you can see here, look at this. This is where you are getting the CLI installer, right? So you can see from where it is coming. Is it this particular file? This is the CLI. You know what is CLI, right? What is CLI, guys? What is CLI for Azure? We have done all this in our earlier classes, right? Command line interface, Azure PowerShell and Azure CLI. So this Azure CLI, if you wanted to download and set up on your local machine, I told you have to download and install this CLI package. So this CLI package is made available to you from a storage account. What is storage account name? AZ-CLI prod dot blob service core.windows.net. Container name is MSI / Azure CLI -version.msi. If you go with this, you will be able to download the file, and this is accessible for anyone. So meaning this is a blob level anonymous access container. This particular MSI container will have blob level anonymous access. If it was private, will you be able to access this file with this URL? Yes or no? Able to. So my question comes in some cases like this, you will have to keep the file public. In this case, logically it makes sense to keep this public, the storage account, and to keep the blob as anonymous access enabled. But in some cases, you would want to restrict the access and keep it as private. If at all you're keeping it as private, how would you access that data? So that is where on the left-hand side, you can see one option called as shared access token or SAS token. Shared access token or SAS token. So whenever your blob is set for private access only, in that case, you can enable SAS token. So go to shared access token and define the level of access that you want. What is the purpose of SAS token? SAS token is used for providing restricted access onto the files in your storage account. To provide access to your storage account, to give access to your blob files in a restricted manner, you will use shared access token or SAS token. You can define what is the level of permissions that you want. For example, I want to give read permission, add permission, create permission, list permission, write permission, all that I'm giving except for delete. There is no permission to delete the file. And then I can define how long this SAS token is valid. So from today, 21st, till tomorrow, 6:32 a.m. Till then, this particular link is valid. I can also specify who will access this. I can be more specific and say, if the access is coming from this particular public IP, only then it should be accessible. If not, it should not be accessible. So in that way, you can define over here the level of access that you want. Okay, that also can be added over here. Anyway, we are not defining the public IP address and all that. We are not listing any public IP address, etc. But rather, we are leaving it as blank, meaning any public IP address will be able to access if they have this SAS URL. If they don't have the SAS URL, they wouldn't be able to access. So let's click on generate SAS token and URL. Now you got a SAS token, right? Now you can see here a SAS token is available for you. So you copy this SAS token now, or you can take the complete URL which has SAS token appended on it. SAS token starts from SP is equal to. So you can see here question mark. Question mark specifies connection string. SP is equal to, this is the SAS token. So let's copy this guy with SAS token, right? And then you have to be specific. Like for example, right now we have only the container name, correct? You have only up to the container name cont1. What is the file that we want to access? That is /bast.bast.png, correct? Bastion.png. That is the file I want to access. So I append that as well. And then I give Control A, Control C. I'm going to copy this link and then give it to you. Okay, I'm going to give this to you. Just a second. So let me share that and then try to access the file now, whether it is accessible or not. By the way, if I move away from this window, the SAS token will be gone. You have to keep that in mind. Okay. Remember, this is accessible. Oh, sorry, the access level is set to private. Access level is set to private now. Just to prove that anonymous access is not available, let me do this. Control V once again without SAS token. Let's try first of all without SAS token. So we are able to see the file is accessible without any problem when we went with the SAS token. So anybody who's not having the SAS token, they wouldn't be able to access. So in your applications and all, when your application is loading the image or video, etc., into the website, you can specify with the SAS token so that within your application it will load. But outsiders, if they get the direct URL, they wouldn't be able to because they wouldn't be having the SAS token with them, right? And they won't be able to access it anyway. So that is what the difference between accessing or keeping the storage account to private and thus accessing with the help of SAS token. Are we clear on this concept? Okay, so what are the things we have seen? Storage account, 4 services. I haven't explained you 3 of them that we will do. Within blob, classification of blob, that is into block blob, page blob, and append blob. And how to store data in blob, upload data into blob, accessing the data with access URL, and also the access level, that is blob private kind of access levels that we have on the storage account blob service. And then append blob, page blob, block blob, etc. we have seen. Okay, that's it. One question here. Can we see/view the storage account in the form of Windows File Explorer? So we should be pretty much clear about the blob service now. And the disk section anyway, as I have told you, we have added a VHD file over here. So this test.vhd file that you added over here, can you directly attach it on a VM? Is that possible? Will it possible for me to attach that test.vhd file onto this VM? Somebody was asking earlier, can I attach the storage account onto VM and all? You cannot attach the storage account directly, but if there is a disk, you may be able to. But still, how would I attach that disk? I cannot directly attach it, right? If I go to disk section, if I say, for example, attach an existing disk, I will not see that disk anywhere over here. You can see that it is not available. So where do you get the disk? How do you get it? So if at all you wanted to use that VHD file which you uploaded onto storage account as a disk, then in that case, you need to go to disk sections within Azure. Go to disk section and then click on create a new disk and specify the resource group. Give it a name. So I'm just calling it as a test disk. Test disk. And then you have to choose the location, right? Central India and source from where you want to create the disk. So you can see there is one option, a storage blob. So select the storage blob, select the storage account, IntelliStrg098, select the container and select the VHD file. And once you select it, you can say there is no operating system, nothing is there. It's an empty disk which has only 1 GB capacity. And in Azure, how much capacity you want to give? Let's take it as a P4 4 GB premium disk. And then you can say review plus create. So the moment when you click on a review plus create, now from that 1 GB disk, Azure will create a 4 GB disk for you. That's all. So whatever content that is there in that 1 GB file or in that 1 GB VHD, the same thing you will be having in this 4 GB disk. Now this disk can be attached onto your VM. So now you can go back to the virtual machine, go to app1 VM1, go to disk section. From there, attach an existing disk. Now you will be able to see, right? If refresh, you will be able to see the new disk which we just created. You can see test disk 4 GB, apply, and that will be added on to the VM. Simple as that. Okay, so that is how you go about it. Moving on. So once again, for those people who did not get it, go to disk section, click on create a disk, just select the source, right? Source type, change to storage blob, select the storage blob by going on to browse, storage account, container, the VHD file, select it, and then define the size and performance, click on review plus create. That's all what you have to do. If at all that disk contains any operating system like Linux or Windows, that need to be selected. If it's an operating system disk, you have to select it appropriately. That's all. Can't we also map VM to storage account? Otherwise, how can we access files from VM to storage account? You tell me, guys, how will you access the files from storage account in a VM? Tell me. So far, whatever we learned from that, how will you access the data in a storage account from the VM? Tell me. Simple and straightforward, right? You will use that URL. We used URL so far. Every time when you want to access data on storage account, you access it by URL itself. Just like how you have a disk. For example, here I can go to this PC and here I can see as a disk. In this way, you cannot attach a storage account. That's not possible, right? So meaning if this is my VM, here I want to access storage account, no problem. Go to browser, paste the link, I'll be able to access it. Or there is an application called as Storage Explorer. You will use that application, and with that particular application, you will be accessing the file. That's it. Okay, an add-on question to it. But URL is at a single file level. Not really. You can have file listing with URL. If you have properly configured your URL with a proper connection string, it will give you file listing in XML format that is supported. Now, another question adding on to it. Let's say have an ETL process which generate files and need to be moved to a storage account. Is this possible? Possible. You can use Storage Explorer. Storage Explorer will give you a listing, right? You go to Storage Explorer. I haven't talked to you about Storage Explorer first of all. When you go to a storage account, therein you will be getting the listing. So that's where I told you initially, either you go by URL or you go by this application called as, it is also given by Azure only. You go by this application called as storage account. Okay. So listing and all is possible. URL directly, you may think like it is single file level, but you can go to Storage Explorer level. Therein you will get complete listing of the data in storage account with folder level, with container level, however you want. For example, if I go here, if I was to select my subscription, just give me a second. So here, if I go to settings, we'll talk about this later. Okay. Anyway, I have to explain you this. So we'll see this thing later. For now, just to quickly show you, let me come back over here. Adil's training is a subscription, storage account. Blob containers. Container 1, if you click on it, you will have all the files listed over here. If you have any folders, all that will be listed over here. Okay, that's it. Moving on.
So let's start with our first question. And the question is, what is Azure Cloud Service? It is a very simple question, and the answer to the same question is, Azure Cloud Services is a platform as a service. For example, and it is a technology like Azure App Service which is intended to provide scalable, dependable, and cost-effective apps. If I talk about the cloud service, it conveys multiple web applications in Azure, characterizing a number of parts to disseminate, such as handling and permit adaptable scaling of your applications. A cloud service comprises a minimum of one web part as well as a specialist part, each with its own particular application documents and design. The fundamental favorable position of the cloud service is the capacity to help more complex multi-level structures. So this all encompasses what is Azure Cloud Service. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure Active Directory? The answer to the same question is, Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based IAM solution and directory by Microsoft. It brings together application access management, core directory service, and identity protection and turns them into a single solution. It helps employees of an organization sign in and access resources such as the external resources including Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and big number of SaaS applications. And there are also some internal resources such as apps on a corporate network or intranet, as well as any cloud-based apps built by that organization. So basically, Azure Active Directory is intended for use by IT admins, app developers, Azure Office 365, Microsoft 365, or Dynamics CRM online subscribers. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure Data Factory? This is very important question, and generally it's a beginner level question which an interviewer can ask in the initial phase. So the answer to the same question is, Azure Data Factory is a serverless and cloud-based data integration service and platform used for creation of ETL and ELT pipelines. It helps in creation of data-driven workflows for planning and execution of data movements and data transformation at scale. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Databricks? It is a very important question. An interviewer can ask this. So be prepared with this. The answer to the same question is, Azure Databricks is a data analytics platform that offers two environments for the development of data-intensive applications. First is Azure Databricks SQL Analytics and Azure Databricks Workspace. Azure Databricks integration with the security, compute, analytics, storage, and AI services that are natively provided by the cloud providers facilitate the unification of data and AI workloads. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Data Lake? Azure Data Lake is a cloud platform that supports big data analytics through its unlimited storage for structured, semi-structured, or unstructured data of all types and sizes. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are Azure Resources? This question also comes in the beginner level, and the answer to the same question is, any entity managed by Azure can be referred to an Azure resource. The following are some of the examples of Azure resources, such as storage accounts, virtual networks, virtual machines, etc. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the roles implemented in Windows Azure? And the answer is, the roles implemented in Windows Azure are as follows. The first one is the web role. Next is the worker role. And third is the virtual machine role. If I talk about the web role, it gives a web solution that is front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating Azure gives an IIS and required services. If I talk about the worker role, it gives solution for background service. It can run long activities. The next is virtual machine role. This role of both web and workers are executed on machines. The virtual machine roles gives the client the capacity to modify Azure Virtual Machine on the web, and worker roles are running. I hope so you got the answer to this question. This is a very important question, so please make a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the three principal segments of Windows Azure platform? And the answer is, Windows Azure has three principal segments. And the first one is Windows Azure Compute. Windows Azure gives a code that can be managed by hosting environment. It gives the calculation benefit through parts. Windows Azure backs three types of roles. The first one is web roles, utilized for web application programming and upheld by IIS 7. The next is worker roles, utilized for foundation handling of web roles. The third is virtual machine roles, utilized for moving Windows Server applications to Windows Azure in simple way. Next is Windows Azure Storage. It gives four types of storage services. The first one is queues for informing between web parts and worker roles. Next we get its tables for storing the structural data. Third is the binary large objects to store content, records or vast information. And fourth one is Windows Azure Drives to mount a page blob. These can be transferred and downloaded by the means of binary large objects. Finally, we have the third one, which is the Windows Azure App Fabric. This fabric provides five services. The first one is Service Bus, Access, Caching, Integration and Composite. This forms the perfect answer to this question, and this is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now, let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, define Windows Azure App Fabric. Basically, Windows Azure Diagnostics empowers you to gather diagnostic data from an application running in Windows Azure. Diagnostic data is used for capacity planning and evaluation. I hope so. It's clear to you, and this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is the difference between Windows Azure Queues and Windows Azure Bus Service? Azure Queues gives a solid, intelligent messaging within the services. They also highlight a very straightforward, REST-based get, put, peek interface, whereas bus queues are a part of more extensive Windows Azure messaging framework that supports the queuing. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the deployment options provided by the Azure? This is a kind of an intermediate level question, and the answer to the same question is, the deployment options provided by Azure are as follows. The first one is the staging environment. It is used to validate the changes of an application before making it live. The next is production environment. This is where the applications go live and can be accessed by target users with DNS-friendly URL. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Azure Blob Storage? Blob stands for Binary Large Objects. The answer to the same question is, Azure Blob Storage is an object storage solution for the cloud. It is capable of storing large unstructured data in text or binary format, and it is suitable for serving documents, media, or text to the browser directly. The data is accessible from anywhere. The blobs are grouped into containers and tied to user accounts. This service actually has three components. The first one is a storage account, which can be general storage account for the blob storage account registered in Microsoft Azure. Next we get containers. Containers are used for grouping blobs, whereas each container can store an unlimited number of blobs. The container name should be in lowercase. And next comes the blob. A blob is a file or document of any type and size. Three kinds of blobs are supported by Azure. The first one is block blobs, which supports the text and binary files up to 195 GB. Then we have append blobs. Appends operation such as logging data in log files. And finally, we have the page blobs for frequent read or write operations. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the role instance in Azure? The answer to the same question is, role instance is a virtual machine where application code is run using running role configurations. Multiple instances of a role are also possible according to a definition of cloud service configuration files. I hope so you got what is exactly role instance in Azure. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Windows Azure Portal? And the answer to the same question is, to run application, a designer gets to the Windows Azure portal through his or her web program by logging in a Windows Live ID. The user at a point chooses whether to create a host account for running application, a storage account for storing data, or both. Once the designer has host account, he or she can utilize Windows Azure portal to submit the applications to Windows Azure. I hope so you got the idea what is exactly Windows Azure portal. It is also one of the most important questions which can be asked by the interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, explain about the hybrid cloud. And the answer to the same question is, a hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. A mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information in your vicinity, which is a private cloud, and consume alternative services from the public cloud. I hope so you got an idea what exactly is hybrid cloud. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a storage key? And the answer is, storage keys or access keys are utilized as a validation mode for accessing the storage services account to control data based on our prerequisites. In Windows Azure, we have an alternative to give a primary access key and a secondary access key, despite the fact that we will utilize a solitary access to confirm our application to the storage. The primary reason to give the secondary access key to avoid downtime to the application. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Windows Azure Traffic Manager? And the answer to the same question is, Windows Azure Traffic Manager enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure Cloud services. There are three distinctive load balancing strategies provided by the Azure. The manager who works on the traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name service and the questions on your domain names and maps the DNS courses to apt instances of your application. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is SQL Azure Database? And the answer is, SQL Azure Database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services, where you can store your database into the cloud. Microsoft Azure is the most ideal approach to utilize PaaS, where you can have different databases on similar account. I hope so you got an idea of this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is the concept of the table in Windows Azure? And the answer is, a table is a kind of Azure storage where you can store your information. Binary large objects are put in a compartment and entity on a table. Following are the key concepts in table. Table allows structured data storage. There can be 0 to n number of tables in a storage account. Tables store information as accumulation of elements. Then we have an element has an essential key and properties as a key value pair. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is conditional access in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, conditional access is used by Azure Active Directory as a tool to make decisions, bring signals together, and impose organizational policies. Through conditional access policies, one can implement the right access controls whenever required to keep the organization secure and stay out of the user's way when it is not needed. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss some of the advanced level questions. And the question is, when should you use a static IP address in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, in Azure, static IP addresses is used when the address connected to the device is not to be changed. I hope so you got the answer to this question. It's very important question and I hope so you would take a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how does Azure Site Recovery work? And the answer to the same question is, Site Recovery orchestrates and automates the replication of Azure virtual machines in different locations, on-premises machines to a secondary data center, and on-premises virtual machines and physical servers to Azure. It contributes to business continuity and disaster recovery by enabling access to apps from secondary location in case of an outage at a primary site. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, why should you use Azure CDN? And the answer to the same question is, Azure CDN reduces the bandwidth and load time. It also helps speed up the responsiveness. That's why we should use the Azure CDN. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, explain the benefits of Traffic Manager. This is also one of the most important questions, so please take your mark on this one. The answer to the same question is, Azure Traffic Manager has the following benefits. The first one is, it has optimized performance. Then, there is no downtime during the update or maintenance process. And finally, we have easy configurable on Windows Azure portal. I hope so you got your answer of this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is Azure App Service? And the answer to the same question is, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration scenarios. Mobile apps in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to the mobile engineers. I hope so you got the answer to this question. This is also one of the most important questions, so please take your mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. And the next question is, what is profiling in Azure? And the answer to the same question is, profiling is only a procedure for measuring the performance analysis of the application. It is normally done to guarantee that the application is sufficiently steady and can maintain the overwhelming traffic. Visual Studio gives us different tools to do it by gathering the performance information for application that likewise helps in troubleshooting issues. Once the profiling wizard is run, it sets up the execution sessions and collects the data of the sample. The profiling reports help in deciding the longest running strategies inside the application, measuring the execution time of every strategy in the call stack, and finally assessing the memory allocation. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CMD-led in Azure? This is also one of the most important questions. So guys, please make a mark on this one. The answer to the same question is, a CMD-led is a lightweight command that is utilized as a part of Microsoft PowerShell environment. The CMD-leds are summoned by Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in command line. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. I hope so you got your answer for this one. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What is Windows Azure Scheduler? The answer to the same question is, Windows Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Windows Azure and execute those jobs on demand on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. I hope so you got your answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Machine? And the answer to the same question is, Content Analytics API is a part of Content Examination Web Administration, which worked with the Azure Machine Learning. The API can be utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction. The API restores a numeric score between 0 and 1. Scores near 1 show positive sentiment, while scores near 0 demonstrate the negative sentiment. I hope so you got your answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss our final question. And our final question is, what is the Migration Assistant tool in Azure websites? This is one of the most important questions, guys, so please have your mark on this one. Migration Assistant tool will examine our IIS installation and recognize the sites that can be migrated to the cloud, featuring any components which can't be migrated or unsupported on the platform. Once broken down, this tool will likewise create sites and database provided under the given Azure membership.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Microsoft Azure Cloud Certification course. Through this course, you will be able to prepare for AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam and much more from the top industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of Microsoft Azure Cloud.